when the cycle of reincarnation invades. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 126. The difficulty of entering the secret realm increases. There are only 15 days left. Linbin is very busy. He is busy getting used to the acceleration of the light boots. Just like when Kakishi's Reikiri was just developed, he could only aim at the target and then rush over without changing direction. To put it bluntly, the speed is too fast and his dynamic vision can't keep up at all. Linbin is currently in a similar state. That is, his body has been cleansed by the Heshibi, and the sharpness of his 5 senses has also greatly improved. He can barely keep up with the extremely fast speed, but he still needs to adapt to 2 different speeds at the same time and be able to completely integrate with his instincts. There is also an improvement in his skills. He looks for cannon every 3 days. Every time the 2 of them practice together, they can benefit greatly from their cultivation. Linzu was originally quite worried about Linbin staying out all night, but after taking a ride in Linbin's car once, she seemed to smell something. She didn't say anything more, and on the 9th day proudly declared that her current power had reached the peak of the 17th level of the heavenly demonic art. The next step was to accumulate the foundation to prepare for breaking through the 18th level, but she didn't have the chance for the time being. After obtaining the reincarnation table, she also had the identity of a reincarnator, and she completely inherited Tang Sanchi's qualifications. Now, it was time for her to enter the reincarnation space. She could only reluctantly bid farewell to Linbin and repeatedly warned him not to cheat on her. Then they practiced dual cultivation that day, and the next morning, only the girl's fragrance was left in the car, but she had disappeared. A message was received on the phone. "I'm not a little demon girl, I'm going to the secret realm. After this secret realm is over, I plan to go back to my hometown and bring some special products back to Master ZHU. Oh. Linbin wrote her a reply. No one replied. I think he should have entered the secret realm. The little girl looked cute and naive, but she had her own ideas. She never told Linbin which secret realm she was training in, or who her teammates were. Linbin didn't ask. Although the frequency of their meeting during this period was even higher than that of ordinary couples. But in fact, the 2 of them were just in a relationship of mutual use. Linbin was interested in her, and the potential of the Yin Gui sect behind her. And Won also had some intention of using Linbin. Her coquettish and cute behavior towards him was just a means to achieve her goal. As Won admitted, she had raised dozens of licking dogs in her mobile phone in just a few months. Linbin had seen her on the phone. Sometimes she turned into a soft and cute little lolly, sometimes she was a queen and cold, and sometimes she was charming and amorous. She was very changeable. If he really felt a sense of responsibility for her because of her closeness, then he had fallen into her trap. Therefore, if Kian really died in the secret realm because of her lack of ability, then it can only be said that she is not worthy of cooperating with him. However, with the care of those plane walkers, Kian probably would find it difficult to die, even if she wanted to. Even if she had planted a flag, it would be difficult for her to die. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. On this day, Linbin prepared everything early. He had confessed his identity to Linzu, but in order to prevent Linzu from worrying, Linbin said that he was not alone, but followed a group of extremely experienced veterans, and he was just a bystander. Although Linzu was worried, she had no choice but to accept it. World 20th Bureau. Raymond looked at Linbin, who was ready and dressed to go, and instructed him, "The secret realm we are going to enter this time is abroad. Although our China and the Free Federation maintain a harmonious atmosphere on the surface, there are actually constant frictions in private. We even have a lot of reincarnations who have been ambushed by them because they entered the same secret realm with them. There have been many casualties, but we can't find any obvious evidence, so we can't make trouble. So this time, when you go to the Free Federation, you will probably be treated coldly. Remember, when you go out, you are not representing yourself, but our entire Reincarnation Association. Don't be timid. Don't be afraid. Just fight them head on. Don't worry, Director Lee. I've never suffered any loss. I feel relieved when you say that. Raymond said coldly. Go. Try to bring back more props and make them bleed heavily. This time, I'm going to make them cry suddenly in their sleep at night. Understood. Lin Bin looked at Raymond deeply, thinking that from the tone of his voice, there must be a grudge. The helicopter is waiting for you in the logistics department. It will take you directly to the capital, and from there you will take a passenger plane to Taylor City in the Free Federation. The entrance to the secret realm is right there. Be more cautious of those people. Although they should not dare to use any conspiracy, they are the logistics personnel, so they should be more careful. Yes. Lin Bin said goodbye to Raymond. Went to the logistics department. There, a helicopter had been waiting for a long time. Lin Bin sat on it, and with the fierce roar of the propeller, the helicopter carried him to the sky. 2 hours later, the helicopter landed on the apron in the capital. It was the first time for Lin Bin to come to the capital of China, but he didn't even have time to stroll around for a while. He immediately boarded the passenger plane to Taylor City in the Free Federation under the escort of the exclusive staff. But Raymond was still very considerate. Public travel, high-class business single room. The single room is not very spacious, but it has everything inside. There was even a bed, and because of Lin Bin's handsome face and gentle temperament, the blonde and blue-eyed stewardess came in 2 or 3 times and asked Lin Bin if he had any needs. No matter what kind of needs, she could satisfy him. Unfortunately, the woman's appearance was really good and quite exotic, but Lin Bin's sense of smell was too sensitive now, and he could clearly smell the strong body odor under her rich perfume. He refused very politely. He didn't mind what happened. Just like before, when Zhu Yuan pushed him hard, he half-heartedly agreed. For a grown man like him, he would not suffer any loss in such things. But the problem was that, although Zhu Yuan was a little older, she was excellent in both appearance and figure. How could this stewardess who looked experienced in front of him compare? He started to sleep as soon as he got on the plane. Lin Bin slept for a full 6 hours. When the plane began to fall, he opened his eyes on time. Looking down through the window, below, there was already a prosperous modern city. Compared with the civilization and prosperity of Chinese cities, the high-rise buildings here are more prosperous, but there is one thing in common. The density of buildings here is also extremely dense. Obviously, because of the existence of the secret realm, the Free Federation also has concerns about overpopulation. Lin Bin's eyes were sharp, and he could even see that the back of the prosperous street was almost full of homeless people. Sure enough, no matter how prosperous the city is, there is a dark side. Lin Bin sighed, stood up, and put on his boots. If it were in the reincarnation space of China, it might be necessary to consider the ancient background in the modern background, but in this Free Federation, there would be no such worries. It saved a lot of space for the storage belt. The plane slowly stopped on the tarmac. Passengers got off the plane in an endless stream, and Lin Bin waited for more than 10 minutes. He waited until the end, and when he saw that most people had left, he symbolically carried a box and walked out with empty hands. Just after getting off the plane, someone came forward, a black-haired girl about 13 or 14 years old. The Free Federation has obviously matured much earlier than China. The girl is not very old, but she has beautiful skin and deep facial features. She looks like an exotic beauty. She smiled and said in fluent Chinese, "Excuse me, are you Mr. Abin?" "Yes, I'm Abin." She smiled and shook Lin Bin's hand, saying, "Hello, my name is Infidelius. I'm in charge of your overseas trip this time. If you need anything, you can tell me. No matter what your request is, I can satisfy you." Lin Bin shook hands with her and said, "My request is very simple, to enter the secret realm as soon as possible. I understand, don't worry, if nothing unexpected happens, you will be able to enter this secret realm early tomorrow morning, because it is a brand new killing level secret realm, and there may be many unknown dangers inside. Do you need us to make any preparations for you?" "No, all the preparations have been made. Please arrange them." "Okay, please follow me. The hotel has been booked." Infidi took the suitcase from Lin Bin and walked forward with him. The place where she sat was a building type hotel with more than 60 floors, with a large swimming pool and a leisure club, which seemed quite luxurious. And throughout the whole journey, Infidi was very meticulous and cared about every detail of Linbin. From whether there were any taboos in eating and drinking to many details about personal living habits, Linbin responded casually. It was not until they took the elevator to the presidential suite on the 37th floor that she had booked in advance that she handed the suitcase to Linbin and then said goodbye politely. Before leaving, she specially handed him a mobile phone, saying that he could use this phone to contact her. She did not leave directly. Instead, she went down to the 36th floor directly, entered the suite in the same location, but on a different floor. In the suite, more than a dozen people from the Free Federation gathered. Seeing Infidi coming back, a bald, dark-skinned man who was the leader said, "Infidi, have you found any useful information? He is undoubtedly a reincarnationist in the transcendental realm." The Chinese side did not deceive us on this point. Infidi thought for a while and said, "His steps are very light, giving me a feeling that he can fly easily at any time. He should be a reincarnationist who takes the light and agile route, and his breathing is long and steady, and the intervals are almost inaudible. His strengthening direction should be martial arts strengthening, and his attainments in that true key are already quite deep. Even among the reincarnationists in the transcendental realm, he should be one of the best. No matter how outstanding he is only in the transcendental realm. China actually dared to send such a person into our killing level secret realm." Another reincarnationist named Greed speculated maliciously, could it be that the Chinese side deliberately sent such a dead man? I guess he actually has a nuclear bomb on him, waiting to enter the secret realm and directly blow up the whole world. No, this reincarnationist is very confident. He is not the kind of reincarnationist who is a dead warrior. Infidi thought for a while and said, "Maybe he is really confident that he can pass through an unknown killing level secret realm with the strength of the extraordinary realm. I have checked the information of China. Linbin's resume is very simple, but also amazing. He has never entered an ordinary level secret realm, and his evaluation is above grade A, whether it is the extraordinary level secret realm or the killing level. Although he is alone this time, he may really be confident." In other words, this reincarnationist is a rising star in China in recent years. The black-skinned mandarin sneered. It seems that the Chinese Reincarnation Space Association is as arrogant as ever. It's ridiculous that they think they can snatch the treasures in our secret realm through this reincarnationist, but they never thought that if this reincarnationist dies in the secret realm, at that time, even if they want to attack, they will have no reason. Infidi thought of the gentle temperament of the young Chinese reincarnationist along the way, especially the action of tilting his head to listen to her carefully. It was obviously a normal behavior, but it made her feel that she was highly valued and respected. She hesitated and said, "Is it not worth using an A-level item to deal with a reincarnationist in the extraordinary realm? If it is a reincarnationist who is expected to reach the highest level, then the A-level item is not a loss at all. Moreover, he dares to enter the killing level secret realm, so he must have a lot of important items on him. After he dies, we will immediately send reincarnationists into this secret realm. Maybe we can recover his items. Then we may not lose money." Darian said, "Didn't you try to break through his defense along the way, Infidi? This kid is stubborn and there is basically no possibility of rebellion. In this case, let him sleep in the secret realm forever." "Yes." Infidi lowered her head and responded seriously, and couldn't help but sighed faintly in her heart. Then she was secretly shocked. "I just met him. How come I like this young man so much? I even wanted to tell him that the secret realm is not simple, especially with the hidden tricks of these reincarnations. It will be even more difficult, and he has no chance of success. Is it the charm of China? No. Her mental strength is already extremely high, basically unaffected by those external forces. The temperament exuded by this person is just gentle. So strange. Walking with him, I became strange all the way." Infidi lowered her head carefully to prevent everyone from seeing the strange look on her face. The next morning, Infidi set off with Linbin. Not far from the hotel, they came to a military base, surrounded by various advanced thermal weapons, and even high-powered props brought out of the secret realm. It can be seen that the Free Federation has given strict protection to this new killing level secret realm. At least, it is much stricter than the adventure level secret realm that Lin Bin has been to, and the patrols along the way are all professional special forces in the army. Obviously, he attached great importance to this place. Infidi led Lin Bin all the way without any obstacles and came to the innermost space crack. Smiling, he said, "Mr. Lin, this is the killing level secret realm. According to your level, you are actually not qualified to enter this secret realm, and you don't have reliable teammates. If you rely on yourself, it's okay. Thank you, Miss Infidi, for your concern. You must be careful. The killing level secret realm is not as simple as you think." Infidi could only say this much. Even at this point, she herself felt strange. She had just made up her mind yesterday, so why is this man so gentle? Yeah. Lin Bin saw that the other party's tone of concern was not fake and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The people of the Free Federation are still very hospitable. This little beauty has a very good character. I'm going in. He greeted and walked towards this new secret realm. The figure was gradually submerged in it, and until Lin Bin's figure could no longer be seen, Darian and others slowly walked out of the dark. Let's get started. Yes. Another person, wearing gloves, carefully took out a burning flame from a completely sealed suitcase. Expanding flame. A level item. Its effectiveness has been verified by someone. Entering the secret realm with this flame can greatly increase the reward of the task. Correspondingly, the difficulty will also be greatly increased. It can be regarded as a prop with both good and bad. He looked at it reluctantly and threw the flame into the secret realm as well. Chapter 127 Underworld Mission Changes. In China, at the entrance of another secret realm, a team of reincarnations was about to enter the secret realm for training, but the composition of this team was quite strange. In addition to 2 ordinary reincarnations in the extraordinary realm, the other 2 team members were recruited as temporary members, both of whom were surnamed Tang. And the status of these 2 people seemed to be quite high, so that even the 2 reincarnations in charge of the mission were quite in awe of them. Even Tang Xianhao, the head of the Tang family, personally saw them off. "Thank you for your hard work on this mission. Remember, the mission is secondary, and safety is the first. I don't want Lear's tragedy to happen to you again." Tang Xianhao first showed concern for his 2 nephews and nieces, and then turned to look at the other 2 reincarnations. Flashing light bulbs, peak elementary school students. 2 reincarnations in the extraordinary realm. Facing these 2 reincarnationists with no background, Tang Xianhao was very humble. He took the initiative to step forward and shook their hands, saying, "Thank you for your help this time. If you hadn't pulled Xiaohao and Xianli into your team, I'm afraid we wouldn't have had the opportunity to enter this secret realm, not to mention the opportunity to find the lost props of our Tang family. This is a great favor to us. Regardless of success or failure, I will personally host a banquet after you come out. The 2 brothers must be there. We won't leave until we are drunk. Master Tang, you are too polite. Don't worry, we will definitely be there." A reincarnationist who has entered the saint level and the head of a reincarnation family. Anyone who has reached a certain level of strength will naturally understand how powerful a reincarnation family should be. But he was so polite to them. Moreover, the flashing light bulb and the peak elementary school student really didn't expect that they were just assigned to this great Tang secret realm by chance, but they didn't want to climb up the high branches because of this. If they had a relationship with the Tang family, wouldn't it be much smoother to experience reincarnation in the future? Therefore, the 2 were very flattered. Even with a bit of flattery, Tang Xianhao said a few more polite words to the 2, and when he looked back at Tang Lai and Tang Xiaohao behind him, his face immediately darkened. He raised his eyebrows slightly to indicate. The 2 nodded seriously, indicating that they would definitely complete the task. Although what the 2 said was just to find back the lost things of the Tang family. In fact, the reincarnation family has a long heritage, and it has some of the apostle style of doing things, and does not take the natives in the secret realm seriously at all. This trip is not just to find the treasure, but also to take revenge. Tang Xianhao watched the 4 people enter the secret realm. A bit of gloom appeared in his eyes. He hated the murderer who killed his son even more. Why are these two juniors so keen on his mission? To put it bluntly, aren't they thinking about the position of the head of the Tang family after him? But if Xiali didn't die, how could they be jealous of the position of the head of the family? Tang Xianhao stood quietly for a while, until the staff came to ask. He turned around and left. Meanwhile, Lin Bin was walking through a long and narrow space-time passage. Because no one had ever entered it, the passage was quite tight and narrow, which made him walk very hard. But the harder it was, the newer this secret place was. Therefore, it was a mixture of pain and joy for him. After walking for half an hour, the passage became wider and wider, and it became smoother and smoother to walk, until it suddenly became clear. At this time, Lin Bin had already appeared in a dark alley. The time in the real world was different from that in the secret place. It was just morning in the real world, but it was late at night here. The gorgeous lights around him clearly reminded Lin Bin that this was a modern society. Lin Bin walked out of the alley slowly. Outside was a modern city that looked quite prosperous, but the buildings were not all high-rise buildings in the city. There were many classical houses made of stone in the middle, which had a bit of Victorian style. It can be seen that this city has existed for quite a while, so it shouldn't be a battle of future technology. Lin Bin walked slowly on the street, browsing the surrounding environment, trying to see if he could find some familiar impressions from it. But he found nothing. On the road, pedestrians were all in a hurry, just like an ordinary modern city with a very fast pace of life. There was no, well, except that the residents were a little barbaric. Lin Bin showed a bit of sarcasm on his face. He had just walked on the main street for a short time, and 3 strong men were quietly staring at him behind him. It was not strange to be stared at. There were white people of different skin colors around him. Seeing Lin Bin, a yellow man walking alone on the street, it would be strange not to cause trouble for him. It's just right. I'll ask you about the common sense of this world. Lin Bin's pace suddenly quickened a bit. It seemed that he was eager to escape after discovering that he was being followed. He turned a corner quickly and then immediately accelerated again. He found us. Hurry up. The 3 strong men in leather jackets behind him exchanged glances with each other and hurriedly chased after him. Turning the corner, they found that Lin Bin had already run far away and his figure had disappeared into a gloomy alley. That's a dead end. This idiot has blocked himself in a dead end. Chase him. Don't let him run away. This is a treasure. The 3 of them ran with big strides and chased him to the corner, but they didn't find any panicked yellow people. On the hood of a car at the end of the alley, Lin Bin was sitting leisurely with his legs crossed and asked, "Are you 3 looking for me?" Seeing Lin Bin's leisurely attitude, the 3 strong men immediately realized that they had fallen into a trap. Hehe, it seems that this Chinese man knows Chinese Kung Fu, otherwise he wouldn't be so confident. Yes, Chinese Kung Fu is really powerful, but it's a pity that he met us. The 3 strong men immediately laughed at each other, not taking Lin Bin seriously at all. Lin Bin snorted lightly, broke the wiper on the car, and shot it at one of the strong men. The strong man reached out and grabbed it directly. Lin Bin exclaimed in surprise, and then his face became serious. He asked, "Are you not ordinary people?" After practicing with Qian Qian several times, and with the help of the Heshibi, his bottleneck in the eternal life secret has disappeared, and he is improving very quickly. He is a new person almost every day. His level of proficiency has reached 71%. His skills are so pure and deep that, even if he is not as good as Zhu Yuan, he is definitely a master of the same level. At his level, flying flowers and falling leaves can hurt people, and even a wiper thrown casually is no less powerful than a bullet. But the other party actually caught it with his bare hands. It's too late to find out now. One of them strode towards Lin Bin and reached out to grab his neck, but the next moment his eyes blurred and Lin Bin appeared on the roof of the car. He didn't even see how he flashed. Lin Bin looked down from above, and the double dragon magic shadow sword in his hand fell down without mercy, piercing the man's shoulder and nailing him directly to the hood of the car. He sneered, "You may be special, but I'm more special. It's just right. The more special you are, the more you know." Ah! The strong man screamed in pain, suddenly opened his mouth, and revealed 4 sharp fangs. Even if he was nailed to death, he still did not reduce his ferocity and directly reached out to grab Lin Bin's arm. Vampire? Lin Bin was not surprised or panicked. After all, it was not strange for such monsters to appear in the Free Federation. It was just that I didn't know which plane it came from. Lin Bin understood why he was still so lively after being stabbed by a B-level weapon. With a sneer, he shook his shoulder and immediately shook his arm away, pulled out a huge revolver, and directly pressed it against his head. With a loud bang, the vampire man's head was even blown off half. He twitched a few times and stopped moving. The other two strong men saw their companion's body lying on the ground, and there was no change for a long time. Their faces suddenly changed. They screamed, "This is a trap. Run away." But the next moment, there were two sharp bangs. Two flying blades flew directly across their faces, and then flew back at a faster speed. Two shallow scars were left on the faces of the two men, and then they healed quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye. But they didn't dare to move. Lin Bin got off the car without knowing when. A long sword flashing with cold light was placed on the neck of one of them, and a blue rose was placed on the head of another. Let's talk it over nicely. Answer my questions. After you answer, I will let you go. Seeing Lin Bin's elusive speed, one of the vampires screamed, "Ghost. You are a ghost. I'm really screwed to be called a ghost by a vampire." Lin Bin charged his ki and shot at the vampire's shoulder. A huge blood hole was immediately blasted out of his shoulder. The wound was charred, as if it had been burned by flames. Sure enough, facing these dark creatures, the lethality of the Azure Rose was greatly improved, but the double dragon magic shadow sword was useless again. It has been a while since I got the double dragon magic shadow sword, but its effect has never been shown at all. Lin Bin was full of frustration, and naturally his face showed less patience. He said coldly in English, "I keep my words. Answer my questions and I will spare you, or kill you directly. Ask, ask, ask. Why don't you ask first? If you don't ask, how do you know I won't say it? What's the point of shooting first?" The vampire screamed in pain. "Okay, I won't ask. You two can tell me what you know about your species, strength, how to transform, etc. I will let whoever says more go, and I will kill the one who says less. This is also to protect the safety of the other person. You should understand, right? I say, I know more." The two of them became anxious. Knowing that Lin Bin should be interested in their species, they did not hesitate, and rushed to speak. One after another, Lin Bin's expression gradually became solemn as he listened to the content. It turned out that it was not just vampires. Vampires, werewolves, slavery, wars that lasted for hundreds of years. If it were for other people, the clues might be just clues. But for Lin Bin, these clues are the key to help him understand the truth of this world. Just by listening to his description, Lin Bin had already understood that this world was the world of Underworld. What Lin Bin was more concerned about was, "You mean, you smelled my scent when you were 3 kilometers away from me?" One of the strong men didn't know how specific Lin Bin wanted to know, so he told Lin Bin everything, which made Lin Bin know some unexpected information. For example, why he was targeted by these 3 vampires before he walked far. "No, that's right." One of the vampires looked up and looked at Lin Bin with timid eyes. But even though he was timid, he still couldn't hide the greed inside. He said, "You have a very fragrant smell, which makes us unable to control ourselves and want to suck your blood." Fragrance? It's not the fragrance of your body, but the fragrance filled in your blood. We feel that your blood should be much more delicious than that of normal humans. Lin Bin was stunned for a moment, and then came back to his senses. It should be the bone cooking and marrow refining of the Hashibi that made him completely free of those extra impurities, even though he was still a human. In addition, the essence of the evil emperor's relic was added. The essence was deposited in the body. Whether it is for humans, ghosts or any other creatures, it is of great benefit, so much so that even vampires are not immune. In this case, doesn't it mean that in this world, I will become the target of all vampires? Just like a walking Tang San Zhang. Lin Bin thought to himself that this is really bad news. I don't know what the task is. If the task is to stand on the side of the werewolf, it's fine. If it is on the side of the vampire, with this debuff, won't I be attacked from both sides? After listening carefully for a while and confirming that the information they knew had been exploited by him, Lin Bin regretfully pointed the gun at the head of another vampire and said, "Sorry, I'm a man of my word." He said the most, so I will spare his life, but for his safety, you can't live. After that, there was a loud bang. Another vampire fell to the ground again. The powerful resurrection ability of the vampire did not play any role under the Azuros. Lin Bin put away his weapon and said, "You can go." The surviving vampire was stunned and said, "You are willing to let me go?" Lin Bin was surprised and said, "Do you think I will go back on my word? Then why are you so open about everything you know?" Just thinking about what would happen. Then congratulations. What would happen? Let's go. Of course you want to expose my existence, but you have leaked so many secrets to me. If you really tell me about my existence, you will definitely not be tolerated by your tribe. Yes, yes, thank you, thank you. Seeing that Lin Bin really had no intention of killing him, the man was overjoyed, staggered around and ran back. But before he could run a few steps, his head flew up directly, blood sprayed like rain, and the remaining body staggered a few steps and then fell to the ground. The head did not die directly, but screamed with fear on his face, "AI! Lady Emilia!" The next moment, the head exploded into a bloody mist. A tall, blonde, blue-eyed lady-like beauty walked over slowly with graceful steps. She looked at Lin Bin with a fiery look in her eyes and gently licked her tongue at him, revealing a greedy expression. She explained, "He is no longer tolerated by my tribe." Lin Bin's pupils shrank slightly. Just now, so fast. Even if he had the boots of agility, he could hardly react. But at this moment, with the appearance of this lady, the reincarnation table beeped and the task sounded. Secret Realm Task, Battle of Camps. Task description: in the dark world, there are constant conquests. Choose one of the camps and help it destroy another camp. Completion reward: 2000 reincarnation points, B-level merit x1. Task time limit: 1 month. Failure penalty: 1000 reincarnation points. Because you used the expansion fire, this secret realm task will be expanded. Secret realm mission: destroy vampires and werewolves. Mission description: destroy all werewolves and vampires in the native world. Completion reward: 4000 reincarnation points, 2B level merits. Mission time limit: 3 months. Failure penalty: 3000 reincarnation points. The item has been used. Do you want to take back the expansion fire, Lin Bin? He tilted his head in confusion and chose yes. The next moment, in the sky, a burning flame fell directly into his hand. Chapter 128, The Blood Clan Elder's Alien Parasite. 2 updates today. Expanding Fire, A-level item. Use it when entering the secret realm to greatly increase the reward of this secret realm mission, and the corresponding difficulty will also increase to a certain extent. Note: do you want excitement? Is it exciting enough? Lin Bin looked at the item in his hand in a daze. He hadn't started the formal training yet, but he had already obtained an A-level item, and it was an item that could affect the entire secret realm. After a breath, he figured out everything. Raymond had reminded him before that there were not many good people in the Free Federation, and he must be careful of their tricks. He was not treated coldly or plotted against on the way here, and thought that there should be no sinister calculations this time, but he didn't expect that he was waiting for him here. The difficulty of the killing level secret realm is extremely high. The 2 tribes of werewolves or blood clans, although their numbers are far less than that of humans, are still tribes after all. The difficulty of destroying them can be imagined. But the previous mission is not without a solution. As long as Lin Bin chooses to join one of the camps, and then borrows its power, and carefully operates it, there is a possibility of success. But this expansion fire doubled his task. He was forced to destroy 2 major tribes at the same time, which prevented him from making in-depth use of one of them. It seemed that this was also the reason why they dared to use the expansion fire on him. Because even if the expansion fire temporarily fell into his hands, it was already extremely difficult for a transcendental reincarnationist to break into the killing level secret realm. Maybe he could be described as gifted and barely pass it. But if the difficulty of the task doubled sharply, then, no matter how strong he would be completely helpless in this world. But in fact, the situation was worse than he imagined. In particular, the strength of these dark species might be stronger than he imagined. Lin Bin looked solemnly at the woman, who was floating down slowly, as if nothing was floating on the ground. Her face was charming and moving, but looking at his eyes, he could hardly suppress his greed. If it was before, he might think that she was coveting his beauty, but now he knew that she was coveting his body. And this light posture was not light work. It was really as if she had gotten rid of the shackles of gravity. The action of removing its head just now was so fast that even Lin Bin couldn't see it clearly. Sure enough, this is a vampire. How could it fight with boxers, like in the movies? Their strength far exceeds the limit of human beings, and is completely different from the martial arts system. Strong physical fitness, and the ability to recover quickly from any injury. Even with Lin Bin's current strength, the woman in front of him is a strong opponent. It seems that it is almost impossible to use the Blood Clan in this experience. After all, no one wants to talk about cooperation with delicious food. And the graceful woman looked at Lin Bin, and the more she looked, the more satisfied she was. The anger caused by the betrayal of her descendants also dissipated. She said softly, I smelled the moving fragrance, and I knew that there would be a big meal today, but I didn't expect that the deliciousness of this meal would be beyond my imagination. Young man, I'm really curious, how did your mother give birth to you so handsome? Sister is also very beautiful. Lin Bin slowly stepped back. He held the blue rose tightly in his hand. Emilia. After knowing that this world is the world of Underworld, this name is naturally familiar to me. One of the 3 elders of vampires. In the plot, she is also the first elder to die, but this does not mean that she is a waste. In fact, among the 3 elders, Victor is the most powerful one, because he has a strong army as a backing. And Marcus is the first vampire in the world. He even spread the rumor that if he died, all the followers would not be able to survive. Of course, the follow-up proved that this was a lie, and this Emilia can be as famous as those 2. She is definitely not an ordinary person. Do you want to stay with your sister forever? Don't worry, your sister will not kill you. She just wants you to become my follower and give you eternal life. You may not feel it now, when you are young, but when you are older, you will know how wonderful this is. Emilia flirted with her mouth, but her body had already honestly started to approach Lin Bin. The rich breath made her unable to resist at all. Lin Bin slowly took 2 steps back and asked, that's great. Will you let me bully you, sister? Of course, you can bully me however you want. Although you are nominally my clan, but in fact, in private, it's okay if you want to be my master. That would be great. I can be your sister's master. Lin Bin responded, raised his gun and shot. In the silence of the night, 2 short bursts of light suddenly rang out in the alley, and then quickly went out. People passing by heard the gunshots, but none of them were surprised. They just wrapped their scarves tightly and went around. For them, the Free Alliance was naturally a gunfight every day. Entering such a secret place at night, getting shot was what they deserved. And deep in the alley, Emilia dodged the bullets as nimbly as a cheetah. A hint of anger flashed in her eyes, and she sighed. Brother, my sister has good intentions, but you answered like this, which really disappoints my sister. If someone else dared to be so rude to her, she would have sucked his blood dry long ago. But Lin Bin's taste was too delicious. Even in the castle, she was inexplicably attracted by the breath of the wind. So when she arrived at the present, in fact, she didn't want to kill him, but wanted to develop him into a family. She still understood the principle of having a full meal. But he is so naughty, so he will have to be chained to the head of the bed for a few days to make him understand what it means that the situation is stronger than the person. Lin Bin was not surprised at all that his 2 shots missed. The power of the gun is indeed amazing, but after all, it still needs to move the plate, which gives the enemy a chance to predict. Facing a creature like vampires with extremely amazing dynamic vision, especially Emilia's level, unless it is a sneak attack, the possibility of the Azure Rose hitting it with a frontal attack is very low. He shook his hand and swung out the 3-blade sword. 2 flying blades swept towards her, and he laughed. It was you who said I could be your master. Now the master wants to use such a big gun to hit you, and you dare to hide. It turns out that you are not qualified to be a slave. In this case, why should I keep you? Emilia dodged and was about to catch Lin Bin, but she heard the sound of wind behind her head. She saw that the flying blades flew back again. She exclaimed, "What a unique toy." She reached out and caught the two flying blades one by one in her hands. With two hissing sounds, blood splattered on her palms. But the next moment, in front of Linbin, the wound healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this time, Linbin had already rushed over. Takai swordsmanship is an orthodox Taoist secret, which is mutually compatible with the eternal life secret. As his power of the secret of immortality deepened, his sword skills also became more and more profound. The three-edged sword drew several sword circles, mixed with surging sword energy, like wind and thunder. Emilia exclaimed in surprise, seeing that the other party actually fired an attack similar to bullets with an ordinary weapon. She was more curious about this young man. As for the power, she was cut with several deep scars on her body, and blood spurted out immediately. But she didn't care at all. But he went upstream in the endless sword net, letting the sword attack his body, and the next moment he had already grabbed Linbin's arm. The next moment he screamed. There were already several dense wounds on his palm. While he was stunned, he wanted to use force again, but Linbin had already taken advantage of the situation, and slid like a fish. With a slight shake, he had already shaken off Emilia's restraints. Although he broke free from the enemy's restraints, Linbin still couldn't help but irritatedly. Facing this kind of opponent who didn't care about the damage at all, and liked to exchange injuries for injuries, the power of his swordsmanship was weakened to the greatest extent. He didn't care about your fake moves or real moves, and rushed over directly. In particular, his eyesight was amazing, and his speed was as fast as lightning. He would kill you directly from the place where the damage was the weakest, and he would kill you, even if he was injured. So unless there is a targeted weapon, fighting against a vampire, by exchanging injuries for injuries, the opponent will win without any injury in the end. He used King Gong to tap on the wall one after another, and rushed out of the dark alley. It seems that little brother, you need to be trained well. Emilia chuckled. She was not angry because of Linbin's escape. Instead, she was more interested. She had lived for so many years, and she had never seen such a magical boy. He was obviously just a human, but his speed was faster than a vampire. He could hurt her body with his bare hands. If such a human was transformed into a vampire, I really don't know how powerful he would be. He must not be let go. She jumped and chased Linbin. Even with the blessing of the light boots, Emilia's speed was not slow at all. On the contrary, because of her unique physical fitness, she was slightly faster. Two figures, as fast as lightning, rushed forward in the dark night city. After a while, it quickly shuttled away. The figure behind was obviously faster than the one in front, and caught up from time to time, and there was a fierce confrontation between the two sides. Linbin's sword moves were like rain, and most of them could hit the target, but it was a pity that the opponent took advantage of the fact that Linbin was hit and stiffened, and directly hurt Linbin. That is to say, he had soft armor to protect his body. Linbin avoided several fatal injuries, but instead severely injured Emilia behind him. But even so, Linbin was still entangled and felt uncomfortable. Not playing by the rules, it was disgusting. Linbin had a lot of power, but no matter how fast the sword was, the opponent always took advantage of his slow moves to entangle him. It made him feel indescribably uncomfortable. Little brother, aren't you tired? Emilia became more and more excited as the fight went on. Linbin's gun had amazing lethality, but it was not difficult to avoid it, as long as you focused and observed. His sword was flashy, but its lethality was seriously insufficient. Overall, it was flashy but not practical. Although he was slippery, as a vampire, she had unlimited endurance. As long as she persisted, it was only a matter of time before she captured him. Bullshit, I can fight with you all day long. Seeing that it was still early in the morning, Linbin, like a ghost, took advantage of the roof of a stone house, flew high, and shouted angrily, "Don't force me to use my special moves, you won't be able to bear it then." "Oh, I really want to try my brother's special moves. Then I'll let you see it." Linbin was in the air, but suddenly he pulled out a black lightsaber. The black sword light was filled with an ominous aura, and the sword body made entirely of light gave people an illusion of infinite power. Emilia's face was indeed stern. She had lived for hundreds of years, but it was the first time she had seen such a weapon made entirely of light. Seeing Lin Bin return a sword, she didn't dare to act rashly and quickly dodged and flew back. The two people who were as fast as lightning just now stood on the roof of a house in the blink of an eye. Lin Bin held the sword and said coldly, "This sword is called the Double Dragon Demon Shadow Sword. There are endless curses on the sword body. The injury from this sword cannot be healed. Your recovery ability is amazing, but under this sword it is just a joke. If you don't want to die, just get out of here." Emilia's face was weird, and then turned into a chuckle. Said, "You are lying. I don't believe you. Believe it or not." Lin Bin rushed towards Emilia with a sword in hand. Emilia said she didn't believe it, but she didn't dare to hide like before. It was just that Lin Bin was so aggressive and the weapon in his hand couldn't be easily touched. After dodging a few moves, she was already in a very embarrassed state. A pair of bat wings spread out from behind her, and the whole person flew towards the sky. "I knew you were at your wit's end. Prepare to die." Lin Bin looked very confident. Seeing that the opponent's wings were forced out, he became more confident. Without hesitation, he gave up all his retreat routes, jumped high, and rushed towards Emilia, who was flying higher and higher. A sword went straight to the center. Emilia showed a look of horror on her face, as if she didn't expect Lin Bin to be so desperate, and it was too late to dodge. She was directly pierced by the black light sword. With a hiss, blood splattered. Emilia was stabbed. The look of horror and pain on her face turned into a playful one. The hands that had turned into claws directly grasped Lin Bin's arms tightly, licked her fangs gently, and motioned Lin Bin to look at a shallow scar on her arm. Obviously, she was unable to dodge the first sword of the Double Dragon Demon Shadow Sword. But it was also because of this that she was able to figure out the opponent's trump card. She smiled softly and said, "Little brother, let me teach you a lesson. We vampires are the embodiment of curses and ominousness. Your sword is really powerful. It feels good to cut me. Thank you for giving me such a beautiful collection. Really? This sword is very comfortable. What about this sword?" Lin Bin also chuckled. A small golden sword appeared in his palm. The blade was too short and too small. It would be difficult to hurt the enemy unless it was extremely close. But as soon as the sword appeared, Emilia felt a palpitation in her heart. Oops, I fell into a trap. This guy knew that the Double Dragon Demon Shadow Sword would not do much harm to me, and he deliberately showed weakness to the enemy. Emilia immediately understood that the boy in front of her looked young, but he was 130 pounds in size, and I'm afraid that 129 pounds was all tricks. She had lived for hundreds of years, but was fooled by a young man. Just as she was about to break free, Lin Bin finally showed his full strength. Force. The demon force field was fully activated, and the surrounding gravity was torn apart. He controlled the demon force field with a telepathic state. The body that was originally intended to escape upwards was pulled down alive, and then the golden money sword pierced Emilia's chest fiercely. Emilia howled in pain. The two of them fell down from the height of more than 100 meters. With a bang, a deep pit was smashed out on the flat stone floor amid the smoke and dust. Lin Bin used Emilia as a meat cushion and landed successfully. At this time, Emilia had already been smashed beyond human form. It's just that this kind of serious injury is normal. It would take at least a few dozen breaths to recover easily. But this time, the golden light of the golden money sword flashed. It actually curbed her recovery speed. Although it was a weapon against evil spirits, it was a different system after all. It seemed that even the golden money sword could not completely kill him. But curbing her recovery obviously also seriously injured her. Lin Bin held the azure rose and began to accumulate energy, aiming at her forehead. Emilia's broken eyes showed some fear and pleading. The energy accumulation light of Lin Bin's gun muzzle slowly converged. Emilia can be regarded as the weakest of the three elders of them, so much so that he was hastily killed in the first part. But even so, now that the Double Dragon Demon Shadow Sword has been destroyed, she still took Lin Bin so much effort, with calculations and stalemates, before he was able to kill her. With his absolute strength, even with conspiracy and calculations, it seems to be an impossible task to destroy the extraordinary power of this world. Got tricked. This time he was really tricked. Lin Bin hesitated, and then a determined light flashed in his eyes. He remembered Raymond's previous reminder. Want to kill me in this secret realm? It's cruel enough. If I don't go back, doesn't it show that I, Abin, I'm not a good person. I will completely destroy your world. He opened his storage belt and took out a small transparent jar from it. Inside the nutrient solution was a light, transparent alien curled up and sleeping soundly. The iron-blooded alien. Blessed with the key of immortality. It also possesses the best genes of the iron-blooded warrior, human, and alien. And now, Linbin took a deep breath. Looking at Emilia, whose eyes were filled with hope for survival, he pried open her mouth, opened the jar, and forced it into Emilia's mouth. The iron-blooded alien embryo seemed to be aware of Linbin's intentions. In Emilia's horrified sight, it forced its way into her mouth. Only then did Linbin draw out the money sword. Without the restraint of the money sword, Emilia quickly regained her human form. She was so frightened that she desperately strangled her throat, but she couldn't spit out what she had just swallowed. With the vampire's innate keen senses, she could clearly sense that there was something extra in her body. What did you give me to eat? Nothing. Aren't you vampires monsters in the dark world? What I'm giving you to eat is a monster that's scarier than you. Linbin took 2 steps back and said, in this world, I'm going to replace you werewolves and vampires with aliens. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 129. Blood-sucking alien werewolf enters the hub. Updated for the elders. You monster. Emilia wailed in pain. As a vampire, she could keenly sense that the monster that had just been fed into her stomach was entangled in her internal organs and began to absorb the power in her body. In just a short moment, she already felt extremely weak. She screamed miserably, and her white palm turned into a ferocious claw after a few breaths, grabbing towards her chest. Obviously, she wanted to pull out the foreign body in her body. For normal vampires, the tearing of internal organs is a fatal injury. But for a vampire elder like her, there may still be a glimmer of hope. But if she doesn't do it, hundreds of years of experience and instinct are desperately warning her that something terrible will happen soon. The next moment, the sword flashed. The 3-edged sword can be classified as a sea-level weapon, and its sharpness is obviously beyond doubt, directly cutting off Emilia's palm. Emilia wanted to raise her other hand. But since becoming a vampire, her heart, which had been beating very slowly, suddenly began to beat violently like a drum. The next moment, with a puff, a bloody hole was directly torn open in her chest. Amidst the blood, a sharp-fanged alien broke out of her body, making a hissing sound like a beast. Emilia's originally delicate skin gradually shrank. She stared at the beast on her chest with an expression of disbelief on her face. She could clearly feel that as the monster broke out of her body, the vitality in her body was disappearing bit by bit. What? Monster? A vampire with extremely strong vitality, without suffering a fatal injury, or having his head chopped off, died like a normal person. And with her death, a more terrifying monster was born from her corpse. Luckian, the super werewolf in Underworld, has been looking for a way to have both vampire and werewolf blood. If he is both a werewolf and a vampire, his strength will surpass all werewolves and vampires. How powerful would the Iron Blood vampire alien be if he has Iron Blood warriors, human true key, and vampire blood? Linbin carefully opened his hand to the alien beast, which was only the size of his arm. He couldn't help but get nervous. But the little beast jumped into his palm very obediently, screamed at him, and revealed the metal-like teeth inside, but they were no longer as smooth as before. The previous aliens relied more on the small head in their mouths to kill the enemy, but the teeth of the Iron Blood vampire alien are like those of a vampire, jagged, sharp, and hideous, and seem to contain extremely terrible lethality. Linbin could feel its closeness to him. After all, it was my blood that gave birth to it. Linbin glanced at Emilia's body next to him, raised his gun, and charged it. 3 seconds later, an attack as powerful as a plasma gun directly bombarded it, and the magic breaking attribute was activated, and Emilia's body was directly burned to ashes. Let's go. Linbin carried the little alien and walked out. Next, it is necessary to experiment with its intelligence, its degree of attachment to him, and its parasitic ability on ordinary vampires and even werewolves. Being bitten by a werewolf is also infection, and being bitten by a vampire is also infection. In this case, let the alien replace werewolves and vampires, and become the darkness of this world. Maybe it can give some surprises to those subsequent reincarnations. In the blink of an eye, it was 3 days later. At this time, Lin Bin was in an unmanned single-family house. This house has been empty for a long time and no one lives there, so Lin Bin directly occupied the magpie's nest. And in these 3 days, he has been trying to tame the iron-blooded vampire alien. As for the effect, it is very impressive. Raise your hands. Lin Bin sat on the sofa and said to the nearly 3-meter tall black monster squatting on the ground in front of him. "Huh." The monster roared, and one could clearly hear the anthropomorphic impatience in its tone. It seemed to feel insulted, or was it tired of playing this kind of dog-teasing game? But it still obediently put its dark and ferocious claws into Lin Bin's hand. A tie is so obedient. Lin Bin looked at this iron-blooded vampire alien. Compared with the iron-blooded aliens he had seen in the alien plane before, its posture was slightly different. It was taller, and had a pair of black bat wings behind it. Although it did not have the ability to fly due to its huge body, the wings could make it faster like a ghost, whether it was gliding or running. The claws were sharper. The originally flat iron teeth were turned into blood-sucking teeth, and it also had the ability to suck blood to strengthen itself. At the same time, it has the powerful regeneration ability of vampires and the powerful fighting instincts of iron-blooded warriors. More importantly, it is not afraid of sunlight and ultraviolet rays. Obviously, the alien absorbed the advantages of DNA and replaced the disadvantages with the DNA of other creatures. The most important thing is that, while it is full of endless killing instinct, it is indeed very attached to Lin Bin. The premise is to let it kill happily. He played the master-servant game with the alien, named Atai, for a while, ensuring that even in the killing state, it would not have any killing intentions towards him. Lin Bin felt relieved. He got up and went to the bedroom next door. He opened the door. There was another world inside the door. It was full of the kind of nauseating mucus, and among these mucus, there were about 20 people. They had all fallen into a coma. With Lin Bin's keen hearing, he could hear the beating sound in their bodies. That was no longer their heartbeat, but the alien occupied their internal organs and absorbed their nutrients to fill themselves. That is, these people cannot move, otherwise they would probably go out and suck blood desperately to maintain their rapidly declining vitality. These people were all vampires who came here during this period of time, smelling the fragrance that filled Lin Bin's body. If Atai wasn't here, this might still be a problem for Lin Bin. It's annoying to be unable to kill them all. But with Atai, every time one comes, Lin Bin has an extra alien by his side. He can't directly command these aliens, but the aliens have their own strict ethnic consciousness. Atai's submission to Lin Bin from his blood instinct makes Lin Bin the true king of aliens. Several black shadows flashed by. They were the blood-sucking aliens that had hatched and broken out of the body. They were at least 2 sizes smaller than Atai, but their teeth and wings were just as sharp. Obviously, in terms of lethality, the blood-sucking aliens might not be inferior to ordinary iron-blooded aliens. In just 3 days, Lin Bin has gone from being alone to now forming an extremely terrifying team. This is because he deliberately suppressed them, and most of the eggs laid by Atai were collected in the transformation capsule. The space inside the transformation capsule is huge, and the alien eggs have the same properties, so a lot of them can be put into one transformation capsule. Otherwise, I'm afraid that this city has now become a production base for aliens. Instinctive memory can be formed in 3 generations. If I control the parasitism of the alien eggs and let them only target werewolves and vampires, and with the influence of Atai's consciousness, after a few generations, they should no longer bother to parasitize weak creatures like humans. Lin Bin pondered, thinking that facehuggers only have the instinct to parasitize, so he can only try his best. If things can't be done, for the sake of self-protection, he can't care so much. The life and death of the world. Lin Bin is not so generous. Those people from the Free Federation are willing to use this world as bait to trick him. They don't care about the life and death of this world, so why should he care? Maybe by chance, he can get world-class props. And in the past few days, he has also thought of a specific implementation plan to complete the task in his mind. at these aliens. It's time to start. We only have 3 months to eliminate the supernormal. It's very tight. Lin Bin patted Atai's steel-like back and said, let the other aliens move freely and try to capture some werewolves. I want to see how powerful the werewolf aliens are. Only such strong creatures are worthy of being your hosts. Weak creatures like humans are not worthy at all. If the aliens you give birth to parasitize humans, kill them. They are not worthy of living in super aliens. Hehe. Atai nodded his huge head frequently, and it looked a bit ugly and cute. Obviously, it also agreed with Lin Bin's words. The memory carried in its genes let it know how weak the aliens born after parasitizing humans are. Of course, it may have been very powerful in the past, but now it is almost not worth mentioning compared to the werewolf aliens and vampire aliens. Aliens who don't want to become powerful are not good aliens and must be destroyed. If possible, it's best to attract the attention of the werewolves and let them know of my presence. Werewolves are different from vampires. Because of Lin Bin's special physique, the vampires have eliminated the possibility of cooperation between the two sides. Lin Bin is afraid that they will suddenly pounce on him and bite him. But werewolves are different. They can also be contagious, but they are more out of violent factors that hurt others, rather than sucking blood and eating people. No matter how abundant Lin Bin's essence is, it has nothing to do with ordinary humans for them. In addition, Lin Bin's foresight makes it possible for the two sides to use each other. Then wouldn't it be good to drive away the wolf and swallow the tiger? Especially the werewolf Luckian. He can think of using technology to merge the blood between vampires and werewolves to create a super monster. It can be seen that he is a person who does not stick to the rules. This kind of person. He will not reject cooperation with humans. It's just that for Lin Bin before, how to find him was a problem. But now, it is not a problem. Let the aliens capture them. They can easily find the location of the werewolves. In particular, the aliens rarely kill people. Most of the time, they capture creatures alive and bring them to the alien queen to parasitize. This is their natural desire to reproduce. From this point of view, the aliens who actively pursue reproduction are more suitable for this world than vampires and werewolves. Sure enough, as Lin Bin gave the order, more than 30 vampire aliens, plus Atai, all took action. That night, more than a dozen huge werewolves were captured by the vampire aliens. They hid among ordinary people, and even vampires could hardly find their traces, unless they were hurt by silver. But even so, in the eyes of the aliens, their so-called hiding was nowhere to hide. After being caught, they were directly pasted on the wall by Atai, and the alien embryos were forced into their mouths. This is where the iron-blooded alien is better than the alien queen. It does not have to parasitize with facehuggers, but can directly lay eggs in their bodies. So, in the early morning of the next day, there were 17 more werewolf aliens around Lin Bin. They lost their wings, but their bodies became even bigger, almost reaching the height of the iron-blooded vampire aliens. Their tempers were even more violent, and they even showed signs of not obeying Atai's discipline. However, after Atai killed 2 of them with his claws, they all behaved well. It was obvious that the gene of werewolf submitting to the strong was still ingrained in their bodies. It seems that we have to move. The room of 300 or 400 square meters has now almost completely become a paradise for aliens. Lin Bin muttered, thinking that now, the other party should know my existence, right? It is difficult to find the other party. Then I can only let the other party come to my door. And the fact is indeed as Lin Bin expected. In the war hundreds of years ago, because of Luckian's heroic self-cutting, most of the werewolves who could not control themselves died in that war. It was also from that war that the remaining evolved and self-controlled werewolves hid in a deeper darkness, and even the vampires did not know of their existence. In the next few hundred years, they are still developing their descendants, but they are much more careful than before. Therefore, the existence of each member of the tribe has become more precious. At this time, in the sewer, in a very simple but secret laboratory, a thin and tall man with a beard and another researcher in a white coat stood in front of an experimental bed. On it, a werewolf was tied up and howling in pain. But even if it has regained its werewolf form, it still cannot break free from the restraints of these restraints. It's too late to save him. The researcher examined him carefully for a moment and said, that strange creature has completely entered his heart. Unless we remove his internal organs, we can't transplant it out completely. Luckian asked, "It's not dead after entering the heart? Because it is paralyzing and healing him." The researcher's eyes flashed with interest, and he said, "It's very interesting. It regards him as its own mother. The reason why Jason is still alive now is not because of how strong his vitality is, but because this monster is actively protecting his life." He looked at Luckian and said, "After Jason dies, can I collect this monster? I have a hunch that this monster has its own way of reproduction. This is so interesting. I'm so interested. No, if you want, I will catch it for you later, but not now." Luckian said, "It was this kind of monster that killed nearly 20 of our compatriots in just one day. If, as you said, this kind of monster really exists, it will definitely rush to its base camp after it comes out." "I see. I can find a way to help you install a tracker in its body." The researcher said, "If it were an ordinary person, this level of surgery would probably kill him instantly, but werewolves have strong vitality. Maybe they can hold on. Then do it. Our compatriots are used to fight vampires and cannot become a breeding ground for other monsters." Luckian said coldly, "No matter who did it, I will make him pay the price." Chapter 130. I'm really sincere. As expected, just 1 hour later, the werewolf finally stopped struggling in pain, and the next moment, a monster that Luckian and the others had never heard of broke out of his body. The wiry hair and ferocious teeth. The researcher shouted in a low voice, "This little thing grows very fast. If you want to kill it, you'd better do it now. Otherwise, it will become a complete body in 2 or 3 hours at most. By then, a lone werewolf will never be its opponent." "I'll say it again, Luckian, maybe this little thing can give us a big surprise." It directly entered the werewolf's body, obtained the werewolf's best genes, and then integrated into its own body. "If we Don't worry, we have lost more than a dozen compatriots, which means that, if nothing unexpected happens, there are still dozens of such little things. If you raid their nests, are you still afraid that you can't get them?" Luckian waved his hand and said to the subordinates around him, "Let everyone disperse and make way for the exit of the passage. It can think of protecting the host, which shows that its IQ is not low. Your clumsy conspiracy may not be able to deceive it. It doesn't matter, I will take action before it has time to consider." Luckian reached out to grab the little alien, but the alien moved very quickly and jumped out like a mouse and escaped along the corner of the wall. Luckian snorted coldly, his pupils turned into ferocious beast pupils, and he chased after him with big strides. He would not give the alien time to think. With his ability, it was still easy to deal with a small monster. In the narrow sewer, one big and one small, the two monsters chased and fled quickly. In just 1 hour, Luckian watched the other party grow rapidly from a monster the size of a cat to a body of more than 3 or 2 meters, much taller than his state before the transformation. This is the other party's complete form. After growing into a complete form, the alien seemed to want to kill the person chasing him from behind, but unfortunately, when he turned around to kill, he was scratched on the head by a claw, tearing 4 bloody wounds. Luckian had shown mercy to begin with, and after tearing open the other party's body, his fingers were in great pain. The 5 fingers were corroded, and almost only white bones were left. He immediately understood that this was a monster born to kill. They could parasitize any powerful creature, and their blood was as corrosive as sulfuric acid. Where did this monster come from? The opponent was too fast, so Luckian had to transform into a huge werewolf and run fast on all 4s to keep up with the opponent. The opponent rushed out of the sewer at a very fast speed and came to a wider world. It quickly disappeared into the darkness. Luckian also rushed out. His nose kept moving, and he could only lock the opponent's smell through smell. Follow all the way. With the werewolf's footwork, a distance of dozens of miles only took half an hour. When Luckian slowly regained his human form, he looked at the single-family house in front of him that looked quite warm on the outside, and his face unconsciously revealed a solemn look. In the eyes of others, this is just a simple house. But in Luckian's eyes, this place is almost a hell on earth. Even though he was dozens of meters away, his keen sense of smell could clearly smell the complex atmosphere in the room. Vampires, werewolves, and some monsters like the one he had chased and captured before. This was indeed the enemy's base. But if the enemy could really parasitize at will, then at this moment, there must be at least nearly 100 monsters in it. Luckian has been much stronger than ordinary werewolves since he was a child, and he can keep himself awake after being transformed into a werewolf. He can be regarded as a super werewolf. Because of this, he has his own calculations and naturally would not be stupid enough to just break in, go back and call his own people to wipe out this place directly. Thinking of this, Luckian turned around and planned to leave, but suddenly a voice sounded above his head, saying, "The distinguished guest is here. Why are you in a hurry to leave?" Luckian's heart suddenly shuddered, and he smelled an extremely fierce fishy wind in his nose, and a deadly sense of threat rose from behind him. He rushed forward at an extremely fast speed for dozens of meters, and then stopped and looked back. Then his pupils shrank. He saw a giant alien over 3 meters tall standing where he had just stood, with a long tail like a steel whip swinging leisurely behind it. Its face was hideous and terrifying, and it was a creature from a different dimension than the alien he had just chased. What attracted Luckian's attention more was the huge bat wings behind it. Blood Clan. There were many vampires, but to be able to grow bat wings directly from the back, one must be at least an elder. This is Atai, who was born after parasitizing Emilia, one of the 3 great vampire elders. Linben slowly landed above his head and said, "Mr. Luckian, it's very presumptuous to invite you here in this way. Don't worry, if we really have ill intentions towards you, Atai would not have just greeted you just now, but would have directly attacked you." Luckian sneered, "Do you think you can control me at will? Of course not. You are the super werewolf who almost killed Victor, and now the werewolf leader. I don't underestimate you at all." Linben said, "Otherwise, why would I go to so much trouble to invite you to come to me? Did you deliberately lead me here?" "Yes. What do you want to do?" "Cooperate." "Cooperate on what?" "I want to destroy the Blood Clan. I heard that you and the Blood Clan are also mortal enemies. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Can't we cooperate?" "Why do you want to destroy the Blood Clan?" "Because there is no way to survive." Linben showed a bitter smile on his face and said, "Either destroy the Blood Clan, or become the Blood Clan's food. For me, there is no third way to choose. Unfortunately, my clan does not have the strength to fight against vampires, so I can only ask for external help." Looking at Luckian's still alert look, Linben said, "Mr. Luckian, you don't have to be so alert. I regard you as my partner, and will naturally not hurt you. If you don't believe me, just follow me to the city. I will tell you my origins in detail. Then you will understand why I want to cooperate with you." Interesting. I really didn't expect that in addition to werewolves and vampires, there would be a third species in the dark world. To be honest, I'm really curious about you. Luckian suddenly laughed. Speaking of the Blood Clan, his guard dropped by half, and he was naturally very confident. This monster really gave him a very oppressive feeling. Parasitized Emilia, one of the 3 elders? Didn't he, Luckian, almost kill Victor, the head of the 3 elders? If it weren't for the old guy's strong vitality and his excitement at the time, so that he ignored the most critical finishing blow, the werewolf situation would definitely not be as miserable as it is now. Facing these 2 people, he was really not afraid. Parasitism? There is still a period of weakness after parasitism. In comparison, werewolves and vampires can transform each other into the same kind, as long as they bite each other. This monster is indeed terrible, but Luckian didn't take it as a threat to life and death. "Let's go, Atai. You can move freely." He. Atai responded, turned around and disappeared lightly in the depths of the street. Linben said, "Mr. Luckian, you walk around the street with me, and you will understand why I want to cooperate with you." "Okay." Luckian followed Linben's footsteps, and the 2 walked into the city. Half an hour later, Luckian looked at Linben with a look of astonishment in his eyes, and asked in shock, "How did you survive until now?" In just half an hour, the 2 were attacked 4 times in a row, an average of once every 10 minutes, and each time they were attacked by vampires. These vampires had already stopped sucking human blood and started to eat artificial plasma. Except for the elder Victor, who set this rule, who abused his power for personal gain and frequently went out to suck human blood. Most vampires rarely ate humans. But after they saw Linben, they were like hungry dogs. that had been hungry for several days and saw a delicious big bone. No matter what kind of vampire it was, when they saw Lin Bin, they would be unconsciously attracted to him and then attack. This was the first, second, third, and fourth time in his life that Lucky In was disliked by a vampire who told him to get out and not to affect their eating. Lin Bin said bitterly, "Now, do you understand why I want to cooperate with you?" Lucky In nodded. "It seems that sucking your blood has great benefits for these vampires. They are even too lazy to suppress their desires, for fear that you will be preempted by others. But I want to know the reason." Lin Bin sighed and said, "The name of our tribe is Alien. I'm the king of the Alien tribe. I originally lived in China and practiced in Qingcheng Mountain for more than 1,700 years before I shed the alien form and possessed a human body. 1,700 years. Lucky In repeated in shock. "It's not surprising. Your history is shorter. 1,700 years ago, this place was just a wasteland. But in China, with a history of 5,000 years, I can be said to have witnessed countless rises and falls." Lin Bin sighed. "After practicing for many years and finally becoming a human, I originally wanted to develop my tribe. Because I couldn't bear to hurt the humans in my country, I crossed the ocean and came to this foreign land. But I didn't expect that after 1,700 years of hard practice, my blood had already condensed countless essences, which is the favorite thing of the blood clan. They all want to kill me and eat me. Emilia even wants to be my slave, as long as I'm willing to give her my blood, but I know that once she bites me, I will become her clan." He smiled bitterly and said, "I'm now in the sight of the blood clan. Even if I want to escape back to China, it is impossible. These vampires will never let me go. They will eat me at all costs. If I want to survive, I need to kill all the blood clan." "Is this the main reason why you want to cooperate with me?" "No. The main reason I cooperate with you is because you have a secret that can destroy the blood clan." "What secret?" Lin Bin said, "The original werewolf and the original vampire were originally a pair of brothers. The original vampire is still active, but the original werewolf has been completely irrational from the beginning and only knows how to kill. Moreover, the werewolves transformed from the people killed by it are completely irrational. In the end, the original vampire was worried that all humans would be transformed into werewolves, so he had to ask Victor for help and transformed the old and dying human into a vampire. With the help of his army, the original werewolf was captured. Because the original vampire still had feelings for his brothers, Victor took this opportunity to become the great vampire elder, which is why he was able to surpass the original vampire. As for the original werewolf, he was imprisoned by Victor, and no one except him knew its whereabouts." Lucky In asked, "How did you know such a secret news?" "Emilia also participated in the encirclement and suppression at that time, and I pretended to be friendly with her, and she gave me everything." Lin Bin directly brought out the biggest excuse. Anyway, Emilia had been arranged clearly by Lin Bin from the inside out, and there was no way she could come back to explain, so she said nothing. "So your cooperation is, I want to release the werewolf ancestor and use its power to eliminate vampires." Looking at Lu Xin's instantly alert expression, Lin Bin explained, "Don't worry that the werewolf ancestor will take your position. In fact, the original werewolves were irrational and bloodthirsty. The reason why the werewolf ancestor was captured was because he killed too many people. But if we can rescue the werewolf ancestor, it will be like taming a wolf. We can tame it into our most loyal dog. At that time, it will be no problem to eliminate vampires with its power." Lucky In said in a deep voice, "You know a lot, and even I don't know this information. After all, I have lived for many more years. I have been here many years ago, so I'm very clear about some information that is relatively old. But since you know everything, why do you still want to cooperate with me?" "Because the key to open the mechanism is in Victor's hands. Later, by chance, half of it was taken away and left with him as a souvenir." Lucky In touched the exquisite pendant on his chest. Lin Bin sighed, "Of course I can find a way to kill you and take the key, but I would have to be a fool to provoke werewolves when I'm already being regarded as prey by vampires. I would provoke two terrible dark races at the same time." He said this sincerely. If it weren't for the expansion of fire, he really didn't want to face two terrible races at the same time. Lucky In looked at Lin Bin deeply and said, this is why you want to cooperate with me, but how do we divide the benefits? The werewolf ancestor is the ancestor of your werewolves. I can help you tame him. Lin Bin said, but in return, I want all the vampires. Lucky In asked, what do you want them to do? They want to eat me, but they don't know that my people actually want to eat them. I want to transform them into aliens and become our compatriots. I want to replace the vampires and become the new king of the dark world. Lin Bin looked at Lucky In and smiled. Of course, then our two tribes can watch over each other and help each other. Isn't it better than fighting these vampires all the time? I can't seem to refuse this proposal, but the premise is that you have to prove your sincerity to me. Or this is what you said casually. I don't disbelieve it, but at the same time, I don't believe it completely. You can rest assured that I will show you my sincerity little by little. Lin Bin smiled. Lucky In looked at Lin Bin deeply and smiled as well. The two hands, each with their own ulterior motives, were directly held together. Drive away the wolf and devour the tiger. Lin Bin thought to himself, at least for now, I really want to cooperate with you guys. Chapter 131. It's still unclear who will eat whom. Cooperation reached. Lin Bin smiled happily. Drive away the wolf and swallow the tiger, and then the fisherman will benefit. All this seems to be going smoothly, but in fact, it is because of the existence of the alien that he is no longer alone. It is also because of the alien that he has the qualifications to communicate with the two tribes on an equal footing. There are too many maneuvers in the middle. At this time, in a hidden sewer base, Lucky In was also questioned by his companions. Are you really going to cooperate with someone you don't know the details of? Knowing the cooperation he reached on this trip, a tall and majestic black bald man worriedly said, aren't you afraid that there are some conspiracy traps in the middle? Maybe there are traps, but he said something very right. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Facing this loyal comrade who used to be a slave with him under the vampire and has now been accompanying him conscientiously for hundreds of years, Lucky In did not hide his thoughts. He said, I can tell whether the covetousness is real or fake. This Abin really has the substance that vampires desire very much. As long as he stands there, he will attract the hatred of all vampires. Not to mention that he also killed Emilia, one of the three elders of the vampires. Go and check this matter. Although he has no reason to deceive me, after all, this is too clumsy, but we can't be careless. The researcher who witnessed the birth of the alien with him before adjusted his glasses and asked, then do you want to continue the plan here? Of course we have to continue. Lucky In sneered. I cooperate with him in order to obtain the power of the werewolf ancestor, and if I can use him to weaken the power of the vampires, why not do it? But even if we get the werewolf ancestor, it is not our own power. If we can integrate the power of vampires and werewolves at the same time, then it is our own power. We can implement both sides at the same time and continue the experiment. When the time comes, when the vampires are destroyed, maybe we can give that Abin a surprise. Do you want to kill them after you use them? Two dark races are too many. In the world of night, one race is enough. He actually wants to replace the position of vampires. It's just wishful thinking, but it doesn't prevent us from cooperating with him temporarily. Lucky In said, don't worry, I won't let the werewolves become his tools. It's better to say that I want them to become the werewolves' shields. The black man said, I'm afraid it's not that simple. This man is obviously very cunning. At worst, I won't cooperate. It depends on the other party's sincerity. Lucky In laughed gloatingly. He saw it with his own eyes. Even with his keen five senses as a werewolf, he could clearly feel that the vampires could smell his scent from a few kilometers away. Then he ran over. No vampire can suppress his desire to suck blood. Similarly, even if he does nothing, he will attract all the vampires around him. While talking, the mobile phone in his hand suddenly rang. Lucky In answered it. After saying a few words, he slowly put down the phone. He smiled and said, what do you think? He is more anxious than me. We just reached an agreement on a cooperation, and he can't wait to take action. I don't know how he knew that we had an insider among the vampires. He asked me to find a way to help him find Victor's hiding place, and he wants to take the other half of the key first. Lucky In emphasized, his meaning is very clear. I'm responsible for the map, and he is responsible for killing. If Victor doesn't show up, we don't have to take action. It's a good suggestion, isn't it? Don't you want to kill Victor with your own hands? Of course I do, said the black man. I'm afraid he wants to take the opportunity to reproduce that alien. The researcher said, we have all seen it with our own eyes. These monsters need to lay their eggs in the enemy's body to reproduce. I have already investigated this clearly. The alien that parasitized Amelia is the strongest, and it is the only one that has the ability to lay eggs. Their colony is similar to that of bees. There is only one queen bee, and the others are just worker bees. Compared with all of us werewolves, they have the ability to infect. Although this alien is more powerful, this parasitic method, even if they are allowed to parasitize, how many can they parasitize? Luckian said calmly, and don't forget, if the story about the werewolf ancestor is true, as long as we can get the werewolf ancestor, it will be useless for him to parasitize more. With the power of the werewolf ancestor, we can directly capture the thief first, kill the alien queen, and their power will be half useless. The white-coated researcher exclaimed, good idea. The black man also said, I don't know much about the twists and turns in this area. Anyway, it's okay if you are sure. If you think it's appropriate, then we can cooperate. Well, I agree. Luckian said, although we are not ready yet, the vampires are not ready either. If Victor can be killed in advance, I don't mind. You continue to capture the appropriate bloodline. I will contact Clean. This matter still needs to go through him. They quickly agreed on the next steps. At this time, Lin Bean also hung up the phone. There were only 3 months, and his task was too difficult. Not a bit of time could be wasted. He turned his head and looked in the direction of the living room. Not long after he came back, 4 more vampires followed the smell and followed him. And it was through these 4 vampires that Lin Bean discovered something that surprised him. During this period of time, vampires and werewolves were constantly parasitized. In just a few days, for the aliens, they have already parasitized dozens of waves. He found that those embryonic facehuggers were obviously not interested in humans. The surroundings are full of vampires that are so agile that people can't see clearly and werewolves that are powerful and huge. In comparison, the aliens parasitized by humans are too weak and can't be tolerated in the tribe. In the past 2 days, a thief appeared in the surrounding area and was parasitized by an alien. As a result, he was slapped to death by the werewolf alien next to him, just after he grew into an adult. Too weak. As for the aliens, they have the genetic memory of the tribe. Facehuggers should not care about whether they are raw or cold, but their queen is too powerful. She is also a powerful lion warrior, human, vampire and alien. In addition, the host bodies that the embryos parasitized are all powerful vampires and werewolves. Over time, there is more information in the genetic memory of the alien tribe. For example, a host body must be strong enough to give birth to a more powerful alien. And when all the aliens remain strong as a single body, then the aliens can evolve to another level. For Lin Bean, this is good news. What he was most worried about when releasing the aliens was that it would affect ordinary people. He could kill all the werewolves and vampires without hesitation, not only because of the deep-rooted idea in his mind that those who were not of my kind must have different hearts, but also because the mission was arranged in this way. For the reincarnation space, the difficulty of the mission can be increased, but the nature is definitely the same, all to prevent the invasion of this world. In other words, this secret realm is likely to be a red secret realm, the kind that must be destroyed. But even so, he would still feel a little guilty for having to deal with those poor people who had never done anything evil and even knew nothing. Although the aliens were only relative, if there were no vampires and werewolves, it is unknown who they would parasitize. But by then, this mess should not be his headache. Let those reincarnations of the Free Federation worry about it. And Lin Bean only has a little sympathy for humans. But for vampires, there would be no worries in this regard. For example, these 4 vampires followed the scent and chased over. For them, it was just a picnic. Although the vampire race had already issued a clear order that it was not allowed to suck the blood of living people, this was also to make the blood race continue more smoothly. But in fact, except for some honest vampires, most of them did not take this clear order seriously and just changed from sucking blood openly to secretly. As long as my hands and feet are clean enough, there is no such thing as a breach of contract. Unfortunately, when the four of them quietly lurked over and opened the door of the house, then they met 40 or 50 pairs of eyes filled with boundless murderous intent. Those were eyes without any emotion that would scare even the vampires. But Lin Bean did not let Atai parasitize these four blood clans. You are lucky. The number of aliens has long been too much for this house, so I sent out extra aliens to hunt. The four of you have made it here without encountering any aliens. It would be a pity if you didn't buy a lottery ticket with such luck. Lin Bean looked at the terrified expressions on the faces of the four people who had been bound by mucus and had long lost their ability to move and sighed. Maybe it's bad luck. He took out the evil emperor's relic. The evil spirit moved around. The aliens didn't feel anything, but the four vampires felt that their bodies suddenly felt comfortable, as if they were soaking in hot spring liquid. But the expressions on their faces were even more terrified. They understood that the reason why they hadn't died until now was probably because the enemy wanted to do something more terrible with them. The facts were as they expected. Lin Bean held the evil emperor's relic in one hand and pressed the other hand directly on his chest. Essence then poured into his body. Every time he practiced dual cultivation with Kankan, Lin Bean almost had an illusion. The evil emperor's relics can only be absorbed smoothly when he is with Kankan. But in fact, it is completely out of humanitarianism, a compromise that must be made in order not to hurt anyone. If Lin Bean can be more cruel, regardless of the other party's life, and force those impurities into the body of others, it is actually completely possible. This method is a bit wasteful. After all, the true essence of these evil emperor's relics is actually the hard work of the evil emperors of all generations. It has a very good effect on Kankan and Zhuan, and it can also win people's hearts. Using this method is really too wasteful and extravagant. But after the previous battle with Emilia, Lin Bean has vaguely realized that it is still very difficult for him to have an absolute upper hand in the contest with the vampire elder with his current strength. Although he has the help of Atar, in order to be safe, his own strength must also be improved. At this time, he can't care about whether it is wasteful or not. What do you want to do? Wait, what a strong force. Something is entering my body. The female vampire's expression of fear at first gradually turned into surprise. He could feel that what was pouring into her body like a tide was not the hateful and dirty thing he imagined, but instead shocked her spirit, and her whole body was filled with a comfortable feeling that she couldn't help but burst out. She was so excited that she couldn't help but want to scream. She felt that she had become so powerful that she even had enough confidence to challenge the elders. More, I want more. She screamed happily. But soon, that excited and happy feeling disappeared quickly. Instead, it was replaced by boundless fear. There was no method or running route. The true energy in her body was like a raging sea, without any rest, and it kept colliding wildly between her internal organs, without any rules at all. The originally slender and tall figure gradually became full and swollen. The next moment, there was a loud bang. The female vampire who wanted to eat Lin Bean could not contain the excessive amount of true energy, and she exploded and died. Atai shook his tail with regret and stared at Abin with resentment. What a waste. One vampire for each cub. Abin sighed with regret. In the past few days, he has used many animals to conduct experiments. Ordinary small animals like those cannot contain the extremely powerful true energy at all. The vampires are slightly better. Their internal organs are indeed much stronger than those of humans, and they can withstand the consumption of these true energy. But they can only forcefully contain these true energy in the most brutal way, and the effect they can achieve is naturally half the result with twice the effort. It's a pity that Lin Bean doesn't understand the skills of these evil emperors, otherwise, it would be a great choice to teach these vampires. Anyway, there is no problem in killing them afterwards. Lin Bean did the same. None of the four vampires could escape. But the effect of these four vampires added together is only comparable to practicing double cultivation with one once. The efficiency is really too low. It can only be a state of sharpening the knife before the battle, and it is better to be quick than quick. But in this case, I always feel that I have become a big villain in this secret realm. Lin Bin thought to himself that releasing aliens, parasitizing and breaking bodies, scheming, and killing wantonly. If this is placed in any white plane, I must at least be a boss at the level of a big devil of the demon cult. Especially the environment he lives in now. With the death of these 4 blood clans, the whole room is full of alien mucus and sticky blood. It looks like a real hell on earth. But it doesn't matter. To quote the words of the righteous people, there is no need to talk about the code of conduct with these evil demons. Just kill them. This is a red secret realm, a world destined to be destroyed. In addition, the mission is like this. All Lin Bin can do is try not to affect those ordinary people, and just absorbed a lot of true energy. He went to his room, which is also the only piece of pure land in this villa, and began to practice seriously. The next morning, he received a call from Luckian. You have already determined the location and the detailed map inside? You are very fast, aren't you? Because I'm afraid that if I'm late, you will be eaten up by those vampires. Luckian was in a good mood, and made a joke in a familiar way. It's not certain who will eat whom. Lin Bin glanced at the blood on the ground. He thought that this could only be a temporary measure. The true energy cultivated by the evil emperors of all generations was too precious, and should not be wasted like this. Or after leaving this plane in the future. Maybe I can use the heavenly demon great law plus the true energy of these evil emperors' relics, to cultivate a confidant of my own. At that time, it will not be limited to just Kai and Kian, and it will be more convenient to practice dual cultivation in the future, right? Chapter 132, Going straight to Huanglang. Luckian's actions were indeed very fast. In just less than a day, he had successfully obtained what Lin Bin wanted. Victor's hiding place, and the topographic map of this castle. I don't know how he cheated the insider. After all, the insider named Clean was quite cunning. But Lin Bin didn't care about these. With these, he could first destroy the most powerful nest of the Blood Clan. By the way, before, the iron-blooded vampire aliens only reproduced and parasitized in a small area, and did not play the most terrifying advantage of the aliens. That is, the ability to reproduce. Luckian still thought that the aliens were not a threat, because the number of aliens was not large, and basically Lin Bin used himself as bait to fish. Then continue to misunderstand this way. Lin Bin immediately started to act. But he did not send these vampire aliens and werewolf aliens as assistants, but directly sent them all to another place. His task was too difficult, and time was tight. He had to do it in 2 ways. Anyway, with Atai here, he is already the most powerful assistant. Let Atai follow his breath, while Lin Bin took the train to the destination on the map. The 3 vampire elders lived not close to each other, so Lin Bin took a 7-hour train ride, and then rented a car and drove for a full 3 hours. Only then did he arrive at the destination, a manor castle with a very large area. From the outside, it was pitch black and gloomy, especially inside the manor. There were a lot of very tall and dense plants planted, which enveloped the entire manor, making it even more lonely and cold. Don't be surprised, vampires are monsters that fear sunlight, so even in their residences, they try not to install lights, and it is reasonable to plant some trees. Luckian's voice sounded behind him. He had obviously been here a long time ago. He said, I don't know how you killed Emilia, but I can warn you in advance, don't be lucky, just because you killed an elder. Compared with Victor, Emilia is not up to paragraph. She is just an elder that Victor supported to restrain Marcus, and this is the strongest nest of all vampires. Even if all the werewolves are combined, they can't be their opponents. I know, in fact, I'm also desperate. Lin Bin said, sooner or later, there will be a battle between me and them. In this case, it is better to catch them off guard, while they don't know of my existence. Maybe there is still a glimmer of hope. Luckian asked, what do you need us to do? Help me guard the periphery, to prevent these vampires from escaping, and catch a female vampire named Selena. She is the daughter of the craftsman who made and imprisoned the werewolf ancestor. She is also the only one who knows where the werewolf ancestor is imprisoned. Lin Bin said, and I will be responsible for killing all the vampires here. Luckian asked, where are your little aliens? They are all hiding in the dark. That's why I dare to come here. My alien is more adapted to the dark than vampires. Although I'm in the enemy's lair, I'm the one who has the advantage of the terrain. Lin Bin waved his hand, and his figure suddenly disappeared. This magical method made Lucky and couldn't help but be stunned. Then he exclaimed, "What a magical technological method, but if you don't hide your smell, I'm afraid you can't hide it from them. The Blood Clan should be very sensitive to your breath. It's enough to hide from those technological cameras. It's hard to find the source of the smell." Lin Bin was also a shallow attempt. Seeing that even if he was invisible, Lucky and could still speak to his position. He immediately understood that the overly keen sense of smell directly made the optical camouflage cloak useless in this world. Whether facing werewolves or vampires, it would not be very useful. Fortunately, he didn't rely too much on this equipment before. That is to say, there are aliens. Otherwise, the possibility of completing this task is very small. Lin Bin quietly crossed the high and wide courtyard wall, easily avoided the detection of modern technology, and entered the manor. "Are we really waiting here?" the black man asked in a low voice. "Wait, if he can't do it, we can just watch him die here. Anyway, we have obtained so much information from him, and we have made a lot of money." Lucky and gently stroked the exquisite pendant necklace on his chest, and said word by word, "If he can really destroy this nest, I don't mind helping him. Victor has lived for so many years. If I can let him die, I don't mind. So many years of hard work being destroyed." At this time, Lin Bin quietly entered the manor. The manor was too vast, and no one found his trace. And those vampires who should have been able to smell his breath were now staggering and unconscious. With a wheezing sound, a tall figure quietly appeared behind Lin Bin, like a ghost. It was the iron-blooded vampire alien, Atai. It was a creature that was very good at darkness, and it also lurked uneasily. Facing the iron-blooded vampire alien, these vampires who were guarding the gate had no power to fight back. It was easily parasitized by it. If it hadn't been waiting for Abin here, it would have rushed in and killed a lot of people. At this time, it swung its long whiptail and stared at Lin Bin with expectant eyes, as if waiting for him to open his mouth. Lin Bin patted Atai's head and said, "Go, Atai, go parasitize all the living people you have seen, and turn this place into your nest." "Ho, ho." Atai responded happily, swung his huge tail, and disappeared into the darkness again. And Lin Bin quietly lurked into the castle from another direction. He did not attack Huanglang at the first time, or clip the enemy's wings on the periphery first, but opened the transformation capsule. The alien queen has an amazing ability to lay eggs. As long as they want, they can lay tens of thousands of alien eggs in a day. Lin Bin did not restrict Atai's egg laying, but collected all the eggs, just to save them for this moment. Like pouring seeds, a large number of facehugger eggs were poured into those hidden corners. These eggs are very sticky and take root as soon as they land. Then they began to develop slowly. Lin Bin walked along the way like a hard-working old farmer, constantly sowing seeds. He did not hear the sound of killing. It seems that Atai and he are both quietly parasitic, rather than slaughtering in a big way. Compared with killing, the aliens prefer to use them as embryos and give birth to their own compatriots. Seeing that a large number of facehuggers have completely surrounded the castle, Lin Bin performed King Gong and jumped to the top of the castle. First, he quietly waited for a wave of cooling time. Then he lurked in. He began to arrange inside the manor. At this time, inside the manor, night is a carnival for vampires, so even though it was late at night, no vampire was sleeping. All the vampires gathered in the hall, enjoying the atmosphere of the banquet. Having lived for too long, other activities besides gathering together to hold lively banquets and sucking blood together were difficult to arouse their interest. But today, one of the vampires shrugged his nose and said, "What a fragrant smell of blood. Are there any unique activities today?" Then, more vampires also smelled this smell. It was full of rich vitality. In comparison, the blood they had drunk before was just like the hand-washing water in the toilet, bland and tasteless. Everyone sat up and looked eagerly at a long-haired man, who was the leader of the crowd. Clean, the blood hero who killed the werewolf Luckian. Now that Victor was asleep, he was almost in charge of the entire vampire clan. If there were any new surprises, he was the only one who had the qualifications to arrange them. Clean had an unfathomable look on his face, but his heart was equally confused. Wasn't he clear whether there was a surprise or not? But this fragrance was too tempting. He looked up following the scent and looked in the direction above his head. The castle was extremely high and the center was completely hollow. From here, one could directly see the sky dozens of meters above. He frowned, as if he saw a black spot, but through the frosted glass roof, it was not very clear, but the cracks on it. Wait, cracks? Clean shouted, everyone get out of the way. As soon as he finished speaking, with a violent explosion, a black shadow fell from the sky and fell heavily to the ground. They were all familiar with this person. Ace, who was in charge of patrolling. Enemy invasion, everyone be on guard. Clean shouted, and instantly thought of Luckian. Could it be that the guy wanted the map of the castle not to avoid this area, but to invade here? Is he stupid? If he really showed up here openly, wouldn't I? But the situation that followed did not allow him to think too much. As Ace's body fell, a petite but extremely hideous monster burst out of his chest and screamed fiercely in front of all the vampires. What is that? All the vampires couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts when they saw a monster that had never been seen before and that was born from the body of a vampire. Clean raised his hand and shot at the alien lover. It was smashed to pieces. Everyone looked up and saw a figure standing above them. The fragrance that everyone had been looking forward to before was coming from that person. At this time, his expression was calm. He opened something towards the castle. The next moment, countless alien embryos fell down like rain. Papa. It was like a rainstorm. As these alien embryos collided with each other, almost all the facehuggers rushed out of their eggs in midair. The facehuggers and embryos mixed together and fell under the castle. There are so many bugs. Be careful. Get away from these disgusting bugs. They will suck us. Shoot. Many vampires were in chaos. It was just that everyone was enjoying themselves at the banquet. In addition to Clean carrying 2 pistols, the vampire's special weapons had a capacity of more than 50 rounds and were equipped with a burst device. The 2 pistols fired at the outside world like miniature machine guns. A large number of facehuggers in the air were directly blown up and corrosive green blood sprayed down. It fell on the face of the vampire below and a burning hissing sound was heard. The vampire who had originally shown his claws and was about to tear these bugs apart saw the miserable state of his companions and his face suddenly changed. He screamed, "Don't touch this blood. This blood is very corrosive. Get out of here quickly." Seeing these facehuggers falling quickly, although the bugs are small and fragile, they are incredibly fast and fly around randomly. Under the dazzling situation, many vampires could not react in time and were directly covered in the face by these facehuggers. After tightening their necks, they fell to the ground and twitched weakly. Everyone hurriedly retreated outside, intending to go out to find weapons. Just as they rushed to the door, with a loud bang, the whole door was directly knocked open. A giant alien nearly 3 meters tall strode in. The unique wings of vampires behind them spread out, roaring at these vampires, sharp fangs, and terrible fierce breath, making all vampires feel cold in their hearts. No matter how obedient, it is still an alien. I did listen to Linbin, but that was in a normal state. If it fell into a killing state, it could only guarantee not to hurt Linbin. Therefore, before Linbin did not show his figure, it would quietly lurk and plot. But now Linbin took the initiative to show up. It also began to kill indiscriminately and roared. From behind it, 30 or 40 blood-sucking aliens of a smaller size rushed into the castle. Kill them all. Rush out. Others, go get weapons. We are responsible for holding these monsters back. Kill dozens of aliens and hundreds of vampires instantly fought in one place. Blood flew everywhere. Dozens of aliens were smashed and flew out. But more vampires were directly pierced into the brain by the alien's tail sting and then dragged to their side, opened their mouths and bit their necks, and began to suck the blood in their bodies. Vampires are powerful and fast, but facing the blood-sucking aliens, they have no advantage at all. They are just an underage iron warrior. The alien born after being parasitized can directly crush an elite iron warrior. After the alien parasitizes, the individual strength is obviously much stronger than these vampires, especially the alien's blood is corrosive, which destroys the vampire's claws and their ability to suck blood. Especially Artai walked steadily among the crowd like a giant. Every time he tore out his claws, he could directly smash a vampire into a pulp. He excitedly looked up to the sky and howled. After being suppressed by Lin Bin for so long, now this is the outbreak of his nature. Kill. Kill all the creatures he has seen. Parasite them. Make the whole world a world of aliens. He grabbed the neck of one of the vampires with his backhand, tore open his mouth directly, and then spit out his tongue. The vampire struggled desperately in pain, his throat kept beating, and a large number of embryos had been poured into his mouth. There are many vampires, but facing the product of the ultimate technology, the alien, it is obviously difficult to compete. In fact, it was defeated. Lin Bin took a deep look and turned to walk away. These are just minions. He has a more important task. Whether it is Selena or Victor, they must not fail. At this time, the whole castle has been completely in chaos. Many vampires got their weapons and rushed out of the castle, but they alerted the facehuggers that Lin Bin had placed in advance. For a moment, the entire vampire castle became a sea of aliens. After nearly 10 days of accumulation, they were released all at once. They were so dense that they looked like a rain of locusts. Outside the castle, Lucian looked pale and said in surprise, "How can they have so many eggs? Don't they have any restrictions on laying eggs? There are too many. So many that, no matter how fragile these bugs are, they have almost invincible power. After all, bugs may seem small, but they have never been defeated." He suddenly realized that he looked down on the reproduction ability of aliens, so he agreed to cooperate with this Abin. It might be the stupidest decision he has ever made in his life. Bug repair. The main task was changed from eliminating the extraordinary to eliminating the werewolves and vampires. Because the vampires and werewolves in Underworld are actually the product of the combination of viruses and humans, not extraordinary creatures. But it only changed the task description, and it has no effect on reading. Chapter 133, I'm just a bystander? Luckian looked down on the reproduction mode of the aliens, but this was based on the premise that the aliens laid eggs slowly. He had always believed that among the aliens, only a type could lay eggs. In fact, he was right, but he didn't expect that a type's egg-laying speed would be so much higher than he imagined. The werewolves bite one and infect one. The efficiency is simply too high. In comparison, the aliens are too backward in reproduction and the parasitic mode of the larval stage. But this is based on the fact that parasitism is 1-to-1. But what if it is 10,000 to 1,000? There are many vampires in the castle, including bodyguards, guards, logistics, staff, etc. And there are probably more than 2,000 people. But now in front of them, the number of facehuggers that Luckian saw is more than 10,000, flying in the entire castle like a rain of locusts. Can't be hurt. Once hurt, it will spray a lot of blood and have extremely terrible corrosive ability. But how to avoid it? Once they ride on your face, they will start the parasitic mode. At that time, there will be no hope. Vampires have strong vitality, but this does not mean that they will not die. On the contrary, this strong vitality will become a more terrifying killer when it is on the alien. No wonder this man named Abin is so confident. It turns out that his trump card is tens of thousands of parasitic eggs. We underestimated him before. This time, he really shot himself in the foot. Luckian's face turned cold. He understood. After this battle, Lin Bin's strength will probably increase by at least 100 times. Every vampire will probably give birth to an alien. Luckian can ignore the horror of the alien, but he can't ignore other werewolves. The original intention was just to use the alien, but Luckian was shocked to find that it was just a war. But the combat power of the aliens has increased so much that they are even comparable to them. He said in a deep voice, "It seems that we have to change the plan." The right-hand man beside him asked, "What do you mean?" "Nothing. You go and capture the vampire named Selena. Be careful to avoid these aliens. They may not be humane. I'm afraid they will not show mercy to you." Luckian said, "I have to help that Abin." He felt a sense of crisis in his heart. Before, he thought that the cooperation with Lin Bin was very good, and he had taken a lot of advantages. But now, he suddenly began to worry whether he could really get the control of the werewolf ancestor. It seems that he has to find a way to get rid of this Lin Bin. These vampires, just give them away. Anyway, as long as I get the werewolf ancestor, no matter how many aliens there are, I believe that with the power of the werewolf ancestor, plus the accumulation of the werewolves over the past few hundred years, these aliens can definitely be destroyed. For now, continue to pretend to be friendly, but the action of finding the werewolf ancestor must be accelerated. Luckian slowly tore off his black coat. As his body gradually expanded, his skin began to grow a lot of sideburns. His body also became extremely huge. It almost expanded 2 meters away. Although not as big as the iron-blooded vampire alien, Tai, he was more agile, and almost every inch of his skin contained endless power. He growled. His knees, which had become wolf legs, bent slightly, and the solid cobblestone ground under his feet suddenly broke and exploded. He had turned into a ball of cannonballs, and rushed towards the pitch-black castle. At this time, Lin Bin did not participate in the fight. What was there to kill? These were all treasures. Just like the vampires saw him as delicious food through his breath. But in his eyes, these vampires were warm and hot beds that could produce powerful aliens one after another. Ordinary aliens were actually nothing to be afraid of. The combat power of a single alien was probably not as good as that of a tiger. But why, when the aliens really spread, even the iron-blooded warriors had to choose to destroy the civilization to eliminate them? To put it bluntly, the horror of the aliens lies in their secret assassination attacks and their overwhelming force, which makes it hard to guard against them. There are many vampires in the castle. They are all food, and there is no chance of luck. Although after the initial chaos, the Deathwalkers who were born to hunt werewolves quickly joined the battle. Unlike those pampered vampires, the Deathwalkers have been fighting on the front line of life and death for many years, and their combat power is extremely strong, which can be regarded as resisting the offensive of the aliens. But the more the aliens are killed, the more facehuggers are parasitic at any time. Victory is just a matter of time. Leaving the main battlefield to Tai and the aliens, Lin Bin walked upstairs. He saw clearly that just now, Clean, the second in command of the castle, shouted to resist and kill all the enemies, but he quietly retreated behind everyone. Then he fled upstairs. His identity has not been exposed yet, so it is more likely that he will ask for help than to run away. Lin Bin's steps are not fast, but he is agile. Make sure Clean is always within his spiritual perception range. Although Clean smelled the extremely rich fragrance throughout the whole process, the entire castle was caught in the flames of war at this time, and he didn't care about the source of the fragrance. He just ran quickly to the place where the elders were hiding and sleeping. He was not a brainless person to become the second in command here after Victor fell asleep. So after a large number of facehuggers appeared, he realized that something was wrong. The enemy came prepared, and those terrible monsters were so fierce that their strength was even greater than that of their vampires. They came prepared, and this time their blood clan might be in trouble. If they want to save people, they must wake up Victor. But just halfway through the run, Clean suddenly reacted to the most critical point. He cooperated with Luckian to gain such a status in the blood clan. If he used his own blood to wake up Leng Victor with the memory contained in the blood, he might not be able to hide anything from the other party. At that time, even if the blood clan was saved, he would definitely die. The elder must be awakened, but he must not do it himself. Clean quickly thought of someone. Thinking of this, he turned around and ran in another direction. He didn't notice that someone was walking deeper into the castle in the direction he just ran. Clean had just run to a remote room, but before he entered, he heard a burst of gunshots. He rushed in. Inside the room, a tall woman with a leather jacket that outlined her beautiful figure, fair skin and shoulder-length hair was holding 2 pistols, stepping on the head of a struggling werewolf and killing him with 1 shot. Clean called out, "Selena." Selena looked back at Clean and asked, "What happened?" "A monster has invaded our castle. Our people can no longer hold on. We must wake up the Great Elder as soon as possible." Clean said, "It's just that it's not the right time for him to wake up yet, so we need a suitable person to wake him up. I thought of you. The Great Elder has always loved you. It's best for you to wake him up." Selena frowned slightly when she heard this. She didn't doubt him. After all, she had just been attacked by a werewolf. But she looked at Clean with even more disgust. How could she know Clean's difficulties? She thought he was unwilling to bear the guilt of being held accountable afterwards. You know, Victor is a very old-fashioned person. Even if he was awakened by an accident, he would definitely be punished afterwards. Unexpectedly, he was still thinking of shirking responsibility at such a critical moment. I'll go find the awakening elder. Selena knew the situation was urgent, so she turned around and was about to walk out without delay. But before she took 2 steps, 2 more werewolves jumped in from the broken window. One of the werewolves saw Selena, his eyes lit up, and he let out a high-pitched wolf howl. Woo! The howl spread far away. Although it was not a human language, for Selena, who had been dealing with werewolves for many years, she still understood the meaning of his words. We found the target. They are coming for me. Selena's heart trembled slightly, and she raised her gun and shot. The modified pistol was like a submachine gun, and dozens of bullets were poured out in the blink of an eye. The special silver bullets were extremely lethal to these werewolves. Before the 2 werewolves had time to pounce on her, they were directly shot into sieves by Selena. No, their target is me. If I go over there, I will attract these werewolves. Serene looked out the window and saw more than 10 werewolves climbing towards her from different directions on the wall like geckos. What? Clean was stunned. He looked at Serena in shock, thinking that this vampire who had nothing to offer except her beauty. Could it be that the enemy also coveted her beauty? At this time, Linbin, with Clean pointing out the general direction, Linbin followed the path he had taken and crossed several barriers along the way. Finally, he came to the end of the road. He opened the 2 huge metal doors with heavy protection. Inside was an extremely wide hall, empty. Except for a heavy stone chair, there was no other furnishings. But the ground was carved with extremely complicated patterns. The 3 sides were made of pure gold, and the circular passageway, that looked like a sewer, looked particularly eye-catching. Linbin knew the plot well, so he naturally understood that these were 3 coffins standing upright. Vampires like shade and coolness. Others would think it was unlucky to be buried underground, but they like it very much. The 3 elders had already felt the boredom of time and the long years. Therefore, the 3 elders are now in power separately. When one of them presides over the vampires alone, the other 2 fall asleep in this coffin, taking turns to replace each other to kill the long time. And now is Emilia's presiding time. Therefore, Victor and Marcus both fell asleep below. It's just that I don't know which of the 3 organs Victor is in, and which one Marcus is in. Victor is sleeping in here? Suddenly, Linbin heard Luckian's voice behind him. With heavy footsteps, a werewolf who was half a head taller than Linbin slowly walked in. In his fierce eyes, there was a human look. Linbin nodded and said in surprise, "Why did you come so early? I thought you would come after Victor and I were both injured, and then take advantage of this opportunity. I just can't allow anyone to kill Victor before me, but I won't promise you much before you really find him." Luckian naturally wouldn't say that he noticed the changes in the alien. He was even more determined to get the existence of the werewolf ancestor, so he valued the half key even more. He glanced around. He said, "Choose 1 out of 3. There seems to be no pattern. It depends on luck." As he said that, he squatted down and turned the mechanism of one of the coffins. With a rumbling sound of the heavy mechanism meshing, the coffin that was originally flush with the ground slowly rose up. After a moment, the inside of the coffin was hollow. "We are not very lucky. We can make mistakes in one of the 3 choices." Luckian didn't care and continued to lower his body and turn the second mechanism. An expression of expectation appeared on his face. He didn't want to turn against the alien ancestor in front of him for the time being. He was the 2nd generation werewolf ancestor. Compared with the 1st generation werewolves, he could maintain his wisdom when he transformed, which was an advantage, but correspondingly, his strength was also weakened a lot. Smart. He exchanged it for strength. But the 1st generation werewolf ancestor must be different. He must have exchanged all his IQ for strength, and his strength was definitely above him. If he could get the loyalty of the 1st generation werewolf ancestor, he would turn against them and destroy these aliens at that time. There would be a greater chance and less loss. Thinking in his heart, but thinking that he was about to kill the enemy he hated for hundreds of years, Luckian still couldn't help but be full of expectations, and the hair on his face couldn't cover his expectations and excitement. As the coffin slowly rose, revealing the shriveled corpse inside. Luckian showed an expectant look on his face, and a ferocious smile just appeared, as if he wanted to say a few harsh words to this old enemy. But before he could open his mouth, he was facing a pair of cold animal eyes. Victor, who should have been in deep sleep and had no feeling, suddenly stretched out his shriveled arm and slapped Luckian away dozens of meters, smashing him into the wall in the distance, creating a big hole. Idiot. Lin Bin cursed and raised his gun to shoot. If this Luckian could correct his carelessness and kill Victor hundreds of years ago and then stab him again, maybe there wouldn't even be a plot in Underworld. After suffering such a big loss, he still didn't repent. It's too much. Bang bang bang. 3 bullets hit the coffin directly. A grey shadow rushed out at a faster speed. Lin Bin relied on his sensitive sense to fire 3 more blind shots, all of which were shot at the grey shadow's must pass place. But the grey shadow was as fast as lightning and avoided it by a millimeter every time. He stopped only when he was sure that all the bullets were empty. A nearly shrunken corpse, but with more than a dozen tubes inserted into its back. The tubes contained fresh blood. Obviously, it was these fresh blood that activated his consciousness. Do you think I would give my life to someone else? The mummy sneered at Lin Bin and said hoarsely, if there is no way to wake myself up, how could I let myself fall into a deep sleep? You are still as deep-minded as before, but it's a pity that it's useless. Victor, I won't be as careless as last time today, and you won't be as lucky as last time. Luckian was seriously injured, but he looked as if nothing had happened. But the murderous intent in his eyes was even stronger. He smiled coldly. I had some regrets before. It was really meaningless to kill you who had no ability to resist. There was no pleasure of revenge at all. Now you are awake. It couldn't be better. Today, I will make you pay for Sanaya's revenge completely. Lin Bin looked at the tit-for-tat father-in-law and son-in-law in surprise. Is it an illusion? I always feel that he has suddenly become an outsider. But that's fine. He turned his head and his eyes fell on the 3rd coffin. Compared to killing Victor, he cared more about the blood of the ancestor of the vampire clan in this coffin. Chapter 134. I'm sorry I lied to you again. What is the purpose of becoming a reincarnationist? To curb the invasion of the secret realm. That is the intention of the reincarnation space. The purpose of the reincarnationist was simple from the beginning. Benefits, identity, and power beyond ordinary people. The benefits exchanged with reincarnation points are undoubtedly benefits, but the benefits obtained in the secret realm are also benefits. All benefits. There is no essential difference. What are the benefits in this plane? The Underworld series is full of strong people. The early werewolf ancestor William, the ancestor of the blood clan Marcus, the later giant werewolf, and the new werewolf leader Marius who bleed the male protagonist and sucked his blood to increase his strength. But except for the original ancestor, the other super werewolves are inseparable from one person. Michael, a descendant with the direct bloodline of the original ancestor, with the blood of vampires and werewolves, and a super vampire wolf with unlimited evolutionary possibilities. Anyway, he died miserably in the end. As the male protagonist, it is unique to have his neck cut and blood drained. But in fact, his so-called infinite power is because he was first bitten by Luckian and obtained the werewolf bloodline, and then was bitten by Selena and obtained the vampire bloodline. Thus, it merged with the original bloodline in his body. This is how he survived successfully. Strictly speaking, Michael's blood is a diluted version that has been passed down for generations. In addition, although Luckian is known as the 2nd generation werewolf ancestor, in terms of strength, there should still be a big gap compared to the 1st generation werewolf ancestor William. Not to mention Selena. An ordinary vampire can't even do the most basic operation of awakening. The combat power may be good, but the purity of the bloodline is really not good. But even the mixture of these 3 bloodlines has a great impact on the entire dark world. Only the descendants have such purity, so what if Michael is upgraded to become the original ancestor Cavernous himself? You have to know that the origin of vampires and werewolves in this world is actually an invasion of a virus, which caused the death of everyone except the original ancestor Cavernous. Not only did he survive, but he also directly merged with the virus, thus obtaining an immortal body. And his 3 sons, one became a vampire because he was bitten by a bat. One was bitten by a wolf and became a werewolf. One was not bitten and became a human. So when Lin Bin just came to this world, he unconsciously had an idea in his mind. If he replaced Michael with the original ancestor Cavernous himself, and then upgraded the werewolf's blood to the ancestor of the werewolf, and upgraded the vampire's blood to the ancestor of the vampire, what kind of powerful blood would he get? Of course, although the legend of the night is a killing level secret realm, in fact, the upper limit of this secret realm is limited. Even a hybrid like Michael was captured alive by a shell. Therefore, Lin Bin does not intend to use this blood himself. But as long as you can get this kind of treasure, even if you sell it for reincarnation points, you will definitely be able to sell it for a very high price. Buying the right props to strengthen yourself is also a very suitable way. At this time, under his feet is the vampire ancestor Marcus. Looking at the other side, Victor and Luckian have old grudges and new hatreds, and they are too lazy to say more. The longer the vampire survives, the stronger it is. Luckian obviously hasn't wasted his time in the past few hundred years. The strength of both sides has greatly improved, especially the speed of vampires is as fast as ghosts, and the power of werewolves is strong enough to split mountains. The two sides are tit for tat, fighting directly in one place, and the blood splashing makes Lin Bin envious. These undead species don't need to study how to dodge, they just need to avoid fatal injuries. The so-called fighting is really tearing and killing, completely exchanging injuries for injuries. And while fighting, Luckian suddenly exposed a gap and was blown away. Victor didn't pay any attention to Lin Bin and chased Luckian directly. Obviously, this time, he would never give up until he was dead or alive. That's good, it saves me a lot of effort. Lin Bin originally wanted to deal with Victor first, just like when he was killing a boss, and then go after Marcus. Now Luckian didn't know why he went crazy and had to rush to the front. It saved his own energy. Lin Bin squatted down and was about to turn on the third switch. At this moment, he felt like a snake demon dealing with the good brothers one by one. But thinking back to the claw that Luckian had just suffered, just as Victor claimed, these old monsters who have lived for who knows how many years, if they don't have a full backup plan for themselves, I'm afraid they won't easily let themselves fall into a deep sleep and hand their safety to others. Thinking about it, the hand that was about to open the coffin mechanism stopped there. Lin Bin held the Azuros. A faint blue energy began to gather on the gun barrel. Charging. After 3 seconds, the charging has reached the end. But Lin Bin's control over the immortal true key is now more meticulous, and he forcibly extends his duration. After another 3 seconds, he finally couldn't bear it anymore. He then pulled the trigger. There was a loud bang. When it exploded, the power was more than doubled. It even surpassed the plasma gun that had been used before. The top of the coffin made of pure gold was blown away, accompanied by a shrill scream. Blood splattered. Lin Bin was quick-witted and took out the test tube that had been prepared long ago and quickly danced in the air. After a while, the embassy was sealed. The blood of the vampire ancestor was in hand. And as he expected, the vampire ancestor might have woken up when they pulled Amelia's coffin for no reason. After all, if it was one of them, it was impossible for him not to know that Amelia was not sleeping here at all. It can only be the enemy. It's just that he didn't do it, hiding and trying to trick the enemy. It's a pity that he hunted geese all year round, but now he was pecked in the eye. The ground under Lin Bin's feet cracked inch by inch. Countless gravel flew across. Lin Bin put the blood into his belt and then dodged the countless gravel like bullets. A grey shadow covered with blood rushed out. The 2 pairs of huge bat wings behind him were now in tatters. It was obvious that at the critical moment, the opponent sensed the crisis and used the bat wings to protect his head, so he barely escaped from Lin Bin's shot. But even so, half of his shoulder had already been blasted with a torn scar, and one could even see the beating heart inside. If it was Amelia who was shot, she would probably be dead by now. It can only be said that the vitality of the vampire ancestor is much stronger than that of other vampires, but even so, the shot from the pistol, modified by the demon hunter himself, has directly taken away half of Marcus' life. Despicable human, you actually sneak attacked me, shameless. Marcus roared in pain, with a bit of fear in his pain. He found that this extremely serious injury did not show any signs of healing, but the wound became more and more burning, as if there was a flame burning on it. There is something strange about that gun. But the next moment, his pupils suddenly shrank, and he found that Lin Bin actually raised a long sword with a burning black sheen. The lightsaber was like a dragon, with its head and tail intertwined, and it looked extraordinary. The double dragon demon shadow sword. It is indeed not very lethal to dark creatures, but its special effect value is absolutely full. Who dares to imagine that such a gorgeous weapon is actually so low in lethality? Seeing Lin Bin slashing at him with a sword, Marcus hurriedly retreated in embarrassment. Ha 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 ha, today is your way to death. Lin Bin missed the first sword, and then he slashed again, reducing his strength by 3 points, and slowing down his speed by 4 points. But the sword moves were still continuous, chasing Marcus like a hedgehog. Seeing the opponent coming fiercely, Marcus could only retreat, and retreat again, and dodge in embarrassment. During the action, the wound continued to worsen, and a large amount of blood sprayed from the wound. Damn it, what kind of gun is this? Marcus roared angrily, but he didn't dare to be stained by the black lightsaber again. The plain looking gun was already so scary, he couldn't imagine how powerful this sword was. The magic sword cult specially modified the firearms, just to deal with you dark creatures. The magic sword cult? Marcus was very surprised, he really had never heard of it. But this person said it so naturally, he must not be lying. No one knew what the origin of this cult was, but it must be aimed at them dark creatures. Maybe it was quietly established by humans. So, this sword must also be specially made. After experiencing the power of firearms in person, he was already full of fear, thinking that if he was hit by another sword, he would probably die. The two people's speed of pursuit was getting faster and faster. Lin Bin had the blessing of the light spirit boots, and Marcus was seriously injured. The speed of the two was actually evenly matched, and Marcus's most proud self-healing lost its effect, and his strength was wasted by 40%. Lin Bin finally used his full strength to the fullest, and chased Marcus into a mess. The two figures were as fast as lightning, chasing each other, and the confrontation was extremely fierce. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Marcus roared angrily, and tried to snatch the sword from his mouth several times, but the opponent's fighting skills were far better than him, an old vampire who had fought for hundreds of years. He easily countered several times, and if the opponent was not a human, and reacted a little slower, he would have been injured by the opponent's sword. Although it was not difficult for him to dodge, the opponent was very fast, which made him have no chance to get rid of the opponent. The two chased and fled, and finally got out of this narrow battlefield, and entangled towards the periphery. Just as they rushed out, they saw a young vampire rushing over. Seeing the help coming, Marcus was about to call him to come over to help block this hateful human who was like a maggot attached to his bones, even for a moment. But suddenly, a dark monster rushed over from the corner, biting the vampire's neck, dragging the vampire back to the corner with blood spurting. A long bloody mark was dragged on the ground. When the vampire saw Marcus, he seemed to have seen a savior, and screamed in pain, "Elder, save me, save me. What kind of monster is this?" Marcus looked at the unheard of dark monster, and couldn't help but start to wonder how many hundreds of years he had slept. Could this world have been invaded by some alien creatures? Lin Bin chased after him again. A sword slashed, but it just happened to be a few points off. Marcus flew over and rolled on the ground. While moving, he pulled the wound. The wound was torn, which was even more terrifying, with blood spurting. After being seriously injured, he couldn't even find a chance to bandage the wound. Marcus' eyes were blurred, even though he knew that, as long as he found another person to suck blood at this time, the injury would slowly recover. But the current situation clearly showed that he was about to die from excessive blood loss. The other party was unwilling to give him a breath. He wanted to wear him out. Marcus had never been so aggrieved in his life. He had always been high and mighty. Even though Victor was riding on his head, the other party still gave him the least respect. But now, he was filled with ferocity. He shouted, "You want my life? I will drag you to hell with me." Facing the opponent's sword that was determined to win, he no longer dodged, but rushed forward. No matter how terrible the opponent's weapon was, as long as he could bite the opponent's neck and suck the opponent's blood, perhaps the recovery speed would be faster than the damage. In a brief moment, Marcus had already thought of his only chance of survival. He roared and prepared himself for a fatal injury. With a hissing sound, the double dragon demon shadow sword had directly pierced his chest. He was stunned. It didn't hurt. No, it didn't hurt, but it was far less painful than he imagined. This sword can't hurt him at all. Yes, I'm sorry, I deceived you. The other party took the initiative to deliver himself to the door, and Lin Bin smiled with a triumphant smile on his face. He found that the extreme targeting of these two weapons is actually beneficial. At least, it can deceive the enemy and make them unable to defend themselves. Emilia died in this way. Now, Marcus will die in this way. His apology was insincere. The black hand was rude. The Take 7 injury fist was a move of the Banlan hammer, which directly knocked Marcus out. The 7 key forces of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, yin and yang rushed into his body crazily, destroying his internal organs. Marcus fell by the window and smashed the glass with the back of his head. He sat down in the middle of the broken glass shards on the ground. His face was dull. He looked at Lin Bin with disbelief in his eyes. The cause of his death was excessive blood loss. He jumped up and down frantically because of the serious injury that could not be healed. But he thought he was avoiding, but he was actually avoiding a weapon that could not hurt him at all. He stared at Lin Bin. His eyes gradually lost their spirit. But his eyes were wide open. He died with his eyes open. They are all dead. Don't waste the last bit of blood. Lin Bin took out another test tube, cut his throat, and began to collect blood. He connected 2 test tubes in a row. Marcus was completely dry. Obviously his blood had been completely drained in the escape just now. Goodbye. Lin Bin's azure rose charged up again and shot him in the head. There was a loud bang. Marcus was directly blown into pieces. Lin Bin turned around and ran towards the battlefield of Luckian and Victor following the fierce movement. The people hadn't arrived yet. The fierce battle gradually stopped. Obviously, the fierce battle finally decided the winner. The strongest werewolf and the strongest vampire in modern times. Victor was unable to recover to a perfect state. Luckian was young and strong, fighting with the strength of his body, and finally Luckian won. The hideous wounds all over his body showed that this battle was not easy to win. At this time, Victor's head had been torn off, and his stomach was cut open to prevent his resurrection. Noticing Lin Bin coming over, he saw the blood on Lin Bin's body and asked, "This is? The 3 vampire elders are all dead." Lin Bin asked, "Have you found the other half of the key?" Marcus shook his head and said, "No, it seems that he didn't carry it with him. It should be in his residence. Let's divide the work and cooperate. I will go to catch that Selena, and you will be responsible for going to Victor's residence to search for the whereabouts of the other half of the key." It was a very reasonable request. Let Lin Bin search so that he can get the other half of the key. The sincerity of cooperation is enough to move any collaborator to tears. But Lin Bin glanced at Victor's torn chest. He nodded and said, "Okay." In his heart, he had already understood. It seemed that this guy was going to leave him and go alone to find the werewolf treasure. He could fool others, but could he fool him who knew the plot? Victor clearly put the key in his chest, but this guy cut open his chest and said he didn't see it. Was he trying to fool someone? Chapter 135. This wave. I'm in the atmosphere. Lin Bin looked at Luckian deeply, but did not expose him. He did not know what this guy was thinking, but he had gained the real benefit. "Okay, remember to keep her alive," Lin Bin said casually, and worked with Luckian separately. Inside the castle now, the aliens were killing like crazy. Their strength was not too terrible. Although their individual combat power was better than that of the vampires, it was not overwhelming. However, the facehuggers were too dense and could not be killed. They had to pay attention to protecting their mouths and noses from being parasitized at all times. As Victor's broken body was thrown into the hall, seeing their elder die, the vampires suddenly lost their backbone. The previously organized resistance was immediately defeated. In addition, the aliens followed A-Team as lead. The war quickly came to an end. There was no living vampire in the castle. This was the largest nest of vampires, and it had existed for hundreds of years. At this time, the inside was gloomy and terrifying, with sticky walls everywhere. More than 90% of the vampires were controlled on the walls and lost consciousness. These monsters were different from humans. During the parasitic process, they were likely to fight back and tear out the alien embryos with their own strong vitality. Although they would be seriously injured and die, some people might survive by chance. Therefore, the genetic memory of the facehuggers told them that for safety reasons, once the vampires were parasitized, they must be paralyzed and put into a coma. At this time, the werewolves had already left the nest. What? Luckian was furious when he heard the news reported by his subordinates. He shouted, "With so many of you, you can't catch a little vampire? She's too slippery." The tall black werewolf said guiltily, and the silver weapon in her hand caused great harm to us. We didn't dare to kill her. We lost more than a dozen brothers to seriously injure her, but she still escaped. Another werewolf said, "She obviously has a lot of experience in fighting werewolves. Although we chased her, we still lost her in the end. Find her, at all costs." Luckian stared at the castle in front of him. Obviously all the vampires were dead, but in his opinion, the castle now looked even more gloomy and terrifying. He understood. After this battle, a race that is much more terrifying than vampires has begun to multiply in this world, and he missed the best opportunity to kill this race, just because he underestimated the enemy. We must find our ancestor. Sooner or later, there will be a battle between us and the aliens. Only with the power of the ancestor can we have a chance to win. Luckian said word by word, and this woman is our only chance to find the ancestor. We must seize it. Yes. Many werewolves dispersed. As for the castle, no one dared to go in at this time. It has become the nest of aliens. Inside the castle, Linbin was walking in the base that has now become a demon's nest. He did not go to Victor's residence. There was nothing good there, and it would cost extra reincarnation points to take it away. He just supervised the overall situation. Especially the aliens did not have too much desire to kill, or rather, they preferred to leave their prey with a breath, and then dragged it back for the aliens to parasitize. Because of this, although a large number of vampires have been parasitized, for the alien group, a few thousand aliens are nothing at all. At this moment, a large number of seriously injured vampires were dragged back and thrown into the alien eggs. Artai stopped moving and started laying eggs again. The area of this castle was more than hundreds of times larger than the previous house. It could finally lay eggs without restraint and let its alien eggs spread all over the corners of the castle. At this time, Linbin was looking at one of the vampires dragged back by the alien with a strange look on his face. Although he had never seen it before. But the figure wrapped in leather clothes showed off her sexy and vulgar figure, and her fair skin and beautiful face. White women generally have poor skin. At first glance, it looks okay, but if you look closely, the large pores and unpleasant odor can instantly reduce their charm by 3+ signs. But this woman still revealed a bit of putty even in a coma, and she looked particularly pitiful. Selena. The person Luckian tried his best to get. Linbin drove away the facehugger that wanted to fly towards her and feed her with a strange look. He knew that if Luckian wanted to monopolize the werewolves, then after obtaining the 2 key fragments, the only thing missing was Selena in front of him. But he didn't expect those werewolves to be so useless that they couldn't catch her. Or was it the will of the world? Because she was the heroine, she was able to escape from the net. Unfortunately, she didn't escape completely and was finally picked up by the alien. Go and parasitize someone else. I have a use for this woman. Linbin directly clamped her around his waist and walked towards Victor's room. Throwing her on the bed, seeing her helpless appearance without any defense, Linbin showed a smile on his face. It just happened to be convenient for him. He called Atai, asked, "Can you read other people's memories through blood?" Atai nodded. "This woman, I leave it to you. Don't kill her. I want a map in her memory where the ancestor of the werewolf is imprisoned." The iron-blooded vampire alien nodded and carefully lifted Selena's arm. Facing its huge body, Selena's thin arms were as thin as toothpicks. It was very careful not to bite off her arms and swallowed her blood in small mouthfuls. Then it squatted on the ground, closed its eyes, and showed a digestive look. The vampires in this world have the ability to read memories by sucking blood. Even powerful vampires can directly resonate with their descendants and read memories directly, but this requires extremely powerful blood clans. At present, it is known that only Marcus can do it. But if you suck blood, many powerful vampires can do it. After parasitizing Emilia, the iron-blooded vampire alien now obviously has this ability. After a while, it opened its eyes again. How is it? Did you find the address? Lin Bin asked. It nodded heavily. Try to tell me. Huh. A few hours later. Selena groaned in pain and slowly opened her eyes. What she saw was the familiar ceiling. Too familiar. I remember when she first came here, she was afraid of this overly gloomy environment, so she often sneaked into Victor's room. Why am I back here again? Selena covered her head in pain, and the things that happened before suddenly flashed in her mind. She and Clean teamed up to kill those werewolves, but happened to see the scene of Victor being killed by werewolves. The two had no choice but to escape. She originally planned to go to the nearby nest to ask for support, but was suddenly attacked from behind by Clean. He had actually cooperated with the werewolves a long time ago. And now, seeing that the vampire elder was dead, she wanted to ask for help, but he wanted to throw himself into the arms of the werewolves. Clean didn't know what Lucky In wanted Selena to do, but since he wanted her, he handed her over to him, which was also a great achievement. By then, even if he was a vampire, he might not be able to eat well in the werewolf tribe. Unfortunately, Clean calculated very well, but he still underestimated Selena's instinct to fight between life and death for many years. The blow did injure her severely, but she was not unconscious at all. She managed to hold on to her unconscious body and killed Clean. Then she fled outside, but before she could get far, she was attacked by a dark figure. She thought she was dead, but she unexpectedly returned to the castle. Especially when she thought of Victor's death. Before she could feel sad, she suddenly smelled the breath of a living person. She hurriedly hid back with caution. Don't be so cautious. If I wanted to kill you, you would have died long ago. Lin Bin waved his hand, threw the two pistols over, and praised. This gun is really good, but it's a pity that the magazine capacity has been expanded blindly, resulting in a significant decrease in accuracy. It depends too much on your appearance. I'll give it back to you. Selena looked at Lin Bin with caution and asked, who are you? Wait, what is this? He looked at the wall in shock. At this time, a world map was drawn on the wall with a sharp blade. It was extremely detailed. At one location on the world map, a cross was thoughtfully drawn, marking this as the destination. Does it look familiar? I pulled it out from your memory. Selena looked at the familiar map, and her brain suddenly felt a sharp pain. She covered her head and asked, what is this place? A prison built by your parents, where William, the ancestor of the werewolves, is imprisoned. Victor was reluctant to kill him because he was worried that killing him would cause the death of his werewolf slaves, but he didn't want anyone to know, so he sent someone to build such a prison. Then, in order to keep it secret, he killed all the people responsible for building the prison, leaving only you, an orphan, to be raised by his side as a daughter. Of course, this is not important, because Victor is dead, and even if you know the truth, you can't seek revenge on her. Lin Bin sat by Selena's bed, looking at her pale face that had lost all its color in an instant. He said, so there is no need for me to lie to you, because you look a lot like Victor's daughter, which is why you can survive. I'm telling you now, can you vaguely remember it? Selena didn't say anything else, but her breathing became more and more rapid. Obviously, as Atai sucked her blood, he read this part of the related memory. It also stimulated her, making her vaguely remember the thoughts of playing in that place when she was young. She said painfully, why are you telling me this? Nothing. I just want to tell you about your life experience. By the way, you are still alive now, because you are useful to me. Lin Bin directly took out his huge gun, pointed it at her face, and slowly began to charge it. It seemed that a strong torrent of energy could be gushed out at any time to drown her. He asked, Selena, are you willing to make a deal with me? Selena asked, what deal? You are the only person in the world who knows this place. Originally, these memories only existed in your mind, but now, I have taken them out of your body, and you also know this location. Lin Bin said, and Lucky In wants to rescue William, the ancestor of the werewolf, and this is also the reason why he wants to catch you. Selena looked at Lin Bin deeply and said, what do you want me to do? Since it's a deal, what are you going to give me? It's very simple. I want you to tell him this address. It's best to take him there in person and help him rescue William, the ancestor of the werewolf. As for what I can give you, when was the last time you basked in the sun? Selena was stunned. I can let you bask in the sun freely without any harm, and truly enjoy the warmth of the sun, instead of hiding in a dark corner like a damp and dark insect, attacked by cold wind and rain. How about it? Selena asked. Why should I trust you? It's very simple. You are in my hands now, and I have already found your location. You are not very useful to me, and I won't lose much, even if I kill you. At most, I can take Luckian to find the werewolf ancestor myself, but I think it is too much of a waste of time, so I gave this task to you. I have no reason to lie to you. Selena looked at Linbin deeply and said, okay, I promise you. What should I do next? Be caught by Luckian without a trace. Don't worry, he won't hurt you. You need to remember this location, and then take him there. Just notify me when you come out. What are you going to do? Kill the first werewolf. The first werewolf has no reason, and will attack all living creatures crazily. The creatures attacked by it will be assimilated into werewolves. It will be troublesome if it breaks into the downtown area. Therefore, I plan to kill it before it escapes, otherwise Luckian will always be thinking about it. Sooner or later he will succeed. It is better to just stop him from thinking about it. Linbin asked, is this reason enough? Selena smiled bitterly and said, it seems that I'm not qualified to refuse. If you don't agree, you will have no use value. Then you will become a tool for my alien parasitism. You don't want a monster to jump out of your heart, do you? Okay, I agree, but I hope you can keep your word. Don't worry, I'll keep my word. Selena said, can you let me be alone for a while? I will leave in half an hour. Then, Luckian will definitely catch me. Well, you understand this aspect, and you don't need me to teach you too much. Linbin got up and went out to continue patrolling his new territory. Vampires can absorb memories through blood. This attack destroyed the castle, but it was secondary. The information held by so many vampires was enough for Linbin to know the hiding places of all the vampires. The real busyness has just begun. 3 days later, Selena, who was seriously injured, was finally caught in a subway after fighting and killing 4 werewolves. Upon learning this information, Luckian was overjoyed and went to interrogate her immediately. As a death walker, Selena did have a very strong will, but unfortunately, now that the vampires have been destroyed, she has already lost all her fighting spirit. The reason she struggled outside was just because she was unwilling to die. Now that she was arrested, her defenses were broken, and when she learned that Luckian could help her kill those aliens and avenge Victor, she quickly revealed the location, and was willing to take them there. So far, 2 keys and a map were all in hand. After coming out, Luckian asked his subordinates, what has Abin been doing recently? He is madly expanding his territory. The subordinates replied, in the past few days, he has attacked 3 vampire nests in succession. We don't know where he got the information from, but so far, the number of aliens is probably more than 5 digits. Sure enough, we helped him a lot before. It seems that these aliens have acquired their abilities after parasitizing vampires. Luckian said, very good. Fortunately we didn't let him parasitize Victor, otherwise, I'm afraid we can't even keep this map. Very good, he is busy expanding his territory now, and can't take us into consideration. We can just go to rescue the ancestor. The ancestor's infectious power must be above him. At that time, we can create a werewolf army, and eliminate the aliens easily. Contact immediately and set off tomorrow. Yes. The subordinates immediately went to prepare. At this time, Linbin, who had implanted a monitor in Selena's body, listened to the news inside, and showed a playful smile on his face. He sighed. This is the benefit of foresight. You thought you were on the 5th floor, but I'm afraid you didn't expect that I was in the atmosphere. Once you enter that secret realm, I will be able to do what I really want to do without any scruples. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 136 Spoiler Buried Nails Dog Day. In Luckian's view, the successful killing of the 3 vampire elders finally gave Linbin the confidence to develop the aliens. During this period, he captured vampires wantonly, obviously wanting to take the opportunity to continue to expand the alien team. And all of this was actually his miscalculation. Now even if he wanted to, he no longer had the power to counter the alien group. In this case, he had made a mistake and could not make another mistake. If he couldn't deal with him, he had to seek external help. The werewolf ancestor was the most suitable external help. The spread of the aliens was beyond imagination, but the spread of the werewolf ancestor was even more terrifying. As long as the werewolf ancestor could be found, the aliens would be no problem. And this matter should be done sooner rather than later. Otherwise, when the alien group really digested all the vampires, even if the werewolf ancestor was rescued, they might not be the opponent of Abin and the vampires. During this period, the people who were killed by the vampires were panicked. If he directly proposed cooperation at that time, these noble blood clans would probably agree to his request in order to survive. Let the aliens and vampires fight each other to a draw. Then, I can reap the benefits. After getting Selena, Luckian took her to the destination without hesitation, the place of William, the ancestor of the werewolves. And through the listening device in Selena's body, all of Luckian's plans were discovered. Linbean finally breathed a sigh of relief and thought that he was finally gone. Just like he was listening to Luckian, wasn't Luckian monitoring him in his own way? So in order to prevent alerting the enemy, he never dared to act rashly. However, during this period of time, Linbean also found out a lot of clues. For example, the number of werewolves is small, otherwise he would not be so angry when Linbean killed more than a dozen of them before. If it were a vampire, it would be estimated that they would not feel sorry, even if hundreds of them died. Because of this, once Luckian devotes himself to one thing, his internal strength is empty, and he will inevitably neglect him. He can also do what he really wants to do. As for the original werewolf, whoever is released will be released. Linbean's goal is to kill the original werewolf, and he doesn't care who tames him. I'm afraid Luckian would never have thought that he wanted to win over the original werewolf to become his helper, but in fact he was helping Linbean in vain. Linbean turned his head and looked at Atai and said, "Okay, let all the aliens gather together. We should do our own business." Atai responded, and he swung his tail out of boredom and turned away. And the so-called business is the original ancestor Covenus. The werewolves and vampires in this world are not truly extraordinary creatures. It is better to say that they are more like technological mutations. Many years ago, a virus swept through and everyone died, but Covenus not only survived, but also merged with the virus and became the first immortal. His eldest son was bitten by a bat and became the first vampire, that is, Marcus, who died in Linbean's hands before. The second son was bitten by a wolf and became a werewolf, that is, the original werewolf. The third son is a human, that is, the direct ancestor of the protagonist in the play. For so many years, the reason why werewolves and vampires have been so secretive is that Covenus has been helping his two sons to clean up their messes. And it was after his death that werewolves and vampires were immediately exposed to the public, and then they were liquidated by the entire human world. From this point of view, he is actually Linbean's biggest enemy, because in the plot, he once clearly stated that he could easily kill his eldest son and second son, but as a father, how could he hurt his children? But in the end he died in the hands of his eldest son. But now, Linbean has the most fundamental conflict with him. It is his mission to eliminate vampires and werewolves. This time he killed Marcus too quickly, so nothing unexpected happened. But if he wants to deal with the werewolf William again, he will inevitably face him head on. In other words, Linbean will decide whether this person is an enemy or a friend, based on his reaction. After all, if he is determined to stand up for his two sons, defeating them one by one is the best choice. In fact, the seventh pier where Covenus stayed was surrounded by the first batch of parasitic aliens he sent long before Linbean decided to attack Marcus. This is also the reason why Covenus and his team did not rush to the castle to clean up the mess right away. At this time, Pier 7, an elderly man with grey hair who seemed to be at least in his early 60s, was sitting at his desk with a complacent look on his face. He asked, "There is no news about the team members sent out these days?" "Yes, we seem to be targeted by a very scary monster, and they won't let us go out." In front of him, a capable general for many years, reported. At first we suspected it was the vampires, but later we found that the enemy was better at hiding themselves than the vampires. Our surveillance cameras have been filming for several days, but we haven't even captured the complete appearance of the enemy. But they don't seem to have much hostility towards us. They just want to trap us here. As long as we don't go out, they won't hurt us. Are you tired of my meddling? Covenus showed a complicated expression on his face. He has been dealing with the vampire tale. Although he has not told anyone, he thinks he can't hide it from his eldest son. Could it be that the eldest son's rebellious period has finally reached its peak, so that he is dissatisfied with his old father meddling in his affairs? Or, do you need me to take a group of elite soldiers to try again? The subordinate asked. No need to go, he's already here. A strange look suddenly appeared on Covenus' face, watching a figure walking towards this side on his own initiative in the surveillance. At this time, beside him, a giant alien with wings on its back, 3 meters tall, followed behind him, and its heavy body stepped on the battleship, making a bang bang noise with every step. Seeing the strange looking alien, Covenus couldn't help but exclaimed, "It's not a vampire." He didn't personally take action to eliminate these monsters, because he was worried that it would annoy his eldest son. Although there were already many conflicts between father and son, if possible, he naturally didn't want to give the child more bad feelings. But now it seems that he had miscalculated from the beginning. Seeing the surrounding special forces approaching quickly with guns, Covenus slowly sat up and said, "Let him in. We surrounded him, but didn't kill him at first, but now he's coming to our door. He's very polite. Let's hear what he wants to do." "Yes." The subordinate quickly made arrangements. On Lin Bin's side, behind him, a tie began to make a humming sound. Obviously, the approach of so many hostile people around him made him want to kill. Fortunately, the next moment, the hostility in one direction quickly dissipated. Lin Bin took a tie and took the initiative to walk in. The route that was given way seemed to be a deliberate signpost. Lin Bin didn't go astray at all and stepped directly into the deepest part of the battleship. At this time, the closer he got, the quieter Atai's expression, which was originally full of irritability and impatience, became. In the end, it turned into a deep alert. Lin Bin secretly marveled in his heart that he could make the iron-blooded vampire alien so alert. It seems that, if it weren't for the father-son relationship in the plot, Marcus would never be able to kill this Covenus. He stepped into the wide open door. The room was not big, only about 40 to 50 square meters, and was filled with all kinds of messy information. There was only a white-haired old man waiting in the room. He smiled and pointed to the seat opposite, saying, "Hello. Hello." Lin Bin followed and sat down. Covenus asked, "You have blocked my range of activities during this period, right?" Lin Bin nodded. "Is there anything I can do for you?" "There are a few things I want to ask for your permission for." "Tell me." Lin Bin said, "First, I want to kill your 2 sons, Marcus and William." Covenus's face changed slightly, and his hands, which were originally placed lightly on the table, instantly clenched into fists. He said coldly, "Are you here to provoke me?" "No. For some reasons, I must kill your 2 sons, but I don't want to be your enemy, so I want to have a frank talk with you, and want to know your opinion. If you clearly state that you will protect your 2 sons, then you are my enemy, and today only one of us may be able to walk out alive. Why do you want to kill my 2 sons?" Lin Bin said, "The obvious reason is probably that Marcus no longer wants to be one of the 3 elders. He wants to be God. He wants to release the werewolf William, and then the 2 of them will join forces to dominate the world. It does sound like something Marcus would do." Covenus nodded, and did not doubt Lin Bin's words, because he knew his ambitious eldest son very well, and he was afraid that this was what he had always wanted to do. He asked, "Then why did you want to kill William?" "He is locked up, and will not harm the world at all, and it is not so easy for Marcus to release him. But he has killed Victor, got the key from him, and also got the map. They are now on their way to release William. Although I want to stop him immediately, before stopping him, I have to settle the unstable factors first." Lin Bin talked nonsense, but what he said was reasonable. After all, these were things that happened in the plot. So Covenus did not doubt it. He just looked at Lin Bin deeply and asked, "You just said that this is the apparent reason, but what about the reality? Marcus can be said to have his own way of dying. Although I'm heartbroken as a father, I will not stop you from stopping him. But William, he has lost all his sanity and is imprisoned. You still want to break into his territory and take his life? Don't you think it's too much? This involves my origins. In fact, I'm a reincarnation. I come from outside this world, from an organization called the Free Alliance Reincarnation Association," Lin Bin said, "and I have two tasks. One is to destroy the extraordinary power of this world, that is, your two sons and his descendants. The second is to turn this world into a breeding farm. This is a task issued to me by the Free Alliance, a task that must be completed." Covenus frowned and said, "Outside the world? Aliens? Yes. Then how are you going to turn this world into a breeding farm?" Covenus was non-committal, obviously not believing what Lin Bin said. Lin Bin pointed to a tie behind him and said, "It's called Alien, a most powerful technological monster. They can't reproduce on their own, but need to parasitize other creatures to give birth to all kinds of completely different aliens. The more powerful the parasitic object is, the more powerful the alien will be. My task is to let this alien parasitize the creatures of this world, so our Free Federation didn't tell me to destroy the world directly, but considering the production speed of tens of thousands of eggs per hour of the alien, this is no different from destroying the world." He said, "Atai, show me a show." Atai hummed impatiently twice, and the next moment, he directly sprayed out dozens of wet eggs. The speed was so fast that Covenus's face changed slightly. At the same time, a hurried voice came from the channel, shouting, "Commander, a large number of monsters have been detected surrounding our warships. The number is roughly estimated to be tens of thousands. The monsters that were difficult to capture before no longer hid their traces as Lin Bin appeared. They took the initiative to surround the warship. The dense, dark ocean surrounded the entire warship." Covenus looked at the densely packed aliens on the monitor, and then looked at the dozens of eggs around him. At this time, each egg began to bloom like a flower, revealing the embryo inside. His pupils shrank slightly. With a bang, these alien embryos exploded. Blood splattered, and wherever it fell, it was corroded into hideous gaps. The bulletproof steel floor could not stop the corrosion of these alien blood. Covenus's face turned ugly in an instant. He asked, "Can one egg produce an alien?" "Yes. So they are not picky about food, right? Originally, they are not picky about food. They can parasitize cats and produce stealth aliens, parasitize dogs and produce messenger aliens, parasitize humans and produce combat aliens, and there are also reverse species aliens, angry queens, butler aliens, steel bones and other different types of opposite sexes." Lin Bin introduced the types of aliens one by one. His explanation was extremely detailed and fully interpreted this system. The more Corvinus listened, the more serious his expression became. He had lived for who knows how many years, and even if he just listened, he could tell that what Lin Bin said was true. The aliens really had the ability to destroy the human world. Lin Bin wantonly threw dirty water on the Free Alliance and said, "One of the tasks assigned to me by the Free Alliance is to let the aliens parasitize this world. To put it bluntly, they want to use the humans in this world as a breeding ground to breed aliens. But I really couldn't bear to see those innocent humans being parasitized like this, so I'll let the aliens parasitize werewolves and vampires instead. The strength of these two creatures is much stronger than that of humans, so the aliens also began to become picky eaters and have no interest in humans. So, I saved humans by sacrificing vampires and werewolves. Otherwise the whole world would have become a sea of aliens in at most half a year." Covenus looked at Atai with amazement in his eyes and sighed. "What terrible creatures. Vampires and werewolves are terrifying enough, but compared to this highly adaptable alien, there are still many levels worse. This Free Alliance is so evil. The evil of the Free Alliance is beyond your imagination. I'm just an outpost. In fact, there will be a large number of reincarnations coming in later. I can't help but feel compassion. I want to attack humans, so I'll let vampires and werewolves take the blame, but they don't have as many scruples as I do. When the time comes, they will definitely destroy the world completely. Of course, this has nothing to do with me, because I will no longer be in this world at that time. Lin Bin said seriously, it's just that I have evaded the task of breeding the aliens throughout the human civilization and turning them into breeding farms. If the other task is not completed, I will be wiped out by the Lord God. So for my life, I must kill Marcus and William. It just so happens that Marcus is ambitious and killed Victor. Now he is rushing to rescue William. Even if I chase him immediately, I'm afraid it's too late. An ambitious vampire, plus a beast who only knows how to go crazy and kill people, and has already lost himself inside. Is that really your son? Exclamation mark. He said, I have to complete one of the two tasks. If I can't kill them both, I may really have to find a way to force the aliens to parasitize humans. Kevinus frowned immediately. The entire human race, this hat, is too big. After a long time, he said in a deep voice, I have not cared about my two sons for many years, and I can't do anything about it. You want to kill them, I'm too lazy to ask, but if you die in their hands, I won't care. Do you understand? I understand. After all, he is your own son. This concession is enough. Covenus said seriously, I can promise you, but the premise is that I want to know more about the reincarnation space and the Free Alliance. You only use an alien to say that you are an alien. The evidence is not enough. In fact, I still don't believe you. It doesn't matter, since you are so sincere. I will not be stingy. I will tell you everything about the Free Alliance. You will trust me naturally at that time. And the most important thing you need to know is this. Lin Bin raised the watch on his wrist and said with a smile, this thing is called the Reincarnation Watch. It is the standard equipment of all reincarnationists. It is also an important evidence for you to identify reincarnationists. Reincarnationists will definitely carry this thing when they come. So if you really want your own world peace, if you find someone wearing this thing, you must kill them without mercy. Reincarnation Watch. It seems that you don't get along with those reincarnationists. Covenus was very keen to notice something wrong. I just told you how to identify them, but I just suggested how to treat them. It depends on you. I believe you will have your own judgment. Lin Bin smiled and didn't care. Just kidding. For a red secret realm, he didn't believe that there would be reincarnationists coming in without offending the natives. Chapter 137 Deng Yang. I want to become the 11th apostle. Just by reversing the order, he got the support of the old man in front of him. At that time, even if he knew that his son Marcus was dead, Lin Bin could confidently say that you said you would not intervene. How can a man go back on his word? Seeing that the old man was more reasonable than he had imagined, Lin Bin did not hold back. He revealed all the secrets of the reincarnation space, not only to gain the approval of the old man in front of him, but also to give the reincarnationists of the Free Alliance a hard time. Imagine that these reincarnationists came to this world with great ambitions, intending to do something big. But before they could gain a firm foothold, they found themselves surrounded. This world had already set up a huge trap, waiting for them to come. It was exciting to think about it. The old man in front of him was already a warlord more than 1,000 years ago. It can be imagined how much strength and foundation he has accumulated in the past 1,000 years. If this old man is left behind, as long as he completes his goal, it will not affect him at all. But for the Free Alliance, with the addition of the aliens, it will not only destroy this world, but also turn this world into a swamp of the Free Alliance. The reincarnations who come here will need to accept the strangulation from humans and non-humans at the same time. How many people can escape from this swamp at that time? And as Lin Bin described, Covenus listened very seriously. At first, he was still examining it. After all, aliens were too absurd. But as he listened, he understood. It's true. Judging from his more than 1,000 years of experience, this is absolutely true. This Abin, holding the alien in his hand, does have the power to destroy mankind, but he did not do so. Instead, he chose to sacrifice vampires and werewolves instead. I didn't expect these monsters to be able to make such a contribution to the world. He asked, you told me so much, aren't you afraid of being held accountable when you go back? Lin Bin smiled bitterly and said, I have failed in my main mission, which has already violated some people's taboos. Even if I complete another mission and am exempted from punishment, there will definitely be people who are unhappy with me, but I really can't do it. If it's just 1 or 2 people, I'll close my eyes and kill them directly. It doesn't matter. I'm not so great as to sacrifice myself for others, but this time there are too many. It's not that I'm righteous. This is the reaction a normal person should have. Covenus asked, can you tell me in detail about this free alliance? I want to know more about my enemies. Okay, but I also have a request here. Go ahead. I want a few tubes of your blood. Linbin said seriously, I have no other intention. There is actually a vampire enhancement system in our reincarnation space, and I have a brother who uses the vampire enhancement system. He said in detail, he got rid of the coldness by sucking the blood of the 4 auspicious fire unicorns in China, but he still can't look directly at the sun, so I want to ask for your blood to let him face the sun again. At this time, in another world, inside a very wide stone fortress, Deng Yang couldn't help sneezing. What's wrong? Beside him, Zhu Feng looked at his most trusted brother with concern. No, nothing. Maybe this stone fortress is too cool. Deng Yang was wearing a round hat and a tall coat that covered his entire face, looking quite mysterious. He said, I just came from the sun and caught a cold. Zhu Feng said in surprise, don't vampires prefer darkness? You guys also catch a cold? I guess I've only been a vampire for a short time, so I'm not used to it yet. I still feel uncomfortable if I don't go out for a walk. Even if I wrap myself up like a dumpling, I always want to go shopping. Get used to it as soon as possible. Zhu Feng looked around. At this time, nearly 100 people had arrived in this huge stone fortress. He whispered, the 13 apostles. Each apostle has his own sub-organization, and when an apostle dies, 3 apostles will preside over it and find a successor from the organization of the dead apostle to become the leader of this organization and the new apostle. I hope you can lend me a hand, and this is also the purpose of bringing you here. Deng Yang said nervously, but I'm insignificant and my strength is low. Yes, your strength is indeed very low, and your identity is just an ordinary reincarnation. But you may not know that you have actually entered the eyes of the upper echelons. Zhu Feng patted Deng Yang on the shoulder and said, to tell you the truth, we have people inside the Reincarnation Space Association. They have retrieved the battle scene at that time, and have seen some of the scenes of the battle with their own eyes. You did not hesitate to use your own life to block the sword for Lord Wangling. Strength can be cultivated. With your qualifications, you can be independent in 1 or 2 years at most, but loyal people will be liked everywhere. This. I didn't think so much at the time. I just felt that Lord Wangling came for my affairs. How could I let him die because of me? Deng Yang secretly felt lucky that he had been more careful. Linbin, my good brother, I will definitely treat you to a meal when I finish my undercover work. Damn it, why did I feel that this person was hypocritical and annoying before? Obviously so likable. Zhu Feng said regretfully, in fact, it's because your qualifications are too shallow and your strength is too weak. Otherwise, to be honest, it would be natural for you to inherit the position of Ghost and 11 Apostles. But if I become the 11 Apostles, brother, don't worry, the first thing I will do is to make you the successor. After I die, you will be the new Ghost Lord and the 11 Apostles. By then, you will definitely be able to stand on your own, and it will be perfect for you to be the Ghost Lord. Brother, you underestimate me too much. Will I help you because of this? If I want to help you, it must be because of your care for me during this period of time. Deng Yang said angrily, I was bullied by that damn Linbin before. If it weren't for you, brother, I would still be like a loser, helpless and furious. But now, at least I have a chance for revenge. Although I failed, I have more than one chance. I will definitely not fail next time. Good brother, when I become the 11th apostle, I will immediately help you arrange revenge. No, wait until I can be independent, then you can help me get revenge. Okay, brother, you have the final say. Zhu Feng whispered, the 3 apostles are here. Deng Yang looked up in a hurry, but couldn't help, but his eyes blurred slightly. He saw that 3 figures had already stood on the stage. One was tall and thin, one was majestic and mighty, and the other was graceful. I couldn't see their true faces, and even the forms they originally showed might be deliberately disguised. The 11 apostles are all saint level reincarnations. These 3 people must be stronger. Deng Yang didn't dare to look for too long and hurriedly lowered his head. And with the arrival of the 3 apostles, inside the stone fortress, there was a sudden dead silence, so slight that even the breathing sound gradually became inaudible. "Let's get started," the most rude figure among them said loudly. "Wan Ling, this waste, actually died in the hands of a small extraordinary reincarnationist, but the 11 apostles cannot be left alone. The reason why our kingdom of God can be passed down to this day is entirely because the traditions over the years have never been trampled on, so we will select a truly suitable leader from the ghosts." Another figure stepped forward and said in a clear and pleasant voice, "Who is Deng Yang?" "It's me." Deng Yang stood up with a shy and innocent smile on his face. "Come over here." "Yes." Deng Yang stepped forward. "You did a good job. You proved your loyalty with your own actions, and loyalty should be rewarded. Although you are a ghost, the ghost belongs to the kingdom of God. On behalf of the kingdom of God, I come here to give you a big reward." The female apostle smiled and raised the box in her hand, saying, "An A-level prop. This is our reward for you." A-level prop. Everyone looked at Deng Yang with envy and jealousy. Zhu Feng was even more excited. He looked at the prop from the female apostle. He didn't expect that his good brother would enter the eyes of the apostle. He is a good brother. This time, it's a sure thing. As expected, he saw Deng Yang holding the prop and smiled at him. The female apostle smiled and said, "The effect of this A-level prop is very wonderful. You can go back and study it yourself. For your safety, I won't reveal it, but I can promise that I will never let you down." "Yes, thank you, apostle." Deng Yang's nose moved excitedly, remembering the surrounding mixed breath. He thought that it was so tightly wrapped, could there be some shameful identity behind it? But now it's so close to me. I will definitely recognize your smell when the time comes. Okay, go down. Let's get down to business next. We will start selecting new apostles. Yes. Deng Yang saluted respectfully, then turned and went down. Everything that happened in the real world, at least so far, has no effect on Lin Bin. At this time, he told Covenus the details of the Free Alliance, some of the ways in which the reincarnation space operates, and the news that this world was defined as a red secret realm. Covenus was full of sighs and emotions after hearing this. He no longer doubted it. The existence of the alien, the reincarnation table, and Lin Bin showed him the transformation capsule and storage belt in order to gain his trust. They were completely different products from this world. He suddenly realized that he had been working hard for his eldest son for so many years. Was it too narrow-minded? Maybe he should protect this world more. For Lin Bin, this trip went more smoothly than planned, or in other words, facing an old man who had lived for more than 1,000 years, as long as he proved that his words were true, then his purpose was exactly the same as his. He wanted to protect his own world, and Lin Bin wanted to give the people of the Free Alliance a hard stab in the back. 2 hours later, Lin Bin took the 3 tubes of blood handed over by Covenus. The blood of the original ancestor. "Got it," he said sincerely and seriously. "Thank you for your generosity. Then I will get busy. Go." Covenus's face was full of sighs and loneliness. He knew what he was going to do, but for so many years, he had tried countless times to persuade his eldest son to turn back, but failed. Now, maybe, even he himself doesn't want me to disturb his great cause anymore. He smiled bitterly. At this time, he obtained the blood of the original ancestor and got an extra surprise. Lin Bin strode away and directly asked Ata to drive away all the aliens, not allowing any aliens to approach here again. This was an ally he had found with great difficulty. Although he knew that Covenus's strength was not so easy to be injured, he still had to care about his safety. Until he was far away from the warship, he stopped. He said to Atai beside him, "Go, send all the subordinates out, parasitize all the werewolves and vampires. All the nests of vampires should be in your memory. Let them take your eggs for a trip." Atai grumbled unhappily. "Don't worry, come with me to a place first. This time, I will give you a big meal." Lin Bin patted Atai's forehead. He took out a communication monitor from his arms. He didn't have a very strong backing in this world. Although he had a wrist controller, it didn't have much use in this world. It was more used to remotely control the small nuclear bomb and the optical camouflage cloak. Therefore, the controller, detector and other equipment were all provided by Selena. To use others, you have to let them provide the tools themselves. In addition to the other party's beautiful face, Lin Bin always felt that he was a scumbag. It's okay to let others pay for the room, but he also let the other party buy the TT. But it's true that it's easy to use. Selena has been targeting werewolves for 600 years. The equipment she has in her hands is basically specifically for werewolves. Otherwise, Luckian would not have failed to discover that he had secretly moved on her. At this time, the light spot in the detector had not moved for a long time. We should have reached the destination. Next, I'll kill you guys, and the mission will be almost complete. Lin Bin let out a long sigh. The difficulty of the mission increased sharply, which really gave him a headache for a while. He just didn't expect that the aliens he specially preserved with his previous inspiration could play such a big role. Otherwise, once the mission fails, he won't have enough reincarnation points to deduct. By then, there will probably be serious consequences, right? The expansion fire is a good thing, but it's a double-edged sword. It seems that I have to be careful when using it in the future. Not every place can have such good luck. But the harvest from this secret realm is probably not cheap. You know, the thing is also an A-level prop. Once sold, the price will definitely be very high. Lin Bin sneered. I'm afraid even those people couldn't have thought that they wanted his life so much, but in the end, he made a lot of money, right? Chapter 138 The General's Mission. The werewolf base was destroyed faster than expected. Luckian's departure took away many of the werewolf elites. Although there were still a large number of remaining, for a tie, these werewolves were not even qualified to be taken seriously. It was only 3 hours. All the werewolves were stuck to the wall, and during this process, Lin Bin also saw a familiar, but also unfamiliar figure. Michael, a human who had been captured. The direct bloodline of the original ancestor Cavernous, but without Selena's intervention, the process of his capture was unexpectedly smooth, and without any waves. He still maintains his human identity. So much so that after all the werewolves were parasitized, some unruly aliens set their greedy eyes on him. Lin Bin saved him, and let him go. And as a price, he also drew 3 tubes of blood from him. Although he has a better one, correspondingly, this bad one is actually quite good. Maybe he can sell it for a high price? The business of a second-hand dealer can be done occasionally. Michael had already been drained of a lot of blood, and now his face was pale. If he continued to drain blood, his life would be in danger. Otherwise, Lin Bin really wanted to drain him. After dealing with the werewolf, he immediately sent all the aliens to the vampire's lair. The locations of these bases had been read through the blood sucking of the vampire aliens. They even knew the way to enter. In terms of IQ, the aliens were not necessarily lower than these anthropomorphic vampires. And they were calculated without intention, and they had an absolute advantage in strength. The vampires had no targeted weapons. They were targeted by this more powerful race. This secret war did not even cause any waves on the surface. In just a few days, several vampire bases in the open were completely destroyed, without even a little bit of luck. As for the remaining vampires wandering outside, there was no need to worry. Lin Bin felt that the efficiency was still not enough. He simply found Cavernous again, and made a deal with him directly in the form of a transaction. He promised to give him certain command of the aliens after he left. But correspondingly, he needed to help destroy the remaining vampires. No one should be left alive. Cavernous has been cleaning up the tail of vampires for hundreds of years. His specific understanding of the vampire forces is probably not even better than that of the 3 elders. He has been thinking hard about how to fight against those reincarnations with different strengthening directions. For him, the aliens are undoubtedly the most powerful helper. So after hearing Lin Bin's words, he nodded and agreed without hesitation. So, helicopters or jet fighters, carrying a large number of aliens, flew to all parts of the world, letting them destroy all vampires. Even Cavernous' well-trained subordinates participated in the war and cooperated with the aliens, and the lethality was even more terrible and amazing. He just had feelings for his son, but those vampires. He didn't feel bad, even if 10,000 of them died. So, with the help of Cavernous, Lin Bin's work became much simpler. The most difficult intelligence problem was solved. All Lin Bin needed to do was to get all the vampire route maps from Cavernous and then send out the right number of aliens, and Cavernous would carry them and directly break into the vampire base. In particular, the more killing, the more aliens there are, the more aliens Lin Bin could command. The strangulation of vampires was almost snowballing. The efficiency was so fast that even Lin Bin himself did not expect it. In the blink of an eye, another half a month had passed. At this time, in an extremely secret ancient base, the ground was already littered with corpses, and in that wide square, several werewolves were fighting with a huge werewolf that was almost the same as a real wolf, just standing upright. Unlike Marcus, he and William were brothers, and they had a deep relationship. Even if William lost all his reason, he still had a slight impression of his brother. But Luckian was different. In order to tame this terrible werewolf ancestor, Luckian began to fight non-stop after releasing it, sending a large number of subordinates to transform into werewolves and fight with it. The characteristics of wolves. The status of the head wolf is fought. Even if there is no reason, as long as it is suppressed in strength, it can be loyal. This is also one of the reasons why Luckian has full confidence that he can tame the werewolf ancestor. At this time, this consumption has lasted for several days. The power of the werewolf ancestor is so strong that it is beyond his imagination. This is a surprise and pressure, especially its strong endurance. After several days of sleepless fighting, the werewolf ancestor finally began to pant. It's almost time. Luckian saw that the power of the werewolf ancestor finally began to decline, and said, if it continues to consume, when its power declines to a certain extent, even if I defeat it, it will not obey me. Now its power is not too weakened, just right. As he spoke, he threw off his long clothes. He jumped off the battlefield and signaled all the other werewolves to leave. On his body, hard hair like steel needles slowly grew. His body slowly expanded until he was more than 2 meters tall. His face became half human and half wolf. Compared with the werewolf ancestor, his size was obviously much inferior. But the beast's instinctive vigilance made William realize instantly that this was the real strong enemy he encountered. He slowly bent down and roared at Luckian. Luckian roared back unwillingly. The next moment, with countless blood splashing, the first generation of werewolf ancestors and the second generation of werewolf ancestors directly fought together. Although the fight below had just begun, it had been brewing for many days, so it directly reached the peak. The power of the werewolf ancestor was indeed strong, even stronger than Luckian. He suppressed Luckian at the first time, but Luckian was very wise and did not fight with it, but focused on defense. Even though he was beaten to a bloody mess, he never gave in. He just stood there in a stalemate. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. The power of the werewolf ancestor was gradually exhausted, and his breathing became heavy, and his strength was weakened. Finally, Luckian bent his knees and pushed upwards, directly throwing him away. Then he pounced on him. With angry roars, he kept beating the werewolf ancestor under him. Bang bang bang. The two giant wolves started to tangle on the ground. You tear me, I grab you. In this fierce battle, Luckian gradually gained the upper hand with his strong recovery ability. His claws and fists, blood splattered, and the painful roars almost shook the entire base to collapse. After a long time, accompanied by a painful whimper, the werewolf ancestor stopped his hand and kept making low whimpers from his mouth, which represented submission and weakness to the wolf. Luckian then stopped and slowly restored his human form. He shouted, "Do you accept it?" The werewolf ancestor did not discriminate against the man who had just defeated him because he was short. Instead, he bent his body and gasped heavily. Luckian touched the werewolf ancestor's head. It did not resist. Instead, it obediently raised its head to let him touch it more freely. With the power of the ancestor, no matter how powerful the aliens are, we don't have to be afraid of them. He laughed excitedly. What Luckian valued was not only the power of the werewolf ancestor, but also his terrible ability to infect. It was different from his infection. After being infected by him, they would still retain their own reason. At that time, unless they were willing, the possibility of counterattack would be greater. It was also because of this that the development of them, the werewolves, was never smooth. But the power of this werewolf ancestor is that if you are bitten by him, you will be transformed into a werewolf 100%. And it is a kind of werewolf with extremely strong power and no rationality at all. But they will obey the orders of the werewolf ancestor. That is, they will obey his orders. The parasitism of the alien is very powerful. But the infection ability of the werewolf ancestor is even more amazing. As long as they leave here and develop the first batch of the most loyal forces, then it will be like a snowball. Especially the existence of Michael. Luckian has not bitten Michael until now, just wanting to use the blood of the werewolf ancestor to merge with him, neutralize it and inject it into his body, so that he can gain godlike power. Thinking of the pride, Luckian laughed even louder. Let's go. After we go out, this world will be our werewolf world. Luckian strode out with great confidence. The werewolf ancestor growled honestly and followed behind him, along with many werewolves. Selena's expression did not change, but her heart was inexplicably panicked. As a living map and guide, she was not abandoned after bringing Luckian here. Perhaps it was because her face, expression, and demeanor were very similar to the figure in Luckian's memory. Perhaps it was because Luckian was really a very martial person. Anyway, during this period of time, she lived well here and watched the whole process of taming the werewolf ancestor. During the process, there were werewolves who sent her fresh blood. It was quite absurd for Selena. There were at least 80 werewolves who died in her hands, but she didn't expect that she could successfully integrate into their tribe. She had secretly sent a message to Linbin a few days ago, but for some reason, she didn't receive any reply. She didn't know whether the message was blocked or something unexpected happened on his side. She couldn't help but worry. Although she had been with Linbin for a very short time, on one side was a werewolf that she hated and had fought for hundreds of years, and on the other side was a human who spared her life and was willing to trade with her fairly in a completely unequal situation, and respected her very much. Especially the fragrance in Linbin's body, which made her feel at peace just by smelling it, so she couldn't help but stand on his side. Could it be that something went wrong? They walked out of the base. After several days of stalemate, the result was extremely gratifying. The goal was achieved. Let's go to the nearest human town first. As long as we develop the first batch of infected werewolves, then our big situation will be established. Luckian signaled everyone to board the plane, but William shouted alertly. His lower limbs tightly grasped the ground, and he refused to get close to the passenger plane. Even if Luckian dragged it forcefully, he couldn't move it. Ha 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 ha. Although it is our ancestor, it is still an ignorant wolf. I'm afraid it doesn't even dare to sit in a car. It has to be able to sit in it. Its physique is really big enough. The surviving werewolves laughed sarcastically. These werewolves had been beaten by William, so now seeing his shabby country bumpkin appearance, they couldn't help but gloat over his misfortune. They boarded the plane while laughing. Then they shrugged their noses. It smells like a living person. What's going on? It's gunpowder. Get off the plane quickly. Someone shouted in panic. Before they could react, there was a loud bang, and the plane was directly rushed into the sky like fireworks, and the wings and tail were forcibly torn to pieces. Sparks flew, and a scorching shockwave directly rushed Luckian, William and Selena, and others out fiercely, and the many werewolves who had already boarded the plane were all blown to pieces. Luckian's eyes widened in shock, and then he understood why William was unwilling to board the plane. His face turned extremely ugly. The people he brought here this time were all his most trusted confidants, but he didn't expect that they would be gone like this. Who is it? He roared angrily to the sky. Why don't you board the plane? If you board the plane, you won't be as painful as you are now. A lazy voice sounded in the distance. Luckian turned around and saw Linbin's calm figure. He was surprised and asked, "How do you know this place?" Linbin smiled and said, "Guess. You are playing tricks on me?" Luckian said angrily, "You knew I had put all the factors together? I was the one who revealed William's existence to you." Linbin said calmly, "You still can't guess it now? This is a bait I gave you to attract your attention. Now that you have bitten the bait, I should naturally pull up the hook." "Bait? Ha 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 ha. What a pity. You have calculated everything, but you didn't expect that I actually tamed William, right? I have eaten this bait, and I have thrown away the hook. No, in fact, I expected it, so. Lin Bin waved his hand. In the distance, all the land that can be seen by the naked eye. One by one, the black aliens showed their traces. They were densely packed, like an ant colony, and the specific number was countless. Just one look at it made people feel terrified. So I brought 2,000 aliens here, and they can kill the werewolf ancestor, even if they are piled up. Of course, if he breaks into the downtown area, I'm afraid he can quickly produce a batch of werewolves that can compete with the aliens, but the premise is, it must be able to leave here alive. Lin Bin smiled and said, so now, Luckian is a general. So many, and there are werewolf aliens? Luckian recognized at a glance that some of the aliens were particularly tall, and they were clearly not vampire aliens. And their sideburns were sharp and their claws were ferocious, just like the form of a werewolf. That's right. If nothing unexpected happens, you and the ancestor behind you are already the last two werewolves in the world. Lin Bin sighed, but now, you will no longer exist, and my mission can be completed today. Chapter 139 Return. Luckian has always been very proud. As a second-generation werewolf, he is also the first second-generation werewolf ancestor who was not transformed by being bitten, but was the second-generation werewolf ancestor who was truly bred by two werewolves. Even in the cooperation with Lin Bin, he always thought that he was the one who took the initiative. He got 2 keys and seized the living map. Everything was in his control, even if it was the alien ancestor. So what? Wasn't he still playing with him? But in the end, he found out that everything he had was in the other party's control. Even when he was working hard for the werewolf ancestor, his home was stolen. The other party didn't mean to explain. But with Luckian's eyesight, there was no need to explain. Just seeing those werewolf aliens with sharp sideburns and tall and majestic stature, how could he not know where these mothers came from? He wanted to pounce on Lin Bin and kill him immediately. Unfortunately, Lin Bin didn't even think about fighting him. A snap of his fingers. Hundreds of aliens flew up and directly submerged him in the dark sea of aliens. No matter how strong or fast he was, his attack was not immune to the blood corrosion of the aliens, and his defense was not able to resist the sharp claws and whip tail of the aliens. Although he was confident that he could fight the opponent to a draw with his own strength, the opponent did not fight him at all. And in this process, he watched the werewolf ancestor being surrounded by the sea of aliens like him. But Selena standing beside them seemed to be ignored. Almost all the aliens passed her and pounced on the two of them. At this point, Luckian finally understood everything thoroughly. While Lin Bin knew about the existence of this place, why he was able to wait and see. It turned out that everything he had was calculated by the opponent. So, Luckian died. He died with his eyes open. If the werewolf ancestor entered the downtown area, he might be able to create a crisis that could sweep the entire world like the aliens. Unfortunately, it didn't have this opportunity. No matter how strong it was, it had no luck in facing thousands of aliens. In fact, if Lin Bin had not wanted to obtain the blood in its body, he would not have to do it himself. But even so, Lin Bin did not spend too much effort. 2 tubes of fresh blood have been obtained. As for fresh blood, the truly precious one is the original blood. Werewolf blood and vampire blood actually have great effects. In addition, the ferocity of the original werewolf in battle is too high, so Lin Bin does not want to take risks for this. He waited until the blood was exhausted, and the wolf died, and then he collected the last blood. So far, the task has been completed by 80-90%, and the rest is just a matter of time. Lin Bin looked at Selena deeply. Selena did not react much. She was not surprised at the destruction of Luckian and the original werewolf beside her. Or, she learned that Victor, whom she regarded as her own father, was the murderer of her whole family, and she did not even have the opportunity to take revenge or vent her frustration. After that, she has always been like this self-destructive look. She looked at Lin Bin and asked, "Do you want to break your promise?" "No, in fact, I'm a man of my word." Lin Bin handed over a tube of blood and said, "This is the original blood of the father of the vampire ancestor. After consuming this blood, you will no longer have to be afraid of the Sunday." Selena looked up at the rising sun in the sky. Without hesitation, she raised her head and swallowed the blood in her hand. Her delicate eyebrows suddenly frowned tightly. When she opened her eyes again, her eyes, which were originally as clear as the dark night, gradually began to change color, and a layer of faint light appeared inside. She suddenly half knelt on the ground and gasped. At the same time, Lin Bin's ears rang with the reminder of the reincarnation table. Secret realm mission, destroy the vampires and werewolves. Completion reward: 4,000 reincarnation points, B level merit x2. Task time limit: 3 months. Failure penalty: 3,000 reincarnation points. The mission has been completed. Do you want to return to settle accounts? Lin Bin exclaimed in surprise. He looked at his reincarnation table in surprise. Sure enough, there was an option to return on it. Mission completed. Doesn't this mean that this arena in front of him is the last vampire, and now after sucking the blood of the original ancestor, she has evolved beyond the level of vampires and reached another realm? At the very least, vampires who are not afraid of sunlight can no longer be considered vampires in the judgment of the reincarnation space. He breathed a long sigh of relief. The difficulty of this mission is too high. If it weren't for the coincidence that he got the alien embryo in the previous plane, the possibility of completing it would be extremely low. Now that it has finally been completed, he instantly breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, Serena slowly calmed down her agitated emotions. She could clearly feel that a strong force began to flow in her body. With stronger strength, her physique has also become stronger. This blood is really useful. She looked up and looked at the rising sun. If it were any other time, she would have been eager to find a place to hide from the sun, like a black mouse that cannot stand the light. But now, she did not hesitate at all, but slowly stretched out her hands and greeted the sun. The warm sunlight shone on her face without any burning feeling, but rather very warm, and even the originally cold wind in the sky also brought a bit of soft warmth. Is this what the sun feels like? Without Selena knowing it, she could not help but burst into tears. He hugged her tightly, as if he wanted to rub all the sunshine in his arms into his body. She turned around and looked at Lin Bin. Touched, he said, "Thank you, Mr. Abin. You're welcome. This is what we agreed on. I will naturally not break the contract. I already know what the sun feels like. The warmth at this moment is better than the coldness of the past 600 years, and this warmth is given to me by you." The expression on Selena's face was particularly gentle, as if the Death Walker who could open the enemy's skull without changing her expression in the past was not her. She whispered, "Mr. Abin, you can do it now. Even if I die now, I will be happy." Lin Bin was surprised and asked, "What did you say? Didn't you say that you could let me see the sun once?" Selena said, "But I really didn't expect that you would be willing to give the blood of the original ancestor to a dying person like me, just for a promise. Mr. Abin, I admire your noble character." Lin Bin secretly admired her in his heart. She really deserved to be the heroine. She actually saw through his plan so quickly. You know, Lin Bin's mission is to kill all vampires and werewolves, which naturally includes Selena. Lin Bin can't show mercy to her because of her role in the plot. Therefore, if she really fulfilled her promise, Lin Bin would not mind using a tube of the original ancestor's blood to help her evolve, but he would also kill her after fulfilling his promise, and the two of them were clear. But the situation is different now. Lin Bin laughed and said, "My goal is to kill all vampires. You are no longer a simple vampire, so I will not hurt you again. So you don't have to worry, and don't think that this one time is precious. In the long years to come, you can bask in the sun countless times." Selena's eyes lit up, and she looked at Lin Bin with a strange look. "But the premise is that the world you are in has not been destroyed by anyone," Lin Bin said. "Now, all the vampires and werewolves in this world no longer exist. Is there any place you want to go?" Selena shook her head blankly and said, "I don't know. I'm still immortal. If the vampires and werewolves are gone, what I need to do most is probably to hide my longevity, otherwise people will find out." Lin Bin asked, "Do you need me to recommend a place for you?" "You said, as long as it is recommended by you, it must be the most suitable for me." At this time, in Selena's eyes, Lin Bin's image was so majestic that it transcended her cognition. In the past 600 years of life, she had never seen such an excellent man. "Let's go. I'll take you to see the original ancestor, who is also the common ancestor of you vampires and werewolves. He has lived for 1700 years. You may be able to keep each other company in this long life, and he can give you the best cover. Yes, thank you, Mr. Abin. Linbin turned around and walked out. Selena followed him obediently. The special plane had been waiting for a long time in the distance. As Linbin and Selena left, many aliens dived into the sea and swam towards the land. Soon, the two landed directly at the base of the battleship. Then they faced the angry Cavernous. It was not common for him to be so angry after living for more than 1,000 years. When Linbin stepped into the office, Cavernous was about to make trouble, but when he saw Selena, his eyes lit up. He could naturally see that the female vampire in front of him had already sucked her blood. He was surprised and said, "You asked me for blood, but it was for this little vampire. I promised her that, as long as she could help me kill Luckian, I would help her get some sun. She fulfilled her promise to me, so I naturally cannot break my promise." Linbin said to Selena, "This is Cavernous. The ancestor of you vampires would have to call him father when he saw him." Huh, what a good word, father. I just realized, now that you had deceived me from the very beginning. Cavernous said angrily, "If I hadn't gone to clean up the mess, I'm afraid I would still be kept in the dark by you. Marcus would have died in your hands long ago, right?" Linbin nodded and said, "Yes, but didn't you allow this? But you killed my son first, and then asked for my opinion and consent. You did it exactly the other way around." Linbin thought for a moment, and asked innocently, "Is there any difference?" "You." Cavernous let out a long breath and asked, "You look so happy. It seems that your plan is very successful. Is William dead?" "It's just a beast using your son's body, but the person inside has already been replaced. You should have killed him long ago to let your son's body rest in peace." "Does it mean that I use technology to enter your son's body, so I'm also your son? You have lived for so many years, and you can't see through this. It's a bit narrow-minded. I'm not arguing with you about this. Since he is dead, I just want him to rest in peace. Don't worry, I have already let him return to dust." Beside, Selena couldn't help showing a strange look. It was blasted to pieces by a gun, and it was indeed dust to dust. But seeing the appearance of this poor old father, she was very tactful, and didn't say much. "So, your mission has been completed. Are you leaving?" "Well, leaving? What?" Beside, Selena couldn't help but shout out in disappointment, then remembered that the two were talking about business, and hurriedly kept silent. Linbin said, "Don't worry, I will keep my word. There are too many aliens to take away. I will tell Eta to let it get close to you. At that time, you will manage its tribe. But the aliens are bloodthirsty by nature. Even I can't take care of it too much. You will have a headache slowly at that time. But by then, there should be new reincarnations coming soon. You can arrange aliens to deal with them, and let them shoot themselves in the foot." Cavernous said, "I'm very grateful that you are willing to give me a headache. You have a lot of thoughts, but I admire you for keeping your words." Linbin looked at Selena in surprise. "I thought to myself, this is so familiar. Could it be that I started to be a villain after coming to this world, and I unknowingly maximumed out the favorability of the grandfather and the heroine?" He pointed at Selena and said, "This girl is called Selena. She is the last vampire in the world. However, after sucking your blood, she is no longer afraid of the sun. Her fighting ability is no less than that of your two sons. If you want to protect this world, you can let her be your assistant. She is definitely the most useful one. Don't worry, I will take good care of her for you." Cavernous obviously misunderstood something. When he looked at Linbin, there was an expression in his eyes that all men understand. Serene looked at Linbin and asked, "Mr. Abin, are you leaving?" "Yes." Cavernous said, "He is an alien, and he is going back to his world. Then can we meet again?" "Of course." Linbin smiled and said, "Your world is actually merging with our world. If you can protect your world from harm, then it is very likely that we will meet again one day in the near future. Then, old man, you will know whether I have lied to you or not. Since I saw this little girl, I have been convinced that you did not lie to me, but I would rather you were lying to me." Cavernous sighed and said, "Because if what you said is true, this world is really full of disasters. It's a pity." Linbin sighed. "What do you mean?" He will explain it to you in detail. Lin Bin's world is not like the Tang Dynasty plane, and he slept in a good bit company, which led to some nostalgia. Now that the mission has been completed, he called Atai the first time, and then told it to listen to Covernus in the future. Atai has a very high IQ. He shook his huge head and drilled into Abin's arms, obviously reluctant to leave. Lin Bin touched its big head and sighed. Listen to the old man. This world will be integrated into the real world in the future. Maybe we can meet again. If you don't listen, you will never see me again. Atai nodded reluctantly, then stood behind Covernus honestly, and drew a hello on the wall in English. Covernus sighed and said, "Thank you for your support. Remember the reincarnation table I told you about? This thing is also useful to you." Lin Bin finally reminded him, and nodded to Selena. Then, he chose to return. The next moment, a crack in time and space appeared in front of him. The two saw nothing, but Lin Bin waved at them, hugged Atai, turned around and stepped out of the space-time crack. His figure disappeared in an instant. Really disappeared? Selena said in surprise. Is this Mr. Abin really an alien? Maybe it's not just an alien. Covernus sighed and said, "Come with me, girl. I will slowly explain to you his origins and what we have to face." He didn't even realize it. The death of his two sons, this only remaining vampire, actually gave him some empathy. Looking at her now, it was as if he was looking at his own daughter. Yes, Selena was very curious about Lin Bin, but it was a pity that she didn't have time to get to know him in depth. When she heard that Covernus was willing to share information, she naturally nodded happily. Chapter 140 Bing obtains eternal life. Secret Realm Mission. Destroy the Extraordinary. Completion reward. 4000 reincarnation points. 2B level merits. Mission time limit. 3 months. Failure penalty. 3000 reincarnation points. Mission completed. Contribution calculation in progress. Secret Realm Mission rating S. You have completed the excess mission excellently, and the reward for this mission has been increased by 200%. Mission reward. Obtain 8000 reincarnation points. 4B level merits. Obtain the A level item expanding fire. Do you want to spend 2000 reincarnation points to bring it back to the present world? If you choose no, you can exchange it for 1000 reincarnation points. Expanding fire. A level item. Use it while entering the secret realm to greatly increase the reward for this secret realm mission, and the corresponding difficulty will also increase to a certain extent. Note, do you want excitement? Is that exciting enough? Obtain the B level item Blood of the Ancestors too. Do you want to spend 2100 reincarnation points to bring it back to the present world? If you choose no, you can exchange for 1500 reincarnation points. Note, do you want to sunbathe? At VAMPIRE obtain C level item Blood of the Blood Clan Ancestor X3. Do you want to spend 1500 reincarnation points to bring it back to the present world? If you choose no, you can exchange for 1000 reincarnation points. Note, don't look at my low grade, but my level is high. Obtain C level item Werewolf Ancestor Blood X3. Do you want to spend 1500 reincarnation points to bring it back to the present world? If you choose no, you can exchange for 1000 reincarnation points. Note, a real man should do it. Obtain D level item Blood of the Original Ancestor Descendant X3. Do you want to spend 800 reincarnation points to bring it back to the present world? If you choose no, you can exchange for 500 reincarnation points. Note, come in, although I'm useless, I'm very tolerant. Unprecedented explosion. The harvest was so rich that the harvest in this secret realm was almost as good as the sum of the previous secret realms. He felt a little sad about losing the alien, but now it seems that he bought the stock when it was at the bottom and then sold it directly when it rose to the highest point. It was a huge profit. Lin Bin realized that the expansion fire might be more precious than he thought. S level? He did not exceed the task this time. Or in other words, the difficulty of the task was directly raised to the maximum, and there was no room for him to show his skills. Normally, in this case, it would be quite good for him to get a B level evaluation, unless the task was expanded, but the rating system of the task was still carried out according to the previous task system. That is to say, his task was to kill any of the vampires or werewolves, but he directly buried both of them. So the evaluation rose sharply and reached S level. Risks are often accompanied by opportunities. This thing is indeed very dangerous, but if it is used well, it can bring huge benefits in just one time. Lin Bin chose yes without hesitation. As a result, 7,900 points of the 8,000 points of reincarnation points that had just been credited were directly deducted. Only a pitiful 100 points of reincarnation points were left for Lin Bin. But even so, Lin Bin didn't feel the slightest bit of pain. After all, what he paid now, when he sells these things in the future, at least he can earn several times back. This kind of business is really too good. Reincarnator, Abin, level, extraordinary, qualifications, killing level secret realm independent clearance experience x2, rating, S, A, adventure level secret realm clearance experience x3, rating, S. The first 3 items are visible to all reincarnators. Merit, B level merit x4, reincarnation points. 2000 reincarnation points equipment, light boots, B+, double dragon magic shadow sword, B, azure rose, B, money sword, B, optical camouflage cloak, B, soft hedgehog armor, B, wrist controller, B. 3-edged sword, C, items, expanding fire, A, holy blessing potion, A, random teleportation scroll, B, original ancestor bloodline, B, x2, blood ancestor bloodline, C, x3, werewolf ancestor bloodline, C, x3. Transformation capsule, C, storage belt soul guide, D, great return pill fake, D, original ancestor bloodline, D, x3. Strengthening, he/she/be skills, B level, eternal life secret, 74%, upper limit. 200%, B level, demon art, 61%, C level, sword cannon fragments, 72%, skills, B level, telepathy, 81%, Teikai sword, 59%. Demon force field, 75%, C level, Tian Zhang, 100%, Teikai 7 injury fist, 95%. Obviously, although Lin Bin relied on the Iron Blood alien throughout this period, he was not idle. Even if there was no Kanken, there were those vampires. With the help of the wasteful practice of the evil emperor's relic, Lin Bin's progress was indeed very fast. Not only did Tian Zhang reach the maximum level directly, but the levels of other skills were greatly improved. The divine descent technique is no longer there, and the level of telepathy has been improved a lot, and it is not far from the sword heart. Normal cultivation obviously doesn't progress so fast. Just as Lin Bin thought before, the two skills are both for the cultivation of the mind, and they are combined into one. It seems that it is time to buy some new skills. After all, it is easy to go from 0 to 1, and it is also easy to go to 10, but it is very difficult to rush to 100, and the higher you go, the more energy you consume, but the smaller the reward. In a word, it is a big profit. Is it an illusion? I always feel that the storage belt is much heavier. The settlement is completed, and at this time, Lin Bin has also walked to the end of the passage. He showed a solemn look on his face. Although the task is completed, the challenge has just begun. Lin Bin stepped out. The next moment, a cold breath came to his face. It was not the cold weather, but the cold temperature of those weapons, especially the weapons with huge lethality. Even if they were not loaded, people would feel cold unconsciously in their hearts. And with the appearance of Lin Bin, suddenly, a very harsh alarm sounded in the base. Dozens of special forces soldiers armed with weapons quickly formed a circle and surrounded Lin Bin. Lin Bin smiled and said playfully, "What's wrong? Don't you know that I entered the secret realm before? I just came out now. Is it necessary to make such a big fuss?" He was immediately determined. It seems that the expansion of fire is really not a blessing from heaven. These people should think that he can't leave this secret realm alive, so they cancelled his authority. A stranger suddenly appeared in a heavily guarded military base, so there would be such a reaction. Otherwise there would not be such a big fuss. Looking at Lin Bin's calm and composed attitude, the captain of the special forces showed a helpless expression on his face. He naturally recognized the person in front of him, and for a moment, he didn't know what to do. He could only wave his hand and said, "Contact the Samsara Space Association immediately." Soon, the Samsara Association also got the news. Upon hearing this news, Darien was shocked and leaned back, saying in surprise, "What? Abin came out alive? How is this possible? We paid an A-level expansion fire to take his life. How could he escape from the killing level secret realm?" Not far from his desk, Infidi couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief, and she felt inexplicably relaxed. Even she herself didn't know why she had such an idea, but she always felt that it was great that Mr. Abin was still alive. She answered tentatively, "Maybe, Mr. Abin is really very good at the reincarnation space. Some people just look ordinary, but they really have very unique strengths. Especially Mr. Abin looks very handsome. According to the Chinese, there is a saying called talent and beauty. It seems to suit him very well." Impossible. Absolutely impossible. No one can survive with the blessing of the expansion fire. Darian's face showed some doubt, and he said, "Could it be that Gred secretly coveted the expansion fire?" Infidi said, "In that situation, there are many people, and it is impossible for him to covet an A-level item that is not very useful." Wait. Darian suddenly remembered something, and said in surprise, "If he really came out alive, would the expansion fire fall into his hands?" Infidi hesitated and said, I'm not too sure. After all, this is the first time we are outside the secret realm, but we use props inside the secret realm. But even if it is possible, we must not let the A-level props fall into the hands of a reincarnation from another country, even if they are not very useful A-level props. Otherwise, wouldn't we become a joke? Infidi, since he came, you have been entertaining him. Go and test him. Yes. Let's go and welcome our guests. This kid is really lucky. When he said the last 4 words, Darien couldn't help but grit his teeth. He was already full of anger. Half an hour later, Lin Bin got on the special car leaving the base. Infidi's hair was half covered, and her oval face was particularly delicate. At this time, she had a respectful smile in her eyes, and her eyes were sparkling as she looked at Lin Bin. Half acting and half real, no one could see the flaws. She smiled and said, "I didn't expect Mr. Abin's training speed to be much faster than we imagined. It's only been more than a month, and he has already completed the training. Mr. Abin is so amazing that he can do it so easily." Lin Bin was still frightened and sighed, "No way, that world is too dangerous. I also narrowly escaped death, experienced countless dangerous murders, and almost completed the mission with a narrow escape of death. It was too difficult for me." Darien, who was driving in front, quietly turned the rear view mirror in the car to prevent Lin Bin from seeing the white eyes on his face. "He is so lively, without even a wound on his face. He also smells like hot pot. He must have had hot pot in the secret realm before coming out. It's so difficult." Infidi asked with admiration, "By the way, Mr. Abin, I heard that you are a member of the World Debris Early Warning and Detection Bureau in China. Those who can stand out in this department are the elites among the elites. We haven't entered this secret realm yet. Do you have any suggestions for us?" "Yes." Lin Bin looked at Infidi with admiration. He didn't expect that she could say the name of their department. At that moment, his favorability towards this little girl increased by several percentage points. He said to Infidi seriously, "My suggestion is that you must not go." Infidi immediately looked helpless. Lin Bin said seriously, "Because it is really dangerous inside. In that world, my mission is to target vampires and werewolves. They are all very powerful, have a long lifespan, and keep each other warm. Most of the vampires and werewolves have strength comparable to that of reincarnationists." "What? Is it so scary? If the reincarnationists enter Ashley, wouldn't it be very dangerous?" "Yes, although vampires are afraid of sunlight, and werewolves are afraid of silver, and I also use these 2 weaknesses, this is considered to have completed my mission." Lin Bin sighed, "But it's too scary. I don't want to face vampires again in my life." "Werewolves are afraid of silver? Vampires are afraid of sunlight?" Darien hurriedly memorized this important information. Although there are werewolves and vampires in the real world, but according to their different sources, their characteristics and strengths are also somewhat different, and this information is very important. Darien bent the mirror to the right position and quietly winked at Infidi. Infidi understood immediately and asked with respect, "Mr. Lin, can you tell me more about the details of this?" Of course, the vampires are divided into 3 elders. Among them, the second elder Marcus is the strongest, the first elder Victor is the most thoughtful, and Emilia is the sexiest. She wanted to seduce me at the beginning. Fortunately, I didn't fall for her trick, otherwise I would have become her follower now. Linbin told him many details about the legend of the night. Darien listened very seriously and remembered all the details in his heart. After listening to him for a long time, Infidi asked the key question. "By the way, Mr. Abin, did you encounter any strange things in this secret realm?" Linbin asked curiously. "What was it?" "It's something similar to flames, because there was actually a reincarnation who wanted to enter this secret realm illegally, but was shot dead by us. But a very important prop in his hand accidentally fell into the secret realm." "Flames?" "No." Linbin shook his head calmly, and his heartbeat was calm. Under the blessing of the sword cannon, the simple face was full of sincerity and regret, and said with a look of compassion and regret, "You should have told me earlier. If you had told me earlier, I would have helped you pay attention to it. Now, I'm sorry that I can't help you. By the way, you won't suspect that I took your things, right?" Infidi waved her hand hurriedly and said, "Of course not." Linbin looked at her deeply for a while. She felt inexplicably guilty when she looked at it. She felt that facing this simple and kind face, she was so dirty with her little thoughts. "Alas, I knew you didn't believe it. Never mind, let me show you my belt." Linbin untied his belt directly to Infidi and said, "This is my storage belt. I'll open it one by one for you to have a look." "Actually, it's not necessary." Linbin didn't respond to her, but opened the belt directly. Let Infidi see the weapons, guns, pills, capsules, and pills inside, and the blood in the test tube. It should be the harvest this time. Linbin just let Infidi touch it, and didn't let her reach out to touch it. After all, when a reincarnator touches the secret realm items, information will be displayed, which is too presumptuous. But in fact, Linbin was willing to take the initiative, to open his belt, to let Infidi look inside, which was already a great sincerity, and even made her a little flattered. Looked it over. Linbin then tied his belt again and said, "I'm worried that my words are not enough, and I'll let you see them, because I trust you, but these props are my trump cards. Don't tell anyone carelessly." "Well, yes, I understand." Infidi shook her head slightly at Darien. Darien sighed with regret. Linbin was sent to the hotel, and Infidi took him to check in and rest. But before closing the door, she said sincerely, "Mr. Abin, I know you may have guessed something, but there is one thing I want to tell you. Not everyone is disappointed to see you return safely. At least, I'm very happy." "Well, thank you very much." Abin was also sincere and even more sincere. For a moment, Infidi couldn't figure out whether what he said was true or false. She went downstairs and returned to the car. Darien waited for her for a long time. Frowning, he said, "It seems that we need to send another group of elite reincarnationists into this secret realm to find a way to retrieve the expansion fire. Infidi, you just happened to this." Infidi's heart moved, and suddenly she remembered Linbin's words not to go. It sounded a bit like a joke, but it was also a bit serious. She hesitated and said, "It's not good. I just heard what Mr. Abin said. It seems that he wants to stay here for a few more days. Since he came here, I have been with him. If I suddenly enter the secret realm, will it show that our free federation has no one to use? This is indeed true. In this case, I will send someone else. I think Abin has a good impression of you. You can take advantage of these few days to get more information from him." "Yes." Infidi breathed a sigh of relief, only to feel that her back was a little wet. Even she herself didn't understand why she trusted Linbin's casual words so much, but she really felt that she seemed to have escaped a life and death crisis. "I just found out that the heroine of Underworld 4 is Indoria Lai, who plays the woman in the mirror. White women are too old to look at after 30, but it must be mentioned that those under 20 are really young." Chapter 141, Run Away. The resources of the Free Federation were extremely rich. Under Darren's arrangement, a large number of silver bullets, crosses and garlic were prepared in a short time. They were very experienced in dealing with vampires. Werewolves were a little rare, but they had seen them before. An elite team, led by Carlos, a saint-level reincarnationist. He led 2 saint-level reincarnationists and 2 extraordinary reincarnationists into this reincarnation space. Destroying this plane was secondary, but the expansion fire was at least an A-level item. Their original plan was to wait until Lin Bin failed in his mission inside, and then send a new reincarnationist to retrieve the item. If Lin Bin really died, then the worst result. Even if the item was lost, Darren could use the words that Lin Bin had a promising future and even sacrificing an A-level item was completely worth it. But the problem was that they failed. If the item was lost again, it would be a real loss of both the wife and the army. He would definitely be punished. Therefore, Darren acted very quickly. Before Lin Bin left the Free Federation, they had already begun to re-enter the world of Underworld. It was also for this reason that Infidi had a reason to shirk responsibility. And the next morning, when Lin Bin heard that Infidi had come to thank him, he was surprised and asked, "Are you saying that a reincarnation has already entered that world? They wanted you to go, but you refused." Infidi nodded and said, "Yes, because I think that Mr. Abin, you were really sincere when you said you didn't want to go. I don't even know why, but I always feel that Mr. Abin, you won't lie to me." Lin Bin was immediately surprised. Obviously, he didn't expect that his words would have such a great weight in the mind of this little girl who had only been with him for a few days. "You did the right thing. I may have boasted a little before, but this world is worthy of the level of a killing level secret realm. If you enter Ashley, the possibility of being wiped out is very high." Lin Bin looked at Infidi deeply and said, "But I really misjudged you. I didn't expect that you would be qualified to enter the killing level secret realm. I thought you were an ordinary receptionist before. It seems that I didn't recognize a great man. No matter how good you are, you can't compare to you, Mr. Abin. You cleared the killing level secret realm alone and got an S-level evaluation. My best performance was only extraordinary. Yes, it's just your routine operation. Mr. Abin, you are too polite. Please arrange a return flight for me. I want to go back as soon as possible." Infidi was surprised and said, "Is it so urgent? Well, I really have some work to report at home." "Okay, I'll arrange it for you right away." Infidi stood up respectfully and left. Lin Bin muttered, "We have to leave quickly, otherwise, if these reincarnationists meet I can't bear to think about it anymore. The reincarnationists are very strong. Even if they face the iron-blooded aliens, it is not difficult to win the battle. But the advantage of the aliens is not their individual strength. Once they develop on a large scale, unless they carry a small nuclear warhead like him. Otherwise, it would be as difficult as climbing to the sky to kill all the aliens. Not to mention that these aliens are the darlings of the night, and they are protected by the high-tech weapons of Cavernous. Anyway, this matter has nothing to do with Lin Bin. In fact, it is just as Lin Bin expected. It has only been 3 hours since they came to this secret realm. They didn't even have time to complete their mission first and then look for the expansion fire. Their appearance has been directly locked by the enemy inside the secret realm. With his mind already on guard, Cavernous' strong background fully demonstrated his strength. It took him less than a few days to set up cameras in all the hidden corners of the city, because according to Abin's suggestion, the location where these people appeared is very likely to be in this city where Selena has lived for 600 years. It is also the base camp of the aliens. The reason why Lin Bin made such a judgment is very simple. Although there is no direct evidence, Feng Qingshan once mentioned it to him. Luck. Wherever the reincarnationists appear, there must be luck. Of course, to describe it in professional terms, the mission of the reincarnationists must be related to the characters in the play. Then the probability of this city, which is the starting point of everything, is naturally the highest. And the facts prove that Cavernous' trust in Lin Bin is very right. Just 2 days after Lin Bin left, a person exactly the same as him appeared. How about it? Are you sure these people appeared suddenly like that? Abin. Corvinus stood behind Selena, looking at the 5 reincarnations that suddenly appeared in the camera and signaled Selena to lock the focus. Sure enough, they saw the reincarnation watches on their wrists that were looming like linbin. His eyes gradually became solemn, especially looking at the tall reincarnation who was the leader. There was a bit of fear in his eyes, as if he had met his nemesis. His vision was high, and he could naturally see that this person's power was probably much stronger than that of Abin. Supervise the whole process, see what they are going to do, and monitor what they are saying. Yes. Selena responded, and her dexterous fingers operated quickly. Her eyes unconsciously fell on the reincarnation watch on the man's wrist, thinking that Mr. Abin said that, as long as you get this thing, you can pass through this world and go to that completely real world. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but have an inexplicable impulse in her heart. This was an idea that she had never had as a vampire in the past 600 years. But the respectable old man behind him will definitely leave this world only when he is sure that this world is safe, right? Or he will just stay in this world forever. After just a few days of getting along, Selena has already respected this old man. Even if she wants to leave, she must ensure that this place is safe. At this time, the 5 reincarnations who just landed in the secret realm of night sorted out their weapons. Our mission is, kill the original ancestor? Oh, it seems that, because I'm in the reincarnation team this time, the difficulty has been greatly increased. The original ancestor must not be too simple. Let's fight quickly. After killing the mission target, immediately look for all those who have extraordinary powers. The expansion fire will definitely fall into their hands. Even if they are not there, we can torture a lot of real information from them. Carlos ordered. Also, if you encounter vampires or werewolves, remember to drain all their blood. Bringing this blood back will be very useful. Maybe we can strengthen our vampire reinforcement system. Yes. The few people spoke concisely. Soon they agreed on the next battle strategy. Cavernous, who had heard their description throughout, looked serious. Selena said worriedly, their target is you. That's not important. What's important is the attitude they show in their words. Although they didn't say anything that was infuriating, just from their capable looks and mission-oriented words, Cavernous could understand that these people really didn't treat them as human beings. In their eyes, they were just resources. He sighed tiredly, knowing that in the future, the enemies he would face would be stronger than ever before. But it was also good that he might not be without the power to fight back. From this point of view, he had to thank that Abin. Let Atai go. I'll go too. Don't go. Cavernous said in a deep voice, you are too weak. What? Those reincarnations are very strong. Very strong. We should not be exposed and let the aliens deal with them. This should also be what Abin meant. Cavernous said coldly, Abin has the consciousness of being a human being and does not want to destroy the humans in this world. But I'm no longer a human being. I want to protect this world. If the aliens can't resist these reincarnations, I will let Atai parasitize all humans. Our world is ours. Even if it is destroyed, we will never give it to them and let them do whatever they want. Yes. Selena looked at Cavernous, who was already a little anxious, and said softly, I will always be with you. Well, I know. Sorry, I'm too excited. This person puts a lot of pressure on me. This is the first time I encounter such a powerful opponent. I have lost my sense of proportion. And with Cavernous's order, these reincarnations have just arrived for less than half an hour. Everyone was walking on the street, and Collis suddenly waved his hand, signaling everyone to stop. He sneered, such a cold hostility. My supreme aura is reminding me that we are surrounded by a group of dark creatures. As he spoke, he clearly saw a black shadow passing by quickly in the alley in the distance. And there were no traces of pedestrians around. The battlefield was set up in just half an hour under the advanced preparation of Cavernous. Load. With Carlos's shout, the other 4 reincarnations each loaded their weapons with silver bullets or ultraviolet bullets. Be fully prepared. Come out. Don't hide in there without making a sound. I know you are here. Show yourself. Carlos shouted. The whole person expanded directly from his body with a scorching light like the sun. The holy aura of the world. It was scorching like the scorching sun, and the area within a radius of several thousand meters instantly turned from darkness to daylight, making all the filthy things in the darkness instantly invisible. Those densely packed, silent and like aliens appeared in front of these reincarnations. In the alleys, trash cans, corridors, stairs, trams, and even on the outer walls of tall buildings, pitch black, hideous and terrifying aliens can be seen everywhere. There are at least thousands of aliens over 2 meters tall, staring at them with greedy eyes. It can be seen with the naked eye. Carlos's arrogant momentum stagnated instantly. Even the holy energy of the human world was also stuck, and then it was much weaker than before. Fuck. Fuck. Carlos muttered a curse. Run. With a scream, the 5 reincarnations fled in the direction they came from at a very fast speed. The aliens swept towards them like an ocean. Shoot. Shoot quickly to stop them. Carlos angrily blasted several groups of holy energy light waves in succession, directly knocking over dozens of aliens. His powerful strength can be seen. But these aliens were thick-skinned and vomited blood after being beaten, but it did not affect their hunting speed at all. They rolled over a few times and stood up to continue chasing. The bonus of holy energy to dark creatures was actually ineffective against these monsters! Exclamation mark. Carlos' pupils shrank. He strengthened the holy energy system, which was the nemesis of all dark creatures. But how come these monsters, that obviously looked like vampires or werewolves, were not afraid of him at all? Bang 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 bang. The dense and violent sound of gunfire rang out. The first few aliens were directly killed. But unless they were hit in the vital parts, otherwise, it was completely painless. The 5 reincarnations had dull faces. The most thorough preparations were actually wasted. These monsters were indeed vampires and werewolves, but they looked weird, no matter how they looked. Unable to understand the situation, he dared not look back and rushed forward quickly. Suddenly, a huge and ferocious alien fell from the sky. With its dreadlocks swinging, it directly took one of the transcendental reincarnationists in its mouth and began to eat him. Everyone didn't even have time to rescue him. No one wanted to rescue him. There were too many of these dark monsters, and each of them had at least the strength of an ordinary reincarnationist. Under the siege, even a supreme reincarnationist would have to kneel. When he thought that he and his companions had been targeted by these monsters, and the mission time limit was half a month, which meant that they had to survive under the hunting of these monsters for half a month. Even Carlos, the strongest among them, couldn't help but feel terrified. It was too scary. Escape. Unfortunately, Carlos still overestimated his strength. Not to mention half a month, they couldn't even last a day. What? The whole group was wiped out? Carlos died too? Real world. When Darren heard the news, his heart sank immediately, and he said in surprise, "How is it possible? That's Carlos. He is a top figure on the saint list, and he even participated in the development of the Nightmare Secret Realm. How could he die in a mere killing Secret Realm?" And Moshika is also a veteran saint level reincarnationist, and Jed has both the power of darkness and light, and they have made sufficient preparations in advance. Now you tell me that in just one day, all 5 of them died? Infidi nodded, his face full of horror, and his heart was full of relief for surviving the disaster. Sure enough, he really didn't lie to me. Fortunately, I didn't go. Carlos's strength is more than twice my own, and he couldn't last a day in there. If I went, I would definitely die. Where is Abin? How did he survive in there? Did he deceive us? Darren looked at Infidi angrily and asked, "Where is he?" He's gone. I just sent him on the plane 3 hours ago. He should have arrived in China now. Darren was shocked and said, "Gone. Gone. Didn't he say he would stay here for another day?" "I'm not sure. He said his boss suddenly wanted to see him for something." Infidi didn't think much about it before, but now she thinks about it. He clearly heard someone entering this secret realm, and then he suddenly wanted to leave. Could it be that he knew that entering this secret realm would inevitably lead to such a terrible result? What is the secret of this secret realm? But this time, she didn't tell Darren the news. Maybe it was because of the person in front of her that she escaped from death. Anyway, she just didn't want to say it. But Darren quickly thought of the key point. He said, "Contact him. Contact him immediately. Ask him about the mystery of this secret realm. It would be even better if we can find out about his experience. Otherwise, we must send a large number of elites into this secret realm to find out what's going on inside. If he can cooperate, we can at least save the lives of dozens of reincarnations." Yes. I will try, but experience is a very private matter. I'm worried that he won't tell. You have to try anyway. Beg him in a nice voice, or you can try to seduce him. All means can be used. Yes. Infidi responded obediently. Chapter 142. You are too involved in the play. Linbin didn't know about the tragic fate of Collis and others, but he guessed it. In order to help Covernus hide the strength of the aliens as much as possible, he chose to return to China. You know, the strength of the aliens lies in their mysterious unknowability. Otherwise, even if Atai has the strengths of 4 creatures, namely, the Iron Warrior, the Alien, the Human and the Vampire, once the details are known, do you really think that those reincarnations have no means to target them? As long as they are willing to pay the price, let alone the aliens, even destroying the world should not be a difficult task. Not long after returning to China, Linbin received a mobile friend request from Infidi. He chose to agree. However, the other party was obviously very tactful. He knew that he left specifically because he didn't want to reveal any news, so he didn't ask about anything that would spoil his mood. He just said warmly that if he came to the Free Alliance again in the future, he must contact her. Even if he was thousands of miles away, she would definitely come and receive him in person, and if she had free time in the future, she would definitely come to China to take a look. For no other reason, she just wanted to see what kind of landscape could cultivate such a wonderful person as Mr. Abin. Linbin said a few polite words to her, and then the two of them tacitly stopped talking. After all, although they got along very well, they were not very familiar with each other. Talking too much would make people feel that they were just talking too much, and although the other party was warm, it was obviously not the type to rush to pay for it. In a sense, this girl might even be a much better reincarnation than ordinary reincarnations. She was a little younger than him, but she was already qualified to enter the secret realm of killing level 4 training. Adding a friend was normal. As for the Free Federation, Infidi shook her head helplessly and said, I have successfully added Mr. Abin as my friend, but when I asked him, he just said that vampires and werewolves are indeed difficult to deal with. The two sides have been fighting each other in the dark world for hundreds of years, and both sides have developed extremely terrible weapons. He didn't say much after that. According to my guess, their weapons should be very targeted against us reincarnators. Maybe it was because she had escaped death once, and these unprovoked disasters were completely brought upon herself by the so-called leader in front of her. Infidi began to keep it for a purpose. Her idea was very simple. In this way, I revealed that my relationship with Mr. Abin was not ordinary. If there were any tasks related to him in the future, I would definitely handle it at that time. After all, I completed the original tasks assigned to me well, but you temporarily added a lot of messy tasks to me. No one can blame me if I can't complete them. Even Infidi didn't understand what she was thinking at this moment. When she was first called to use her unique ability to check the other party's strengths and weaknesses, she was still unwilling, but now, she couldn't help but look forward to seeing him again. After all, he saved my life, she thought quietly in her heart. Darian didn't doubt the little thoughts of his right-hand man. He just said in embarrassment, this is a troublesome thing. Even Collis has fallen. Which reincarnation should be arranged to enter next? Wait. Even Collis has fallen, and I have lost the A-level props. I will definitely be punished at that time. Then this matter will not be my headache. Ha 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 ha. That's great. I finally don't have to worry about such a shitty thing. Darian laughed very sadly and cried while laughing. But these have little to do with Linbin. As soon as he got off the plane, he was stopped by two young men and women in work clothes. Among them, the girl who was in her early 20s and had a neat ponytail took the initiative to say, "Hello, Mr. Abin. We are full-time staff of the Samsara Space Association. This is my colleague Li Yun. My name is Sunjing, and we came here specially to pick you up and take you back to Beishu City." Linbin asked curiously, "How did you know I would come back at this time?" "Because your data has been updated in real time." Li Yun is about the same age as Linbin, but she can't hide her admiration when she looks at him, and said excitedly, "Because your data has been updated in real time, and there is another S-level evaluation. This time it is a real S-level evaluation of the killing level secret realm, which is enough to shut up all those who doubted your strength, Mr. Abin." Not to mention that this time it was on the side of the Free Alliance. In a sense, you have greatly enhanced the reputation of our China. Sun Jing was just pretending to be mature, but when her companion mentioned this matter, she couldn't help but get excited. After all, this was not just a matter of one country, but two countries. Even if it was just some trivial matters, it was a happy thing to have the upper hand. Not to mention that Lin Bin had become famous this time. Mr. Abin, please get in the car. Our special plane is waiting for you not far away. We will take you back to rest as soon as possible. Thank you. By the way, can I take a walk around the city first? It's a rare trip to Beijing, so I plan to buy some specialties to bring back. It's already prepared for you. Considering your precious time, we have prepared 3 copies of everything for you. 1 for gifts, 1 for your own use, and 1 for gifts between friends. Oh, thank you very much. Lin Bin thought to himself that I still want to go shopping. But looking at the other party's enthusiasm, if you said it, they would immediately ask me to carry your bags. Forget it, I'm really not used to having someone around. He followed the two of them into the car obediently. Half an hour later, he boarded the return plane. At this time, he finally had time to reply to the previous messages. Before, at the foreign military base, all signals were blocked and nothing could be received. It was not allowed to play with mobile phones on the passenger plane, so Lin Bin could only bear it. But now, there is no restriction in this regard. There are not many messages on the phone. Most of them were Linzu's concerns and care before, but now that she knows that he is in another world, it is useless, even if she asks him. Except for a few words of advice at the beginning, there were almost no messages for more than a month. Deng Yang did send him a few messages. Obviously, the reincarnation table of the reincarnation space is encrypted, and no one can intercept and read the information in it. But he still rarely sends messages to Lin Bin, and sometimes he often sends some messy messages, which require Lin Bin to skip and read diagonally, or read every other word, every 2 words, etc., which is very difficult to read. He once protested against this matter. The other party called it encryption, to prevent someone from looking at his phone. This statement seemed reasonable, but Lin Bin sneered. If someone intercepted the message with this level of encryption, it would probably be read out in less than 2 minutes. This guy probably enjoyed the feeling of lurking too much, which led to him getting too deep into the role. And this time the encryption was much stronger than before. It was similar to the English words, like give you some color CC, and some of the words in the middle were really hard to spell, so they had to add pinyin. According to Lin Bin's estimation, if the enemy really intercepted it, those top students would definitely be confused and not know how to interpret it. But this naturally did not stump Lin Bin, who had an actual combat power of 300 points. The information given this time was quite shocking. Have you become the confidant of the new 11 apostles? Do you plan to kill the 11 apostles and take the position yourself as soon as you can stand on your own? After reading the message, Lin Bin was quite surprised, thinking that this kid was planning to lurk and become a big boss. He replied to him with a message. Let him pick a time to go back to Beishu City, and then they can find a way to meet. He has some good things for him. In a sense, Deng Yang is also the one who saved his life. Lin Bin will naturally not be stingy with this trustworthy partner, especially since he is a vampire enhancement. I remember that, when they met last time to snipe Wang Ling, he was dressed like a Zhangzi. Now that he has 2 copies of the original blood, what's wrong with giving him one? There was a rift between the two of them, but because of the rift, he is more trustworthy, because he has seen his worst side. The other party quickly replied. Okay, no Wenti. Lin Bin stopped replying, and turned to read other people's messages. Director Lei maintained his aloofness, and did not ask questions throughout the process, with an attitude of I believe you can do it, and it's okay if you can't. Zukan did ask a few things to pay attention to in the secret realm, but maybe even she didn't expect Lin Bin to go in so quickly, so she didn't receive it until now. It became an afterthought. But the kindness must be returned. Lin Bin replied with a few kind words. He still had great respect for the elder sister who brought him into the new world. Apart from that, there was no more information. Qian Qian did not reply. Considering that she inherited the identity of the reincarnationist of Tang Sanshi, it was considered fast for the reincarnationist of the extraordinary realm to finish the training in more than a month. She should not have finished the mission yet. Or it is possible that she has completed the mission and returned to the Tang dynasty plane without stopping. I don't know which one it is. Lin Bin still took the initiative to send her a message reminding her that he had finished the mission. If she wanted to practice dual cultivation, it's better to do it as soon as possible, because so far, more than 1/3 of the essence in the evil emperor's relic has been wasted. After all, with the improvement of strength, the amount of essence consumed each time has greatly increased. The second dual cultivation is almost equivalent to nearly double the improvement of the previous dual cultivation. During this period of time, he really wasted a lot of the true energy in the evil emperor's relic. In fact, it is more appropriate to feed it to Qian Qian than to waste it. After replying to the message, he closed his eyes. He didn't feel it when he went abroad before, but now he is back on the land of his own country. His heart suddenly settled down, with a feeling of returning to his roots, and his mood also calmed down. Soon, he fell into a deep sleep, and just as he finally settled down, at the same time, in another secret realm, the training process of the reincarnationists was not smooth. Boom. Woo woo woo. Accompanied by the huge roar of the engine, an exquisite F1 racing car was speeding at a very fast speed on the muddy Blueston road. In the car, Tang Heo was covered with knife and sword wounds, and there were 2 arrows stuck in his shoulders. In this narrow cockpit, he would touch the arrows from time to time, which made him grimace in pain. But he didn't dare to slack off. This whirlwind charge was a transportation type secret realm prop he obtained in the secret realm. Although it was only a sea level prop, it had saved his life countless times. This time was no exception. He had never expected that he would encounter such a huge risk. Not only did his 2 teammates from the reincarnation realm die tragically at the hands of a mysterious assassin, but even his brother Tang Lai was killed by the enemy. Of the 4 people, he was the only one who had managed to escape. In fact, if he hadn't had the whirlwind racing car prop, he would probably be just a corpse now. But the enemy killed 3 of them in succession. He finally got a glimpse of the terrifying face behind the enemy. I have to get out alive. I have to get out alive. Tang Heo's face became paler and paler, a sign of excessive blood loss. The ground in the secret realm was not like the modern society. It was very bumpy and rugged. His wounds were shaken open by the shaking all the way, and the blood could not be stopped at all. At this time, the heel of his foot that was stepping on the accelerator was almost completely sunk into a pool of blood. If he hadn't had some strength left, a normal person would have died long ago with this amount of blood loss. I can't die yet. As the tornado broke through the gate of Chang'an City with the whirlwind charge, the road was smooth, and the sharp wind that could be heard before gradually couldn't keep up. Obviously, the opponent's speed was really fast, and even his whirlwind charge couldn't completely leave him behind. But when the whirlwind charge really accelerated, human power couldn't last long after all, and slowly it was left behind. There's still half an hour. I can't die. I have to tell the family head the news, the real secret of this world. The secret and truth that I got with great difficulty must be brought back. Tang Heo's eyes gradually blurred. He could hardly see the things in front of him now, and he only knew to instinctively step on the brakes under his feet to avoid the obstacles in front of him. How much time had passed? Even he didn't know, until the system's prompt sounded in his ears, telling him that this mission failed, and he needed to deduct reincarnation points. It was obviously a punishment for failure, but it made Tang Heo overjoyed. He used his last strength to press the return button. The crack opened. The next moment, the whirlwind charge directly maintained its speed and rushed into the crack. Life, finally saved. Tang Heo fainted with peace of mind. The last thing he heard was a series of panicked shouts, accompanied by violent crushing vibrations and worried shouts. Family Master. Oh no, the family master was hit by a car. It's vacation time, and I've been visiting relatives these 2 days. It's already difficult to keep updating, so the number of words is a little less. Please forgive me. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel. Mundo fanfic novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 143. The target is me. While Tang Xianhao and Tang Xiaohao were both hospitalized for treatment, Lin Bin, after several hours of turbulence, finally got off the plane. With Sun Jing and others bidding him farewell with enthusiasm and reluctance, he hurried home. Considering that the previous Tang Dynasty plane had been in place for 3 months, he and Lin Zhu also promised to stay together for about 3 months this time. 3 whole months. She must be quite bored. Especially before, she could send him messages every day. Although she knew that she would not receive a reply the moment the message was sent, she felt satisfied. But now that she knew that Lin Bin was training in another world, she didn't even send messages, and the last way of comfort was lost. Fortunately, this mission was completed quickly. It was said to be 3 months, but it was only a month and a half, and the battle was over, and a large amount of high rewards were taken back. I guess it can also give her a surprise. By the way, should I help her find a job? Lin Bin suddenly began to think about this seriously. He didn't want Lin Zhu to become a bird in a cage, waiting for the mercy of his master. Without him, she would have to stay alone in the cage. Although she had no worries about food and clothing, it was really too much. Although her legs were not very convenient. In fact, during this period of time, Lin Bin used the immortal True Key to warm her body. Her physical weakness caused by the inconvenience of movement had been greatly improved. Although her legs were still inconvenient, she had no problem traveling. He could find her a job. She was now fully capable of doing some document processing work, so that when he entered the secret realm, she would have something to rely on. Lin Bin felt that with his current status in the eyes of Director Lei, it should be more certain to ask for a public office. Well, I'll get this done when I report on my work later. Entered the community. Back home. Sister, I'm back. Lin Bin called out. The room was empty, and no response was heard. Sister, are you there? Lin Bin casually took out all the dirty clothes from the storage belt. Originally, these tasks were done by Lin Zhu, but now the room was empty. Where was Lin Zhu? He went to the balcony and sorted the clothes by color, and then classified the underwear and underwear separately. He stuffed some of them into the washing machine. With the rumbling sound of the washing machine, the huge room finally became a little lively. Lin Zhu was not there. The room was tidy and the quilts were neatly folded, but Lin Bin's face gradually became solemn. Although the room was cleaned up, but there was a thin layer of dust on the coffee table and TV cabinet in the living room. It was obvious that Lin Zhu had been away for more than 1 or 2 days. That is, there was no trace of mess in the room, and even the charger for the electric wheelchair was taken away. This eliminated the possibility that she was kidnapped. He called her several times, but no one answered. Lin Bin immediately ran to the security office again. After asking the old boss, he found out that she was pushed away by a young lady who was in her early 30s, 1.71 meters tall, with measurements of 71, 62, 82, and looked very charming. They knew each other and were talking and laughing. After Lin Bin's previous deliberate approach, the old boss really remembered the information about Lin Zhu. It was a pity that the information he knew was a bit biased. Lin Bin originally wanted the old boss to help him check the specific time and her registration list. But after thinking about it, he really knew a person whose measurements were exactly the same as the data estimated by the old boss. The landlady Tang Yufu. Lin Bin and Lin Yu had lived in his house before, and they lived there for several months. At that time, he also promised to help the landlady's daughter with homework. It was a pity that he was always busy. Otherwise, maybe he could have a deeper relationship with the landlady. Lin Bin regretted this for a long time. After all, his original plan was to get familiar with her and then bargain for the house price. But as the company distributed houses, the connection was cut off. But by chance, Lin Zhu developed a deep relationship with Tang Yufu. Could it be her? Lin Bin took out his cell phone and dialed. The boss next to him was still muttering, "You boy also like this kind of charming young woman." The young man is not very old, but he has a lot of thoughts. The call was delayed for a long time before it was connected. "It's Abin. Are you looking for your sister?" The landlady opposite got straight to the point. The magnetic and elegant voice smiled and said, "Don't worry. Aren't you on a business trip during this period? I just asked Aksu to help me tutor my child. It was so troublesome for her to go back and forth every day, so I simply asked her to live in my house so that she could keep me company. I couldn't report to you at that time, so I made you worry. It doesn't matter. I came back early and I can pick her up later." Tang Yufu hurriedly said, "Let's wait. We are out of town now. It's quite remote. I have a house outside, and Wanrang's recent homework is at a critical moment. Let Aksu stay here for 2 more days." Lin Bin hesitated and said, "This?" He hesitated. Entering the secret realm, he didn't think about things in the real world. But back to the real world. When he heard that Lenzu was going to leave him for a few days, he was not used to it. Or rather, he had gotten used to returning home and having a girl waiting for him forever. Tang Yufu smiled and said, "This is the seaside. I can bring Arzu here to see the sea every day. It's very open-minded." "Then thank you, madam. By the way, can I say a few words to her?" Tang Yufu hesitated and said, "This is not very convenient. She is bathing with my daughter. I will ask her to call you back later." Lin Bin said, "Okay, thank you." The two hung up the phone. In a luxurious villa, Tang Yufu, whose measurements were 71.62.82, rubbed her brows helplessly and sighed. "This is troublesome. I didn't expect this kid to come back so soon. Now I can only make excuses for it." As for Lin Bin, he was actually quite happy to know that Lenzu went to a friend's house. Seeing that Lenzu finally made friends and had her own social circle, he felt quite relieved that his daughter had grown up. At least, he didn't have to worry too much about her being lonely in the real world. After changing into pajamas, Lin Bin got busy and wiped the room first. He even hung up his clothes to dry and cleaned up all the places. Then, he drove his H9, which he hadn't driven for more than a month, to the World Administration. Raymond had actually been waiting for a long time. Although he didn't call during the whole process, he had been monitoring Lin Bin's schedule, and he was obviously very satisfied with his behavior of reporting back immediately after he had just returned home and settled down. "You did a good job this time. S-level evaluation, Abin. You really proved your ability with your strength." Raymond's cold face unconsciously showed a slight grin, looking like a goldfish weird uncle who kidnapped a little girl. "In fact, what I did may be more excessive than you think, Director Lei." Facing Raymond, Lin Bin didn't need to hide anything. He told him everything he did in the secret realm, especially the replacement of vampires and werewolves with aliens, and the fact that he had planted a big nail for the reincarnationists. Raymond's eyes were full of light. "In the end, I heard that a team of reincarnations had already died in the secret realm." He slammed the table hard and shouted, "Well done, Abin. You have made a great contribution to our China. The killing level secret realm is the most solid secret realm among all the secret realms, and it is also the plane with the most abundant output. If the Free Alliance can really completely digest the foundation of a secret realm, its strength will definitely be greatly improved. Even if your action did not destroy the secret realm, it will consume most of the extraordinary power inside. You are even more excessive than destroying their entire secret realm." Raymond laughed and said, "Do you know that, since your data was updated, the skills you set up, such as one-handed bearing removal and at force field, have become popular? Many reincarnations have purchased these skills at high prices on the internet, obviously wanting to become your official team members. Abin, no one dares to doubt you this time." Lin Bin said humbly, "After all, Director Lei has given instructions. How dare I not do my best?" "Okay, great." Raymond repeated it several times in succession, and it was obvious that his mood was also very excited. After a while of excitement, he could not help but feel regretful. He sighed. "It's a pity. You shouldn't have let the old man and the female vampire go. If they both died, all the supernatural powers in that plane would be destroyed. Then you might have a chance to obtain world-class items, but in a way, their existence is a great threat to the reincarnationists, so it's not a big loss." "World-class items? Is it enough to just destroy the supernatural powers?" Lin Bin's mind moved. He thought, could it be that just destroying all the plots and characters would be enough? But these people don't have the concept of plots and characters, so they certify all the supernaturals. That's why they say it's possible. This is a very useful clue, although I may not be able to use it. Linben smiled and said, at least we have a good relationship. It's not good to sell them out for some profit. Maybe one day in the future, this world will come again. At that time, won't I have a natural ally in the Free Alliance? It is indeed very likely. Raymond smiled with relief. He valued Linben for his personal friendship over interests. If it were not for this reason, how could he stay in the World Bureau, a place with no future? By the way, Director Lei, the matter I asked you to ask, that's our minimum. Calculating the time, he should have come out of the secret realm, right? Linben asked about the business he had been thinking about for a long time. This? Raymond was stunned when he heard this, and a solemn look appeared on his face. He said, Zhao Minimum's mission time is 2 months. In fact, he should have come out of the secret realm half a month ago, but there is still no information. According to the judgment of the reincarnation space, he should have had an accident. Raymond sighed, rubbed his brows, and said, so if you want to meet with Zhao Minimum, it may not be possible. Linben was surprised and said, dead. Raymond nodded. This? Raymond asserted, either he is not the traveser you are looking for, or he is the traveser, but the difficulty of the secret realm is too high this time, or there are frequent accidents in the secret realm, and he died. But according to my speculation, the second possibility is not great. He is not either? Then the most suspicious person now, could it be me? Linben thought to himself that there are only 3 survivors left. If Lulin Lin is not, Lin Zhu must not be either. So the traveser is actually me? In a sense, it is not wrong to say so. Raymond obviously knew what Linben meant, and said, you don't have to stick to S-level items. Some air-level items are also very magical. Although you have an air-level item, it's just that the properties are not consistent. If it is a completely healing type of item, it is still possible to heal your sister's legs. Don't worry too much. Besides, even if she doesn't have legs, isn't her life now no different from that of a normal person? Yes, Director Lei, I know. Linben sighed a little disappointedly. He listened to Raymond's words. He just listened. A completely healing type of A-level item? No matter who gets this kind of item, it will definitely be collected as soon as possible, and it is impossible to circulate it outside. In comparison, the S-level item is more reliable. He discussed with him in detail about his experience at the Free Alliance. Then he mentioned the question about his sister's work, and Raymond agreed readily. Seeing that there was nothing to say, Linben said, Director Lei, if everything is okay, I will go back now. Go back. Lei Meng raised his eyebrows and looked at his wrist speechlessly. The Samsara watch has the function of time, which clearly shows that it is only 3 o'clock now. He sighed. He asked, did you forget that this is your workplace? This? Lei Meng sighed, at least punch in before leaving. Yes, thank you Director Lei. Linben went to punch in. By the way, he planned to have a good rest for a few more days. Not long after he walked out of the World Administration Bureau, before he got home, his mobile phone directly received a message push from the Samsara app. It was sent by Deng Yang. He asked him to meet at the meeting coffee shop in Hengyang City 3 days later. But he must disguise himself and not let people discover his true appearance, otherwise his lurking would be meaningless. Linben readily agreed. 2 flowers bloom, each showing 1. Just when Linben finally had time to rest. Another place. Inside the affiliated hospital of the Samsara Space Association Center. After lying in the intensive care unit for a whole day, Tang Xiaohao, who had barely regained consciousness, suddenly opened his eyes, jumped up in shock, and then fell to the ground in pain. He said painfully, it hurts so much. The accompanying carriage driver hurriedly supported him and said, be careful not to move rashly, you are seriously injured, and almost can't be saved. Now the blood bank is short of blood, and no one is willing to donate. You have to be thankful that the remaining blood in the blood bank happens to match you, otherwise, you will lose your life. Tang Xiaohao said painfully, no, I can't care about it. I have to see the head of the family. I have something very important to see the head of the family. The demon sect. The murderer who killed Xiaolo's cousin is the demon sect. They are now entangled with the whole world. We must respond as soon as possible. I learned a lot of important information from the traitor of the demon sect. I must report it to the head of the family as soon as possible. The carriage driver looked helpless and sighed. The master was waiting for you at the entrance to the secret realm. He didn't check for a moment and was hit head on by your secret realm prop. It must be that he is a saint level reincarnation, otherwise he would have died from this collision. He is changing the dressing now. You have to wait for 2 hours. Tangzai no Heyo. Chapter 144. Making a fortune. Tangzai no Heyo didn't have to wait too long. Tang Xian Heyo, the head of the Tang family, appeared with a bandage on his arm. Tangzai no Heyo said guiltily, "Uncle, I'm sorry. It doesn't matter, it's not your fault, and I was too concerned about you. I ignored everything when I saw you injured. Otherwise, the sneak attack of a mere B-level item would not have hurt me." Tang Xian Heyo looked at his nephew in front of him. This child was born earlier than his son. At that time, he had no children. This kid was named Zhao Heyo by his father. The intention was too obvious. He used to love this nephew very much, but after his son was born, he liked his son as much as he hated this nephew who was once doted on. Not to mention that he hurt him now. But at the moment, he easily hid his disgust. He said, "Zhao Heyo, I heard that you have something important to tell me. Did you successfully recover the props?" No, but I found out who killed Zhao cousin." Tang Zhao Heyo said guiltily, "Unfortunately, the enemy is so powerful. I wanted to avenge Zhao, but I almost got myself involved and even endangered brother Tang Lai's life. Alas, it's all my fault. It was all his fault because he did it." Tang Zhao Heyo had a lot of thoughts, but he couldn't hide anything from Tang Xian Heyo. But he couldn't care less about anything now and asked excitedly, "Did you find out who did it?" It was an organization called the Demon Sect in the Tang Dynasty plane. The Demon Sect? Yes, they call themselves the Holy Sect, and they have a very strong influence in the Tang Dynasty plane. They are even linked with an organization called the Li Clan in that world, and this Li Clan is the most likely force to dominate that world. Tang Zhao Heyo smiled bitterly and said, "After we found out Zhao information, we wanted to help him get revenge, but we ignored the existence of the Li Clan. Because on the surface, the Li Clan is actually a cooperative force of the Demon Sect's mortal enemy. Who can imagine that they are hostile to each other on the surface, but they have already colluded with each other in private?" Tang Xian Heyo's pupil slowly shrank and asked, "The Demon Sect? The Li Clan? Are you sure?" "I'm very sure, because there was a spy inside the Demon Sect. We reached a cooperation with the spy by chance and obtained a lot of information that we could not have known before, such as that world has actually been consciously capturing reincarnations, and their information came from Zhao Lei. It can be imagined that he must have been tortured very severely and was forced to reveal all the information. It can be speculated that the props we need, and even the bones of Zhao Lei's cousin, are in their hands." Any other information? Yes, the Demon Sect seems to have begun to reversely invade the real world. It is said that they have sent high-level people from the Demon Sect into this real world to make arrangements in advance. Oh, are there any clues about this senior person? Yes, the injuries on my body are the clue. Tang Zhao Heyo said in a deep voice, "More than half of my injuries were caused by the leader of the Demon Sect. This kind of injury is said to be very unique, called the Heavenly Demonic Art. Once this kind of true energy enters the body, it will be extremely difficult to remove, and it will constantly erode the vitality of the injured person. During the escape, I can feel that my injuries not only did not recover with time, but became more and more serious. It has to be mentioned. Tang Zhao Heyo is a reincarnation in the extraordinary realm. Maybe he has a lot of little thoughts, but to be assigned this task by Tang Xian Heyo, his personal ability is completely impeccable. And this time, he also brought out a lot of information. I got reliable information that the advanced personnel who came to the real world are of the same lineage as the leader of the Demon Sect. If we can analyze the characteristics of my injuries, we may be able to find that person through this feature. Heavenly Demonic Art." Tang Xian Heyo looked at his exclusive private physician beside him. The physician nodded and replied, "Master Heyo was indeed injured by a very insidious martial arts system. We are rushing to heal him, so there won't be too much trouble. If the head of the family wants the characteristics of this method, then we can also infer it through Master Heo's physical signs. I want the most detailed information about the heavenly demonic method, and then all the people in the Tang family will go out to find out the existence of the pioneer of the demon sect. Xiao Heo's understanding of the demon sect is still too superficial. If you want to know more, this will be a good breakthrough. Yes, I'll do it right away. Tang Xian Heo praised Xiao Heo, you did a good job. Although you failed to complete the task, you found so much extra information. It's also a great achievement. You can rest assured and let these medical staff study you. After your injuries recover, I will assign you more important tasks. Yes. Tang Xiao Heo was immediately delighted when he heard this, and then asked, head of the family, I want to ask, do we want to destroy this demon sect? Humph, they took away our 2B level items and killed Xiaoli and 2 friends of our Tang family, as well as my son. This account is naturally not easy to settle. If that's the case, Patriarch, I think we must act as soon as possible. What do you mean? Because according to the intelligence I found, the Li family is about to unify the world. The Li family has openly recruited a large number of masters to capture citizen territories, and the demon sect is secretly helping them to eliminate the enemy elite. If we don't act quickly, we may end up facing resistance from the entire world. Tang Xiao Heo said, Patriarch, you should be able to imagine that it will be difficult for us to destroy the demon sect at that time. Isn't that perfect? No matter what status and strength the other party has, as long as he dares to hurt our Tang family, that will be his way to death. Tang Xian Heo said, as for what you said, there is nothing to be afraid of. As long as we find the pioneer, it is equivalent to mastering a passage that can cross the reincarnation space and control the secret realm. At that time, we can easily enter the secret realm. Even if we face a world, we don't have to worry about it. The head of the family is wise. You should take good care of your injuries. Yes. 3 hours later, Tang Xian Heo got a very detailed report in his hand. Details about the heavenly demon dapper. Corrosion into the bones, lingering, absorbing power to grow by itself, and absorbing the host into a human body. What a terrible magic skill. Tang Xian Heo handed the report to the assistant beside him and said, publish this news within our Tang family. Whoever can find this person will be rewarded with 3000 reincarnation points, plus a C-level item. Yes. The assistant asked, do you need to post a reward in the reincarnation exchange area? No, in case of alerting the enemy. Tang Xian Heo said, tell those old guys that, if everything goes well, maybe our Tang family can master one more secret realm. Moreover, it is a secret realm with extremely high development potential. I believe they will not be stupid enough to stop me. Yes. The assistant turned and left to do it. Tang Xian Heo was left with a gloomy face and said coldly, heavenly demonic law, my son must have been tortured to death by this method. Well, I will make all those who practice this shitty heavenly demonic law die without a burial place. HU. In Hengyang City, in a secluded coffee shop, Lin Bin just sat down and couldn't help sneezing a few times. The waitress who just came up to ask stared at Lin Bin's handsome face with a dazed look and said distressedly, I'm sorry, our air conditioner may be turned on too low. I will turn it up for you. It doesn't matter, I may be nagged by someone. Lin Bin replied with a smile and said, a cup of cappuccino, thank you. He didn't know what coffee was, and he knew even less about it than Kankan. Therefore, he ordered a cup of the only one whose name he knew. Okay, I'll go turn up the air conditioner a few degrees for you. The waitress went down. Across the street, the man wearing sunglasses and a mask, a heavy coat, and almost wrapping himself up like a dumpling. Isn't that Deng Yang? He took off his sunglasses, and his deep eyes stared at Lin Bin for a while. He said speechlessly, obviously I was the one who was castrated. Why do I feel that you are becoming more and more feminine? Lin Bin said, Deng Yang, you misunderstood me. Deng Yang said admiringly, is it a mental influencing skill? So clever, I didn't even notice anything unusual. But when you said I misunderstood you, I actually felt that you had suffered a lot of grievances. Sorry, I may have been a little affected by this sword technique. Lin Bin coughed and said, I asked you to come here because I have something important to tell you. Deng Yang rolled his eyes and said, nonsense, I'm now the second in command of the ghost organization. I have to help my eldest brother maintain the operation of the ghost at all times. I also have to enter the secret realm for training, and I have to strengthen my own strength so that I can stand on my own more quickly. Lin Bin was surprised and said, second in command? So soon? In fact, if it weren't for my lack of strength, the position of the 11th apostle might have been mine. But it's okay now. My eldest brother trusts me. After I stand on my own, I can send my eldest brother to the west, and then I will take over. At that time, I may need your help. Okay, just let me know if you need any help. There is nothing to say about our relationship. Well, then you insisted on inviting me to come here and take the risk to meet you despite my busy schedule. Is there something important? Lin Bin put a test tube filled with blood on the table. Said, take a look. Deng Yang was stunned for a moment, stretched out his hand to hold the test tube, and then saw the information of the item. His pupils suddenly shrank, and he said in surprise, is this the original blood? Seeing the sun again. This. Where did you get such a precious thing? Aren't you strengthening the blood clan system now? It's covered so thickly, it shouldn't be able to see the sun, right? Lin Bin said, I give it to you. Deng Yang leaned back in shock and said, give it to me? This is a B-level item. He seemed to want to say that it was too precious for me to accept, but when he thought of his tragic love for going out but not being able to bask in the sun, he had to wrap himself up like a dumpling every time he went out. It was okay in winter before, but now it's summer. He is particularly eye-catching. He couldn't say no. The level doesn't matter as long as I can help you. We have had conflicts before, but now I really want to cooperate with you. We have a common enemy, so strengthening my teammates is not much different from strengthening myself. Deng Yang looked at Lin Bin deeply and said, you are so generous. I'm not a bad person. In fact, my good brother gave me a C-level secret item called Blood Body. It seems to be able to greatly enhance a person's strength. It happens to be compatible with the blood of the fire Kirin that I sucked. Because it also has the effect of detoxification, I don't plan to take it now. When I go back, I will find a way to send it to you. Lin Bin was stunned. Blood Body? Others don't know. How could he not know this thing? A treasure that has no side effects, greatly improves strength, and can cure all kinds of poisons. Although it is only C-level. But this kind of life-saving props is extremely rare, much more precious than ordinary C-level props. Although it is not as precious as his ancestral blood, it is also a very practical treasure for reincarnations. The most important thing is that Lin Bin had no intention of collecting any rewards. After all, if it weren't for Deng Yang, he probably wouldn't be able to kill Wang Ling. Now that he is lurking in a dangerous situation and enhancing his strength, Lin Bin will feel more at ease. But I didn't expect this guy to not take advantage of me at all. Alas. Lin Bin sighed and said, you are so good at dealing with people, it really makes me feel ashamed. He put out 2 more test tubes and said, this contains the blood of the original werewolf and vampire. After you take the blood of the Yuanling, your body can accommodate any blood. At the same time, absorb the blood of these 2 embassies. Your bloodline will change. You are neither a werewolf nor a vampire, but you have more powerful potential and unfathomable power than both. But you will become very ugly, so I didn't give you the things just now. You take them and keep them with you. Maybe you will need them at some point in the future. Deng Yang looked at the properties of the 2 test tubes one by one. He looked at Lin Bin deeply again and sighed. You make it very difficult for me to do this. Forget it. I won't give you the blood body. I'll keep it for my own self-defense. Didn't I say it just now? I'm highly valued by those apostles. They rewarded me with an A-level item. It is very effective. I'll give it to you. Lin Bin. You are so generous. Brothers can't be stingy. Lin Bin sighed again and said, I still have a portion of the blood of the descendants of the original ancestor. The effect is obviously much worse than the blood of the original ancestor, but it can also be integrated with werewolves and vampires. You should know that the mixed bloods are the strongest. You don't have to use this, but you are now lurking in the enemy camp. You can use these things to win people's hearts. By the way, there is one more thing. I still have a portion of the original blood, which I may sell at that time. If someone finds out, please admit in person that you sold it yourself. Otherwise, once people know that it was me who sold it, it will be easy for our relationship to be exposed. Understood? Deng Yang looked at the 3 tubes of blood he had obtained, looked at Lin Bin deeply, and said, since you are so polite, I should give something in return. No, don't give anything in return. Lin Bin hurriedly grabbed Deng Yang's hand and said, if you give anything in return, I really have nothing to give you. You can only use the treasure in my bottom box. Okay, I'll remember the favor for now. I'll definitely pay you back when I have the chance. Deng Yang said. Lin Bin was holding the equipment containing the A-level props in his hand with a confused look on his face. This. I got the A-level props, but I still owed someone a favor? I obviously made a lot of money, but why do I think it's reasonable? Chapter 145. Bursting sense of security. Deng Yang is indeed a man of his word. He said he would give it to him. Not long after the two of them separated, Lin Bin had just returned home. He received another express package exclusively for reincarnationists. It can only be said that this man is too polite. Whenever he is invited or given a gift, he always gives some return. In the end, it was Lin Bin's kindness, but he became the one who took advantage. But if you think about it carefully, the existence of a single unit of ancestor blood can be said to be an extremely precious and suitable treasure for Deng Yang. Although it is only B level, it may not be inferior to ordinary A level props in terms of preciousness. Lin Bin can only tell himself so. Back in the room, he did not rush to open it, but first hung out the remaining 2 units of the original ancestor's descendant blood. Although it is only D level, and the descendant blood should not have the characteristics of the original ancestor blood that can make vampires appear in the sun, it can also greatly improve his resistance to the sun, and as long as he can find a way to obtain the werewolf's blood, he can also greatly improve his combat power. This kind of thing is useless. Even 300 reincarnation points would be too expensive. But if they can use it, let alone D level, even E level, they are willing to spend a lot of money to buy it. Therefore, although it is only a D level item, Lin Bin still directly put up 3000 reincarnation points for one. He put up 2 copies. However, this kind of thing is too targeted, and if you want to sell it, you really have to see if you like it. If you don't sell it, Lin Bin will have no reincarnation points, and no way to exchange for items. He has saved a lot of money during this period, but it can't be exchanged for many reincarnation points. He has 4 B level merits, and he has to wait to exchange them. But even if he hasn't exchanged them yet, the harvest is already quite good. Blood body, C level item. It is soaked in the blood of the fire unicorn, and is born over time. After taking it, it can heal injuries and increase merits without injuries. Note, who said that blood-soaked buns can't be eaten? Blood body. In the Fengyun plane, even if it is placed in the late stage, it can be called an extremely precious treasure. After all, it is a treasure that can directly increase power. Especially dragon yuan, phoenix blood, and turtle blood can all make people immortal. As one of the 4 auspicious signs, although killing cannot make people immortal, and drinking its blood directly will make people crazy, but the blood body contains the miraculous effect of killing blood, but all the side effects have been consumed over the years. The enhancement of power is extremely amazing. Otherwise, how can it be listed as one of the 4 auspicious signs? Thinking of Deng Yang drinking the blood of the fire killing before, it can be seen that the big brother he mentioned really worked hard to win him over. But seeing this attribute, he understood why Deng Yang was reluctant to take this thing until now. Normally, taking it can only increase his own power. But if you take it when you are poisoned or seriously injured, it can not only greatly improve your own skills, but also give you an extra life. If you want to exert the greatest effect of the blood body, you still have to be injured. At least, Lin Bin is also reluctant to eat the blood body, so roughly keep it for now. Lin Bin carefully put the blood body into his belt. He looked seriously at the exquisite small box that was said to contain A-level props. Not knowing what it is, Deng Yang is also mysterious, just saying that he will never be disappointed. Lin Bin feels like opening a treasure chest. Thinking of the tradition of opening a treasure chest, Lin Bin did not open it directly, but ran to wash his hands first. Then he stretched out his hand to open it. 7 layering of blazing sky, A level, a conceptual weapon upgraded from the top grade weapon that once defended against the javelin of the great Trojan hero Hector. It has a defense comparable to 7 thick walls and has a great bonus to the defense of throwing weapons. Note, you can't get into my petals. Lin Bin's eyes widened. He looked at the delicate petal-like weapon in his hand in disbelief. It turned out to be a treasure, or the legendary chrysanthemum shield. Is the gap between A level and B level props so big? In terms of defense alone, the defense of this blazing sky covering 7 layering is probably second only to King Arthur's scabbard and dining table. Wait. It doesn't seem to be ranked in that world, but its defense is indeed extremely amazing. With this prop, if you enter the secret realm in the future, at least you don't have to worry about the safety of your life. Lin Bin sighed deeply and murmured, I owe you a big favor this time. Little did he know that at this time, in a secret base of the ghost, after Deng Yang took the blood of the ancestor, he felt a powerful force surging in his body. He whimpered in pain for a long time, and sweat almost soaked his whole body. He finally slowly returned to normal. He stood up, feeling the strength in his body at least doubled, and opened the sealed window a crack, letting the warm sunlight shine in and fall on his palm. Sure enough, the burning sensation from before was gone. His expression did not change, but tears were unconsciously flowing from the corners of his eyes. Although it was only a few short months, his desire for sunlight had already reached a point of near madness, especially when he thought that his future life would be spent in darkness. He wanted to torture everyone he saw, just like Yu Huashan tortured himself. But he didn't expect that there would be such a sudden turn of events. Lin Bin did not lie to him. Lin Bin didn't even tell him that this ancestor's blood could greatly enhance his strength. Deng Yang opened the window. He raised his head to bathe in the sunshine outside the window, letting his tears drip down, and murmured, this time, the favor I owe is even greater than I thought. Fortunately, I have an A-level item, the 7 layering of blazing sky, otherwise, I'm afraid I can't repay this guy's favor. He really didn't feel bad about giving away an A-level item. Vampires have the ability to transform into bats. As long as a bat escapes, they can save their lives. And if they really encounter a situation where not even a bat can escape, even the 7 layering of blazing sky will not be of much use. After all, although the A-level item is very useful, its power depends on the user. Compared with using a shield to resist, Deng Yang prefers to dodge and escape. Glancing at the other 2 test tubes in his hand, he said to himself, it seems that if I really encounter a life-threatening situation in the future, these 2 test tubes will be my trump cards. Just the blood of the ancestor can greatly increase my strength. If I drink these 2 test tubes, I'm afraid that it will at least double. Also, it is better to conceal the fact that I'm no longer afraid of sunlight, just in case someone has bad intentions towards me. Deng Yang seemed to think of the scene at that time, and couldn't help but sneer with pride. On this point alone, Lin Bin and Deng Yang have the same opinion. It is not necessarily that the higher the level, the better. The most important thing is to suit yourself. As for Lin Bin, he carefully put away the blood body, intending to use it when he is injured in the future or his strength reaches a bottleneck again. After becoming familiar with the use process of the 7 layering of the blazing sky, he wrapped the soft petals around the wrist of his right hand. In the future, he only needs to raise his arm and infuse the true key, and he can show 1 to 7 layers of defense according to his needs. In addition, the soft hedgehog armor on his body can resist the damage of swords and knives, so he felt a sense of security. After getting familiar with everything, the Reincarnation Space app has received several anonymous messages, all asking whether the blood of the descendants of the original ancestor can be reduced in price. Lin Bin directly refused, saying that because the item was out of print, only the last 2 pieces were left, so he would not reduce the price by a cent. When he heard that it was out of print, the 2 reincarnationists who responded to Lin Bin first took pictures directly. Then, he agreed with the staff of the Reincarnation Association to pick up the goods. When all the things were done, it was already past 10 o'clock in the evening. Lin Bin took a cold shower, lay on the bed, and began to sleep. However, after sleeping, listening to the silent room without any echo, he felt inexplicably lonely in his heart. He had long been accustomed to the existence of another person around him, although it seemed that he was relying on him. In fact, only Lin Bin's family knew his own affairs, and it was actually she who took care of him. Now she is suddenly gone. When I was away, she should have slept alone in the room like this, right? No wonder she went out to live with her friends. It's really too lonely to be alone. Lin Bin lay down for a while and slowly fell asleep. It was not until 11 o'clock at night that Lin Bin was awakened by a message. Unexpectedly, the sender was Lu Lin. She invited him to lunch the next day, saying that she had something important to discuss with him. Is it such a coincidence? In fact, Lin Bin also wanted to take advantage of this time to find Lu Lin. Zhao Minimum was dead. Lin Zhu had difficulty walking, and she was his biological sister, so she was naturally not a suspect. Lin Bin suspected that the time traveler was either himself or Lu Lin. Before, he just thought it was more reasonable to contact Zhao Minimum first, but now that Zhao Minimum was dead, her importance naturally increased significantly. It was a good opportunity to contact her in the real world and test her depth to see if she was the person he was looking for. Even if the worst result was that she was really not the person he was looking for, it was not a bad thing to have more friends. More friends meant more ways. Maybe a long-legged beauty could be useful. Lin Bin replied with a message saying that you choose the location and I will be there on time. He agreed. In a female dormitory at Beishu University, Lu Lin was lying on the bed playing with her mobile phone. At this time, she had just finished bathing. She casually put on a pink Hello Kitty short-sleeved shirt and shorts, and stepped on the bottom board of the upper bunk with her extraordinarily slender white legs. When she saw the message, she couldn't help but step on it a few times with joy. The movement was too big, and she accidentally lost her grip on the mobile phone and it hit her face directly. The pain made her tears burst out directly, but the eyes of several equally young and beautiful roommates next to her were full of envy when they looked at her. What's wrong with hitting it? They have all seen the photo of that person. Although it was just a candid photo, that pure and clean face made them inexplicably recall the sweet longing and first love in high school. If they hit it, and there was such a handsome boy who agreed to go on a date with them, they would be willing to be hit and cry bitterly. Lu Lin cried for a while, then hugged their president with tears and laughter, begging, "Good president, I'll leave it to you when the time comes. Don't worry, my brother is a reserve reincarnation. When the time comes, let him pretend to be a bad guy to bully you. If that Lin Bin is really interested in you, even if my brother's acting skills are not good and there are too many flaws, he will definitely go along with the hero to save the beauty. If it doesn't work, you can throw yourself into his arms. If it still doesn't work, you can withdraw at that time, which can only prove that this beauty is not something you can control. Understood?" Lu Lin looked serious. The other four roommates looked at the two people with admiration. One who has never been in a relationship teaches another person who has never been in a relationship how to chase a man, and these two people seem to be one who dares to teach, and the other dares to learn, and they are also heroes saving the beauty, which is simply so low. But thinking about the beautiful face they secretly saw from the mobile phone before, they suddenly felt that this might not be a subtle way to express their affection, right? After all, it was too explicit to express it directly, and a girl was willing to make such an obscure and clumsy contribution to a boy, and he must be very touched. The next day, after getting up and having breakfast, Lin Bin first sent a message to Lin Zhu. I don't know when she will receive it. The two of them had a phone call before, but the signal was intermittent, but from her tone, it seemed that she would be back after a busy day or two. Then he took out the evil emperor's relic. He practiced seriously for a whole morning. Without Kanken, the efficiency is indeed much lower, but with the help of the effect of the evil emperor's relic, basically a whole day of hard practice can increase its level by about 0.5%. Compared with normal practice, this is an almost terrifying speed of progress. Therefore, Lin Bin must practice every day until about 11 o'clock in the morning. Lin Bin changed his clothes, left home, and walked towards the restaurant. He had an appointment with Lu Lin. The two of them had an appointment at a high-end noodle restaurant. Lin Bin had taken Lin Zhu there once before. The taste was average, but the service was excellent and the price was extremely expensive. It was obvious that Lin's family was not bad. In fact, if it wasn't for Lin's legs, the compensation from that incident alone would have been enough for the two siblings to live a wealthy life. And when Lin Bin arrived at the door of the noodle restaurant, a girl in a light white dress was standing there waiting with a smile on her face. She had a sunny ponytail, revealing a beautiful oval face. She didn't wear too much makeup, just a light layer of lipstick. Seeing Lin Bin coming, she waved from a distance and said with a smile, "Thank you for accepting my invitation. To be honest, I was really worried that you would reject me and then I would really have no way to help you." Lin Bin nodded and said, "When I came to you before, you were so cooperative with me, so I naturally have to give you face." Let's go. The table has been booked. Okay. Lin Bin once again started the state of telepathy. Compared with the previous improvement, his cultivation has been greatly improved, which has greatly improved his senses. This time, I will definitely be able to judge whether she is real or fake. If it is really confirmed that it is not her, then the biggest possibility is himself. After all, he came from a time travel. Who knows whether the previous Abin is a human or a ghost? Although he accepted all of Abin's memories, what if he doesn't even know the original body? For example, in order to disguise more realistically, he erased his own memory and planned to retrieve it later, but it was covered by his own time travel. It is also a reasonable speculation, right? Chapter 146, A Familiar Traveler. Under the blessing of the immortal key, Lin Bin monitored almost every move of Lin, watching her take the initiative to bring him into the house, watching her invite him to sit down, and then ordering dishes, and asking what she wanted to eat. But with the improvement of strength, Lin Bin not only improved his vision, but also his confidence. With his current ability, even if he single-handedly beat Zhu Yuan, he would probably be able to beat her to tears and call for her daddy. Although this achievement had been achieved more than once in the Tang Dynasty secret realm. But being able to do this with real strength, Lin Bin's current strength alone is estimated to have reached the highest level of the extraordinary realm. With his own equipment, even if he faces a normal saint level, I believe he can barely wrestle. Now he is in close contact, and even deliberately touched her body when he sat down. After noticing the normal girl's instinctive reaction of wanting to refuse, but also to welcome, Lin Bin finally determined in his heart that with such a normal reaction, this woman is either terribly scheming, or really naive. Generally speaking, the latter is more likely. This time, he is likely to return empty-handed. But again, being able to confirm thoroughly is also a kind of gain. And having more friends may give you more ways in the future. Lin Bin was about to retract his true energy, but suddenly he noticed something, and looked at a noodle shop in the distance with surprise. There, a middle-aged man in rather shabby clothes was whispering something to the waiter. Although he was dressed rather shabby, he couldn't hide his handsome face. And for some reason, that face always made Lin Bin feel inexplicably familiar, and he vaguely felt that he had seen it somewhere. And at the moment when Lin Bin's eyes fell on him, the man noticed it instantly and suddenly raised his head with caution. But Lin Bin had turned his head without leaving a trace and asked Lin intimately in a low voice what she had invited him to come here for. The man looked at him warily, and when he saw Lin Bin, he couldn't help but be surprised, and there was a bit of confusion in his eyes, as if he felt that this person was quite familiar. After looking around and finding nothing unusual, he turned back and whispered a few words to the waiter, ordered the food, and then turned around and left. At this time, Lin Bin also learned the purpose of Lin's invitation to him. "You mean, you have been harassed by a male classmate recently, and because that male classmate is very outstanding, he has been admitted as an exception, and will enter the secret realm for training in the next 3 months. So even though you told the school about this problem, the school doesn't want to intervene, and you are very annoyed by being harassed?" Lin Bin's face became strange. "Well, because I remember you said that you seem to be an orthodox reincarnationist. If I let him know that I have a reincarnationist friend, maybe I can suppress him." Lin looked at Lin Bin's strange face and said a little embarrassedly, "Is it a bit abrupt? But I really don't like people who feel superior because of their status. I still prefer people who are polite to ordinary people, even if they already have the status of reincarnationists, even if they are 1 year and 3 months younger than me. But even if I have told him that I have a crush on someone, he still pesters me. No, nothing. I just feel that this is really a problem that girls will worry about. Linbin smiled and sighed. I suddenly feel that I seem to be really old. Just less than a week ago, he had just completely transformed a world and destroyed 2 races that had been passed down for more than 1,000 years. Now he suddenly fell into the love troubles of a girl, which made him feel torn. But this tearing made Linbin feel an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. After all, the reason why reincarnationists frequently enter the secret realm is mainly to strengthen themselves. But it must be mentioned that, if the reincarnationists had not stopped the arrival of those white secret realms, and destroyed those red secret realms, there would be no such peaceful beauty in the real world. From this point of view, Linbin has a sense of pride as a hero behind the scenes. Lulinlin begged in a low voice, "Can I?" "Okay, I can help you warn him. Normal pursuit is fine. If he dares to do anything unruly, I have 100 ways to make him unable to stay in the reincarnation circle." "I don't mean that." Lulinlin's voice became smaller. She actually wanted Linbin to play her boyfriend. But looking at Linbin's happy and vicissitude smile, she suddenly felt that her request was just like a child's unreasonable fuss. She couldn't say anything. It happened that the food came at this time, and she quickly signaled Linbin to eat. Although Linbin's mental age is over 40 years old, age itself does not prevent a man from being a teenager until death. Especially his love for women will never change. The two ate and talked. After eating for a while, Lulinlin's eyes moved, and she looked into the distance and said hurriedly, "It's Li Zufeng. He's here. Oh no, he must have seen me coming out, and came to block me now." She secretly marveled at her elder brother for giving her face. The photo that the dormitory head showed her at that time clearly showed a sunny young man. She also considered that his face was too delicate and not domineering enough for a villain. The dormitory head patted his bulging and trembling chest and promised him to dress a little fierce. As a result, he changed into a chain jacket, tight leather pants, and half a tattoo was exposed on his neck. He looked much more fierce. At this time, the man named Li Zufeng remembered his sister's instructions, staring at Linbin and Lulinlin fiercely, with a face full of anger and unwillingness of being NTR. The superb acting skills made Lulinlin couldn't help but secretly say that the dormitory head brother was really amazing. It would be a waste of talent if he didn't become an actor with such acting skills. Li Zufeng just sat in an empty seat. There were several bowls of noodles over there. Li Zufeng's eyes lit up immediately, thinking, isn't this a good prop to enrich my character? He stood up angrily and shouted, "I haven't ordered yet, you guys are here, you know what I want to eat?" "Brother, don't be angry, I ordered this noodle." Suddenly, a hand pressed on his shoulder, accompanied by a faint smell of cigarettes. The long-haired man who just left leaned over slightly and smiled. "I just ordered noodles, and the waiter said it would take a few minutes to come up, so I did something by the way. You actually sat in my seat." "Ah, sorry. What's wrong with sitting in someone else's seat? Do you know who I am? I'm a reincarnation." Li Zufeng apologized instinctively, and only after saying that did he realize that his character must be domineering, cool and ragging, so he took the opportunity to refute it fiercely. "Oh, reincarnation?" The long-haired man laughed softly and sneered, "You are everywhere." He picked up the noodles and poured them on his head. "Fuck, it's so hot." Li Zufeng jumped up and glared at these people angrily. Although he is not yet a formal reincarnationist, he passed the assessment of reincarnationists during the college entrance examination and already has a relatively good fighting power compared to normal people. In addition, he has been trained in college for another year, so beating a few ordinary people is still like playing. But the opponent's strength is surprisingly great. He directly pressed him down, punched him in the chest, covered his mouth to prevent him from screaming, and then punched him again and again. Li Zufeng struggled desperately, but was strangled by the opponent's hand, and he couldn't get rid of the opponent's control. Even the companion next to the man followed and beat him up. "It seems that someone is helping you vent your anger for me. Wait, what's that expression on your face?" Linbin smiled, but found that Lu Linlin's expression became extremely strange. Half of it was fear, and half of it was worry. She screamed, "Save! Save people!" Linbin didn't think, "It's okay, can't die one by one, just let him eat a little lesson." But, he is still my roommate's brother. Nothing. Did you see them stop? This guy's not easy. When looking at the people, he was deliberately tied to the left wrist. Linbin was surprised by Lu Linlin's words. In the short moment, Li Zufeng had been knelt completely, lying on the ground and spitting foam. "Ah. Grandma's elder brother." Lu Linlin ran over worriedly. The long-haired man didn't attack Lu Linlin. He spat with contempt and said, "The level of reincarnationists is getting lower and lower now. I can't even eat a bowl of noodles safely. Let's go." As he said that, several people walked out together. They were stopped by the waiter along the way and said timidly, well, I have called the police. Can you leave?" The long-haired man showed the reincarnation watch on his arm and said, "I'm a reincarnationist. The police are not responsible for it, understand? Ask the Reincarnation Association to take care of it. But it's not your turn to call." After that, he rudely pushed the waiter away and walked out of the house. Linbin also followed him. He squatted beside Li Zufeng, stretched out his hand and gently massaged his shoulders a few times, and the immortal true energy entered his body. He said, "They are all external injuries. They look miserable. It won't be a big deal if you rest for a while." When the true energy entered his body, Li Zufeng suddenly coughed and spit out a mouthful of thick phlegm with blood. He slowly regained consciousness in a daze and said weakly to Linbin, "Thank you, big brother. It's okay. I should thank you." "What? Nothing." Linbin thought that this trip was indeed a good choice. Concluding that Lu Linlin was not a suspect was secondary. The most important thing was that he didn't expect that he didn't find this time traveler, but found another time traveler. Now, he understood why the man's face was so familiar. If he was a dozen years younger, his face would be somewhat similar to his own. After all, he was also nicknamed Wu Yan Zufenan back then. Now that he suddenly saw him, he naturally felt familiar. Remember not to mess around anymore. I'll go with them to see. Lu Linlin grabbed Linbin's arm worriedly and asked, "What are you going to do? Those people are super fierce." Linbin said, "They are also reincarnationists." "Then you can't go." "I admit that I was a little ridiculous today, but if I make you and the reincarnationists become hostile, I really can't forgive myself." Lu Linlin was about to cry. "It's okay, I know my limits. This is not something you can interfere with. Take him to treat his injuries." Linbin didn't say anything more and followed those people out of the noodle shop. A time traveler. I didn't expect that it was just a date with an ordinary girl, but I didn't expect to meet a time traveler. This person must be a time traveler. Linbin even knew his identity clearly, so it was even more necessary to follow him. This person is also a time traveler. I wonder if they have any connection with the plane walkers? Linbin had long seen that Kian Kian was not working hard. This girl is too smooth and too slippery. At present, there is the evil emperor's relic to suppress her, but she must have benefited from walking in the plane. Therefore, it cannot be said that she did not do the task given by Linbin, but she certainly did not do it with all her heart. It is more likely that she throws out some clues from time to time to prevaricate. In this case, I will do it myself. Watching them walk away, they turned into an alley on the side of the road. Linbin hurriedly ran over, but just after turning, a warning sign suddenly appeared in his heart. "Raise your hand." A pink petal opened directly in front of him. The seemingly soft petal was indestructible, and it made a dull sound like rotten cotton. The dense and short explosions were as dense as firecrackers. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of bullets fell in front of Linbin. The defense of the 7 layering of the blazing sky cover is already extremely amazing. Facing this kind of long-range attack, the defense is even more amazing. 1 layer of petals blocked all the attacks. It was only 10 seconds after the petals opened, and the true key in Linbin's body had been directly lost by 20%. However, the current eternal life secret was more effective under the blessing of the Heshibi. In just a few breaths, it had recovered to its original state. Linbin shook his head and said, "This is not your way of entertaining guests, Wu Yan." "No. Zhang Zuan." The long-haired man was Zhang Zuan. He showed a ferocious smile on his face and sneered, "Sure enough. I knew that, even if I escaped to this world, you would not let us go, but unfortunately, you shouldn't have let me get the reincarnation table. I have the same identity of a reincarnation as you, and you let me escape for so long. Do you really think we are still the kind of weak and helpless ordinary people?" Linbin slowly put away the blazing sky covering 7 layering. As soon as he tried it, he felt that it was really worthy of being an A-level prop. Normally, this level of props is not suitable for extraordinary reincarnations, but his eternal life secret has a too fast recovery speed, and he can barely control it. His mood immediately improved. He said, "Answer me a few questions. If you cooperate honestly, I might let you go." "Let me go?" "Sorry, I don't want to let you go." Zhang Zuan raised his hand, and a rocket launcher appeared on his shoulder. He aimed at Linbin. Seeing that Linbin's expression did not change, he turned around and aimed at the busy shopping mall in the distance. He grinned and said, "I don't believe that you reincarnations don't care about the lives of us natives and don't care about the lives of people in your own world." Linbin's face changed slightly. He held the azure rose in his hand. Behind him, a loud shout suddenly sounded. "Traitor, I've been watching you for a long time." A delicate shout. A shadow rushed out from behind Linbin like lightning. Obviously, someone was hiding in the dark to observe the situation, but he didn't expect Zhang Zuan to suddenly take out such a weapon of mass destruction. He rushed out at a very fast speed. But in the end, he was too honest, so he shouted loudly before he made a move, which made Zhang Zuan react instantly. He didn't even have time to reply, and he instinctively raised his hand and moved the plate. The next moment, the rocket launcher, with a long tail of fire, attacked the dense crowd hundreds of meters away. Chapter 147. I'm a time traveler. Zhang Zuan's goal was simple. If you stop me, I can take the opportunity to escape. If you don't care, then even if I die, I will drag all the innocent people around me to hell. He was a violent person. When he exploded, he didn't care about whether they were innocent or not. The more people died with him, the happier he was. And in fact, he did succeed. The attacker was surrounded by a flying bird emitting a little fluorescence. With a slight flip of her palm, it turned into a fluorescent sword and shot towards the enemy Zhang Zuan. After the slash, she realized what the enemy had done. She couldn't help but tut in annoyance and hurriedly picked up the sword to cut the rocket. But the previous action was too fast, and it was a step late. It was already too late to catch up. But the next moment, right in front of the rocket, a flower that looked extremely soft slowly stretched out until it expanded to nearly a foot in size. It was as soft as a kite and was not affected by the force, but it resisted the rocket's unstoppable momentum. Bang! Accompanied by a loud bang. Although the explosion was blocked in midair, the huge sound waves still attacked in all directions uncontrollably, instantly setting off a shocking earth-shaking earthquake. With the violent shock, a large amount of cement and soil fell from the high-rise buildings and bridges. Caught off guard, everyone was startled, and there was already a sharp scream from a girl, along with the panicked crying of children, the shoving and noise of people rushing to escape. The city, which was just peaceful, fell into chaos in an instant. And here, as the direct victim of the rocket, Linbin slowly retracted the 7 layering of blazing sky and exhaled a long breath of foul air. The rocket's lethality is much stronger than that of a bullet. Even if the 7 layering of blazing sky easily blocked the rocket, he, as the person supporting the 7 layering of blazing sky, was under a lot of pressure. With this one, only 30% of his internal power was left. Fortunately, within a few breaths, it has recovered to 50%. It seems that, no matter how powerful a weapon or protective gear is, it still requires the user to have strong strength. Seeing that Zhang Zuan had already fled to a distance, Linbin performed King Gong, and with the blessing of the light and spirited boots, his speed was as fast as the wind. In a flash, he was behind him, slapped his shoulder with a palm, and directly blasted Zhang Zuan out. The true energy attacked his body, and Zhang Zuan spit out a mouthful of blood. He rolled on the ground for several rounds and fainted. Linbin was about to go over, and suddenly a white light passed in front of him like a line, blocking his steps. Linbin turned his head and looked at the girl who had fallen into a daze after Linbin blocked the rocket launcher, frowned and said, "What are you doing?" I should not be your enemy. The girl's face, which was not very good to begin with, showed a bit of gloom as Lin Bin opened his mouth and questioned, "Did you just use a treasure?" Lin Bin had already negotiated with Deng Yang about the ownership of the treasure. At that time, it can be said that he used this treasure to exchange for the potion that allows him to breathe freely in the sun. As for who he sold it to, it is not clear. Anyway, there are only a few people who know the specific properties of this item, which makes sense. As for why it fell into Lin Bin's hands, it can only be said that the world is too small and too coincidental. Therefore, Lin Bin nodded confidently and said, "Yes, it is indeed a treasure." Apostle bastard, die. The girl's eyes actually turned red. She raised her palm high, and the fluorescent birds flying around her before instantly turned from 1 to 2, and from 2 to 4. These birds actually flew over like floating cannons to surround him, holding magic power in their mouths, and fired magic bullets one after another, like for well-trained spearmen, surrounding Lin Bin tightly. "What are you doing? I'm not your enemy." Lin Bin was prepared and dodged. After fully adapting to the extremely fast blessing of the light boots, his lightness skill was almost the same as teleportation. His footsteps almost left after images in a small space, so fast that even the girl couldn't see his true movements. While avoiding all the bullets, he kept moving his hands, twisted his wrist, and raised the double dragon magic shadow sword. Under the blooming black light, this sword was finally able to exert its full power for the first time in Lin Bin's hand. He shook his hand and threw down countless sword flowers mixed with sword energy. He easily cut down all 4 flying birds. "It seems that the tear form can't do anything to you, so try the sword." The girl stared at Lin Bin and said coldly, "All apostles are my enemies. Do you still want to lie to me that you are not an apostle? Do you think I can't recognize the treasure in your hand?" She pulled 4 hairs from her head and gently twisted them. Magic power flowed on them, emitting a glowing white light. The 4 swords composed of light duck shape again. Under her control, the hilts of the swords were connected to form a cross-shaped sword rack, which spun with a sharp and cold breath, and rushed towards Su Weixun. "You said apostles? Are you also an enemy of the apostles?" Lin Bin raised the azure rose and shot at the edge of the spinning sword blade. Although it was just one shot, the power of the B-level firearm was naturally extremely terrifying. It directly blew up the entire sword rack. I didn't expect that there would be such a tangled mess. It seems that this girl must have a grudge against the apostles, and since she knew that this treasure was related to the apostles, the two must have had a lot of dealings. He shouted, "Stop, I took the 7 layering of blazing sky from the body of an apostle after I killed him. I'm also an enemy of the apostles." After being blasted apart, the lightsaber, which still seemed to be pulled by an invisible line, suddenly seemed to lose all its power and directly stuck into the ground with a few hisses and then slowly dissipated. The girl's expression eased a little, but she was still on guard. She asked, "Why should I believe you? Why should I ask you to believe me? You may not be able to defeat me, and I have no reason to be afraid of you. If I didn't want to have an extra enemy for no reason, I would be too lazy to explain to you. I could beat you up and leave directly, but if I did that, it would undoubtedly make my relatives sad and my enemies happy." Lin Bin explained impatiently, "I appeared here, but I found that this person's origin was a bit confusing, and he had just done something illegal, so I followed him quietly, and then what happened later happened." While talking, the two of them turned their heads and looked at the place where Zhang Zuan had just fainted. But at this time, apart from Lin Bin's palm and a ball of blood vomited on the ground, there was no trace of Zhang Zuan. This guy actually escaped during the gap between the two people's dispute, and he was able to avoid the eyes and ears of the two people. This guy is obviously no longer just an ordinary robber with the identity of a reincarnation. I'm afraid he has already stepped into the extraordinary level. The girl frowned and said, "Damn it, he escaped again. It doesn't matter, he was hit by my palm and was seriously injured. He can't run far. Chase." The girl hurriedly chased after him. Lin Bin was not in a hurry at this moment. He just followed her leisurely. His main purpose in chasing Zhang Zuan was actually to find the organization behind him through him as a time traveler. The fact that these time travelers could find her directly when she was alone showed that the time travelers would definitely contact each other. This Zhang Zuan was just a live bait. Bait is very valuable before catching fish, but if a big fish has been caught. The two of them followed the traces he left behind, and Lin Bin followed behind, his eyes never leaving the girl's back, and asked, I just heard you call him a traitor. Could it be that this Zhang Zuan is your man? We were just deceived by his appearance. Don't look at him as ferocious and sinister as he is now, but in fact, this is just his self-destructive appearance. If he dresses neatly, he still looks very trustworthy. He is somewhat similar to you. Are you relatives? The girl seemed to think that her behavior of just fighting over a disagreement was a bit impulsive. In addition, if it weren't for his help, the entire square might have suffered heavy casualties. At that time, I'm afraid she would have to bear a lot of responsibility. With their extremely sensitive identities, it would probably be a big trouble. Therefore, facing Lin Bin's questions, she was no longer as repelled as before. She said, of course, I felt that this person was evil from the beginning. I didn't expect that he really had problems. Not all people who can come here are good people. Not everyone is suitable for huddling together for warmth. Unfortunately, our leader obviously doesn't understand this matter. So that's how it is. I thought you were some cult organization. Can I ask your name? The girl said without turning her head. Lin Bin's heart skipped a beat, and he realized that he had a familiar sense of sight. Indeed, the attack method just now was quite similar to the control of objects. Now it seems that it should be a familiar that she controlled with her own magic power, and this is also the manifestation of her magic. And it can also understand why she knows the sevenfold ring of blazing sky cover. Both of them are from the same plane. As they talked, the two ran hundreds of meters away, and at this moment, the spots of blood suddenly stopped. Sure enough, this guy is as slippery as a fish. He can escape if you are not careful. Elia stamped her feet angrily, unwillingly saying, I was only a little bit away from catching him. Damn it. Lin Bin said, he was hit by my palm. Although I was not in my prime at the time, this palm was enough for him to suffer. It seems that we can only wait until the next time he shows up and find a way to catch him. Elia turned her head and looked at Lin Bin, saying, compared to this, I'm more curious about your identity. How did you get the sevenfold ring of blazing sky cover, and who is the apostle you killed? This is a long story. I know a pretty good coffee shop. How about I buy you a cup of coffee and talk slowly? After finally seeing a breakthrough, how could Lin Bin give up this prey that was in his mouth? At present, Lin Zu's matter must be the top priority. But correspondingly, Lin Bin also cared a lot about Chang Feng's care in front of him. You actually invited a little girl to have coffee. You don't look as kind as you look. Seeing that she couldn't catch the enemy, and the person in front of her helped her a lot, she shouldn't be an enemy. Elia's expression eased a little, and she said a little sarcastically, but she didn't have any hostility. 10 minutes later, in a private room, called Encounter Coffee Shop, Elia took off the black hood on her head, revealing her long smooth silver white hair, and then fiddled with her eyes for a while, and made two beautiful contact lenses, revealing a pair of wine red eyes, paired with a purple and white dress and pleated skirt. If she was dressed like this when we first met, Lin Bin thought to himself that she didn't even need to introduce herself. I could recognize her. It's so uncomfortable. Elia rubbed her eyes, then picked up the silver spoon and gently stirred the coffee in her hand, saying, after confirming that you are not an enemy, I can be regarded as telling you everything. Now I want you to answer some questions for me. I think you will not let me down. You didn't tell me too much information. Similarly, my origin is too absurd. Even if I tell it, I'm afraid no one will believe it, and this is not something I can tell others. Not to mention that we have only met once. Even if we are in-depth friends, my origin is absolutely not to be told, but I can answer some questions that can answer you. Don't worry, I'm not interested in your origin. Elia elegantly picked up the coffee and took a sip. She is not tall and petite, but when talking about business, her expression is very serious, giving people a sense of maturity. This is also the reason why Lin Bin didn't treat her as a little girl. She said, I just want to know how you got the 7-layered ring of blazing sky and the relationship between you and the apostles. When I said the word apostle just now, if I didn't wrongly accuse you, normally you shouldn't know the meaning of these two words, but you know. Lin Bin sighed and said deeply, my fate is the same as yours. We both have a surname, ahem, a common enemy, that is, the apostles. I did kill an apostle, but the 7-layered ring of blazing sky was not obtained from him, but from the apostle's subordinates. This treasure should have been awarded to him as a prize. It was a coincidence that I got this thing. The details in the middle are too complicated, and it's a long story, but you just need to know that this is my trophy. Elijah looked at Lin Bin thoughtfully and asked, so you and the apostles are at war, because you have also been persecuted by the apostles? Lin Bin said with great sorrow, yes, they want to kill me. Why do they want to kill you? I'm sorry, it involves personal privacy. I can't answer. Personal privacy? What personal privacy can there be? Elias snorted softly, with a proud detective look on her face, and said, to put it bluntly, it's because you are a time traveler. By the way, you know what a time traveler means, right? Lin Bin's face changed instantly, and he put his hands behind him for protection, and exclaimed, how do you know I'm a time traveler? Huh, you said they wanted to kill you. As far as I know, the apostles will actually target only one kind of people, and that's the natives in the secret realm. These apostles are so crazy that they want to slaughter all the creatures in the secret realm. They will target someone in reality. There is only one possibility, that is, the natives in the secret realm escape to reality. Elias said disapprovingly, the reincarnations in the real world are nothing great. It's not that difficult for us to come to this world, am I right? Lin Bin sighed and said, yes, you guessed right. I'm indeed a time traveler. I didn't expect that how long Teo, could be found, even though I was hiding so deeply. Miss Elia is really amazing. Chapter 148 We can go deeper. Elia looked at Lin Bin deeply and sighed, alas, what you said before was quite sincere, but you started to talk nonsense when your name was mentioned. Lin Bin also sighed and said, so I really hate the too many tricks of the reincarnationists, and they don't even tell lies. Sorry, I really didn't mean to deceive you. It's just that I'm different from you. I finally got the identity of an ordinary person, and I don't want my identity as a time traveler to be exposed. Elias said dissatisfiedly, don't make it seem like I'm an illegal resident. In fact, I have permission to move around in this world. Understand? Lin Bin naturally understood what Elia meant. When the rocket hit the ordinary people, although Elia ran to save them, she was full of resentment. In fact, if she had really thought of this possibility in advance, she would never need Lin Bin to help her. In fact, if it is really based on Elia's temperament, Lin Bin really doesn't think she will have the spirit of selflessness to consider the thoughts of the people around her. It is probably a certain constraint that must be endured in order to survive in this world. Lin Bin said, but you survive here as a time traveler, and I, by chance, found a person who looks like me and took his identity. The apostles want to kill me, but they will not expose my identity. So if I don't say it, no one knows that I'm a time traveler. I even sneaked into the inner circle of the reincarnation. Now I can barely be regarded as a fish in water. I see, I understand. Elia accepted the reason for Lin Bin's so-called lie. In fact, we can cooperate. Lin Bin looked at Elia deeply and said, if you can agree to my cooperation, my real identity, my name and all my information can be shared with you. I'm not interested in your real identity, but I'm very interested in your so-called cooperation. Elia looked at Lin Bin seriously. Although her face was very young, her wine-red eyes gave her a mature feeling. She asked, how do you want to cooperate? How deep do you want to go? About cooperation with the apostles. Lin Bin said, as long as you are attacked by the apostles, or you have information about the apostles, and intend to attack them, you can contact me. Correspondingly, if I have any intention to take action against the apostles, or if they target me, I can also ask you for help or assistance. How about it? Elia thought about it after hearing this. She said, okay, anyway, I don't mind saving anyone's life. As long as I can kill the apostles, I don't mind being used as a tool. Lin Bin asked, you hate the apostles very much, why? Don't you have relatives who died at the hands of the apostles? I think so. Lin Bin thought of his parents who died a few years ago. If it was really related to the S-level props, I'm afraid the apostles were also involved. Besides, he killed 11 apostles, and the Tasides had already been in a situation of life and death. He could be so leisurely purely because Zukan and Lilei took a lot of thunder for him. But he had already understood in his communication with Deng Yang. In fact, he was also on the ghosts must kill list, but the ranking was not so high. In this case, it is better to take action first. Moreover, the plane walkers are all Travisers who escaped from the plane, and the apostles want to make S-level world props with the plane as the goal. There are contradictions and conflicts between the two sides that are difficult to ease. He can take advantage of the situation and find out the details of these plane walkers. At this time, Elia seemed to think of something sad. Turning his head to look out the window, a touch of melancholy appeared in his eyes. She said, "Can I ask you for a favor? You say, I can't take it out now, but if I get an A-level item in the future, I want to exchange it for the Blazing Sky 7 layering in your hand." Elias said, "Don't worry, I will definitely complete the exchange." When you nod in satisfaction, "How about it?" Linben asked, "Is this thing very important to you? Do you know where this Blazing Sky 7 layering in your hand came from?" Without waiting for Linben to answer, Elias said, "Every Traveser who was persecuted by the apostles has experienced the danger of life and death before successfully escaping. As for me, it was before my brother died, he risked his physical body to collapse and materialize this Blazing Sky 7 layering, forcibly blocking the entire open secret realm crack and preventing all the apostles from entering. Only then was I able to crawl out of the secret realm crack to the real world. Otherwise, I'm afraid I would have been caught up and persecuted by them long ago. After all, I'm their main target." She said somewhat dejectedly, "I don't know why the materialized things are left forever. Maybe the apostles used some means, or maybe my brother's last materialization was too real. In short, no matter what the reason is, this thing is very important to me. I understand how great an opportunity an A-level item represents for a reincarnator in the extraordinary realm. I never thought of getting something for nothing, so I just wanted to tell you about this first. Is Shirawi Mia dead? Is this equipment his last relic?" Sure enough, the biggest problem with this reincarnation space is that all the props and equipment were snatched from the hands of the natives. So every time you get a piece of equipment, you will inevitably get some cause and effect. For example, the Double Dragon Demon Shadow Sword is to the Tang family, and the Blazing Sky Covering 7 layering has also attracted the attention of Elia. From this point of view, it is a coincidence. Otherwise, according to Elia's indifferent concept of right and wrong, the possibility that she would care about other people is very small. So, Linben suddenly thought of the Azuros. Could it be that in a certain period of time in the future, a demon will suddenly rush out to chop him? Linben glanced at Elia, who still looked calm. When she talked about her past, she didn't seem sad at all, but looked a little gloomy and confused. He nodded and said, "Okay, you said that I would be satisfied, so I have no reason to disagree. Thank you." Elia hesitated for a moment and said, "In fact, since you are also a Traveser, you can consider joining our plane walking organization. Although not everyone has grudges against the apostles, there are indeed many people in the plane walking organization who have been persecuted by the apostles. So if you are interested in joining the plane walking organization, I can introduce you to them. I won't consider it for the time being." Linben said, "From this Zhang Zuan, it can be seen that your plane walking organization seems to accept everyone. As long as they have the identity of a Traveser, you will accept them without considering who they are in their own native plane. Such an organization is bound to have a mixed bag of good and bad people. Joining it may do more harm than good for me." Elia shook her head earnestly and said, "This point, I really can't refute it. After all, when you come to another world, as the Chinese say, when you go out, you naturally have to stick together for warmth. But there are always some people who want to use the power of plane walking. Fortunately, those who can become Travisers are all outstanding, so even if any problems occur, they can be quickly resolved." Linben said regretfully, "I'm actually very interested in this organization, but I think the current recruitment method is unreasonable. If one day in the future, you are willing to strengthen the review and no longer refuse everyone, I will join you, but now, Elia, can you please give me some information about your organization? If you don't join, I can only give you part of it." Lin Bin said distressedly. But if you want to join, you must have a comprehensive understanding before you can do so, right? This seems to make sense. Elia was finally fooled. She said, I'll go back and ask our leader. If she allows, I can give you some information. Okay, remember to only tell her. I don't want too many people to know my identity. Elia asked curiously, what is your identity? I'm now an orthodox reincarnationist named Abin. Abin? Upon hearing this, Elia's snow-white face showed some surprise, and she said in surprise, the Abin who has become famous in recent times, and has excellent reincarnation results. Lin Bin said modestly, no. In fact, my reincarnation results are not ideal. I haven't even gotten or less level. But I heard that it was because of a loser that dragged you down, and now you don't even cooperate with that loser. Don't say that about Brother Lei. In fact, he has helped me a lot. Those words are just rumors spread by outsiders. Lin Bin sighed. Brother Lei is my lucky star, but it's a pity that I seem to be the scapegoat for him. As long as the two of us form a team, he has to get an F level. Alas, I'm embarrassed to implicate my brother Lei. I see. I understand why you want to hide it. If I had such a normal identity, I would not want to bear the identity of a time traveler. Add a friend, and we'll contact each other later. Okay, but it's limited to adding friends. Don't have any other messy thoughts. Elia took out her mobile phone, which was covered with a cute kitten phone case. At this moment, she regained her previous liveliness. Lin Bin also joked, sorry, I'm obsessed with other people's wives. That's good. As a Lalita, I feel relieved. The two added each other as friends. Lin Bin was immediately satisfied. This is good. Deng Yang is undercover among the apostles, and it seems that he has a good chance of becoming one of the 11 apostles. And in the plane walking, there is the little demon girl, Canon, on the surface, and she has hooked up with the little demon Elia in private. With double insurance, the possibility of accidents is greatly reduced. At that time, the two will confirm each other, and perhaps more information can be obtained. Before leaving, Elia also asked Lin Bin to remember to tell her if he got any information about Zhang Zuan. She had to kill him to complete her mission. Understood. I will contact you then. Watching Elia leave with a happy little jump. Obviously, she was very happy that she had hunted down a criminal and ended up hunting down a partner. Of course, there might also be the reason for the discovery of the 7-layered ring of blazing sky, although it still did not belong to her. But at least, it was no longer in the hands of the enemy. At this time, she could not expect more. Lin Bin went to report his safety to Lulin Lin first. He learned Abin's name. Li Zufeng was shocked, and he grabbed Lin Bin's hand and wouldn't let go, and said excitedly incoherently, brother, good brother, I didn't expect that the flood would hit the Dragon King temple. I confess that my sister asked me to pretend to be a playboy reserve reincarnationist to tease the common girl. In fact, I'm not that kind of person. Brother, I have always regarded you as my idol. I'm a good citizen. It's all their fault. It's all their fault. He directly revealed all the plans, and Lulin Lin smiled awkwardly. But she couldn't help but be shocked in her heart. Didn't expect that this Abin was so famous. The reserve reincarnationists were arrogant, and because they hadn't officially started their training, they were even more arrogant than the orthodox reincarnationists. Unexpectedly, they turned into licking dogs just by hearing Abin's name. It doesn't matter, don't do it again next time. The trick was too clumsy, and I almost lost my life. Lin Bin was quite happy. This kind of plot, which even second-rate novels would find outdated, unexpectedly helped him get in touch with the plane walking. In the future, maybe he could really join the plane walking as a time traveler? Not only because the plane walking might have a connection with him, but also because, now that he has been at war with the apostles, joining the plane walking is also a wise policy. He accompanied the two of them for a meal. Lulin Lin became the third party throughout the whole process. Li Zufeng pestered Lin Bin and kept asking him about many common sense in the secret realm. Lin Bin explained them one by one, especially some element about the secret realm, which require experience to accumulate, made Li Zufeng exclaim that the trip was worthwhile. His admiration for Lin Bin deepened by more than 100 layers. Lin could only watch from the side. When he went to pay the bill in the end, he pouted and looked aggrieved. Bin was full of gratitude to this little girl and promised to treat her to a good meal when he was free in the future. This made her smile with joy. She was not craving for the meal at all. She had originally thought that he was just an ordinary reincarnation, but she didn't expect that he had a lot of secrets, which made her want more. Bin had just returned home. He smelled a very strong rice aroma. The rice porridge made by mixing pure rice and water without any additives could volatilize the mellowness of rice. It was Bin's favorite taste. Abin, you are back. Linzu came from the living room in a wheelchair with a familiar smile on her pretty face, as if she had always been here and had never been anywhere. Bin shouted in surprise, "Sister, you are back. Sorry, I borrowed your sister for a while. Wait a minute, the food will be ready soon." In the kitchen, the landlady of 71.62.82 also came out wearing an apron. She smiled apologetically and said, "I borrowed your sister's hand for a while. I didn't leave a note because I thought you were in the secret realm. I didn't expect you to come back early. I'm so sorry for making you worry. It's okay. It's all my fault. I won't let this happen again." The landlady held Bin's hand apologetically. She kept apologizing. Bin smiled and said he didn't care. It was just the first time he had physical contact with the landlady, but he couldn't help but be stunned. He seemed to have sensed something strange in his palm. After a pause, he smiled as usual and said nothing. Chapter 149, Being Caught in the Crossfire. It was the first time that he had physical contact with the landlady. With his extremely sensitive body, Bin could easily sense the rough friction at the landlady's knuckles. He naturally didn't have the idea that the rough friction would be comfortable, even though the landlady was exactly the type he liked. But Bin was also a swordsman now. He could easily sense that this was a mark left after holding a weapon like a sword for a long time. In fact, if Bin hadn't practiced the eternal life secret and had used the Heshi jade to cleanse his body and marrow, he would have had a thin layer of calluses at his knuckles. This woman is not simple. What does he mean by getting close to my sister? Does he want to get close to me through my sister? Or? Bin glanced at Linzu, who was setting the table, and then a sense of guilt rose in his heart. Linzu had always done everything she could for this family, and it was simply too much for him to have such a messy idea about her. And her legs were not convenient. She just had an exchange with a strange woman, and this exchange was actually brought to her by me. After all, renting this woman's house was actually my choice. Bin secretly made up his mind. Later, it seems that he has to find out what the origin of this landlady is. That night, the guests had a great dinner. After the landlady stayed to help Linzu take a bath, she left. In the huge room, only the brother and sister were left again. Bin sat behind Linzu, holding a hairdryer and blowing her hair. After a while, he was pinched lightly by Linzu and rolled his eyes. He realized that he had been blowing a bunch of hair for a long time. He continued to blow her hair loosely. The fresh fragrance of the girl after the bath entered her nose with the buzzing sound of the hairdryer. It made Bin feel inexplicably relieved. He asked, "How come you are so familiar with this landlady?" "We were already very familiar with each other when we rented her house. In addition, her daughter attends Beishu number 1 middle school near us, and it's a critical period. In order to prevent her daughter from falling in love too early, she often hangs around the school. We can just see the school gate from our floor, so after I met her once, I invited her over, and we became more and more familiar with each other as we talked. Gradually, after she knew that I had nothing to do every day, she hired me to be a tutor for her daughter." Linzu held Bin's hand, which was loosening her long hair. With a smile, she asked, "What's wrong? You're lonely after I've been away from home for only 2 days? I just think you're really too bored after I left. The community is either full of naughty kids or old ladies who like to dance square dance. You can't find anyone to talk to, right?" Bin asked, "How about I find you a job? My current job is pretty good. I help my child with her homework during the holidays, and I don't have to go there on weekdays. The salary is quite high, but the job I found for you is a public office, processing some documents and stuff. But it's very troublesome to go to and from get off work on weekdays, right?" Someone will pick you up. Is that still called work? It's like buying a cat climbing frame for a cat. It feels a sense of accomplishment climbing up and down every day, but in fact, it's just self-entertainment and consumption. Linzu said softly, I know you're worried, but you can't arrange everything for me, right? I can do it myself. Compared to that, I still prefer this job that I found by myself. Don't worry, when Wanran goes to college next year, she won't need me anymore, and then I can rest assured to take care of you alone. She joked, now that you can make money, our family shouldn't need me to go out and earn money to support the family, right? Okay. Linbin could only nod in agreement and help her blow dry her hair. Then he sent her back to her room to rest. After he returned to his room, he sent a message to Raymond, asking him to help him find out the specific information about a woman named Tang Yufu. It's rare to have a reliable boss. When else would he need it? Just 2 seconds later, a good word replied. Linbin knew that he didn't have to worry about the rest of the things and just waited for the news with peace of mind. At that moment, he also took a bath, changed into loose pajamas, took out the evil emperor's relic, held it in his palm, and slowly began to practice. The alliance with Allah means that he will go from passively enduring the battle with the apostles to actively attacking now. There is no way. The purpose of the apostles was very clear before. They didn't want to find the Traveser, but to kill all of them. Now with Wang Ling's death, they should have no gaps for the time being. But Deng Yang had sent a message to warn him that the apostles had not given up the plan to assassinate them. It's just that his eldest brother has just taken power and has not yet stabilized the internal affairs, so he can't spare any effort. At that time, if there is any accident, he will remind him. Since there is an insider, taking the initiative is naturally the best choice. The apostles not only don't want to find the Traveser, but are eager to kill and silence him, leaving no one alive. The plain walking organization will suddenly help him. According to the characteristics they have shown so far, they are definitely not the kind of people who are willing to help others. Instead, they are more like the type who hide in a small building and don't care about spring, summer, winter, and autumn. There is no reason for them to help him. Linbin always feels that there must be some huge secret behind this. But no matter what the secret is, improving one's own strength is the top priority. And just as Linbin is practicing hard and his strength is rapidly improving. Hengyang City. Tang family. Oh. Is there any news about the heavenly demonic law? Tang Xianhao stood up with a solemn look on his face. Yes. Tang Renji lowered his head and said, during this period of time, our exclusive physician has been studying the characteristics of the heavenly demonic law. In particular, we used a rarely used drug, Unning, in order to cure young Master Hao. Unning? Isn't that a poison? Yes, but between two evils, choose the lesser of two evils. The true key of the heavenly demonic law is different from the true key cultivated by the normal martial arts system. It is entangled in the human body's internal organs. The pain of forcibly removing it has exceeded the human tolerance limit. The nerves must be paralyzed, so we can only use Unning, but Unning is addictive, so if you want to use it, you must apply for it. Tang Xianhao said, so, in addition to Zhao Hao, there are other hospitals using Unning, and the dosage is similar to that of young Master Hao. It should be the senior person sent by the demon sect in the Great Tang secret realm who took action. Have you found the person? I found it. Bed 17 in the internal medicine department of Pushan Hospital. Huh, it's the Black Hospital. It seems that this person is not clean either. I like people who are not clean. Such people have weaknesses, greed, and are easy to control. Let's go. I will go there in person. Before I get there, I want to see his medical report. Yes. Tang Renji followed Tang Xianhao and nodded respectfully. The two got on the special car and drove to Pushan Hospital. The power of the Tang family was only revealed at this time. Personal information itself is not allowed to be leaked. But Tang Xianhao said a word. In just 10 minutes, all the patient's information had fallen into his hands. Zhang Ying, the name is a pseudonym, and the wound is internal. It can be seen that he was beaten by the Reincarnationist, but after being beaten by the Reincarnationist, he did not go to the affiliated hospital of the Reincarnation, but went to Pushan, a black, greedy, and unreliable 3-no hospital. It seems that his identity should be very problematic. Didn't find it? It's right that it didn't find it. The main thing is to look at the treatment method. Tang Xianhao flipped to the last treatment procedure. He sneered and said, I found it. It's the same treatment as Xiao Hao. It seems that his injury was caused by the heavenly demonic law. Let's go. As he spoke, the car had already stopped at Pushan Hospital. The two walked into the hospital. This kind of black hospital doesn't care about the privacy of patients. The two easily found the front of Ward 17. But when the two pushed the door open, there was a sound of glass shattering inside. Tang Xianhao's face changed slightly, and he rushed into the room first, but saw that the single bed in the room was already empty, and the window was broken into a big hole. Oh no, he's gone. Tang Renji shouted, I'll go after him. No need. Tang Xianhao suddenly laughed and said, I like cautious people, but I have to remind you that in the face of absolute strength, the so-called little tricks are useless. You broke the window and pretended to run away, wanting us to go out and chase you, but you couldn't cover up your breathing. Really, you shouldn't have booked a single room. If I didn't book a single room, I'm afraid I wouldn't even be able to sleep well. Zhang Zuan fell from under the empty bed. He had been hiding under the bed just now, but he used his limbs to climb hard to keep his body close to the bottom of the bed. At first glance, it seemed like there was no one there. He climbed out. He said, you didn't kill me at the first time. It seems that you are not the one who arrested me. It's better to say that I'm their enemy. Tang Xianhao glanced at Zhang Zuan and exclaimed, I have a good-for-nothing nephew who took tranquilizers and now he is out of breath. After walking a few steps, you can still maintain this physical strength. It's amazing. I'll be straight to the point. My surname is Tang. Tang from the Tang family. If you are a reincarnation, you should have heard of this Tang. I know, a reincarnation family. Zhang Zuan seemed to see that Tang Xianhao had no hostility. Then he lay lazily on the bed and asked, actually, I'm quite tired now. This kind of medicine is too harmful. It is estimated that it will take me 2 months to recover. So, what does Master Tang want to talk to me about? I want to know at whose hands you were injured. Do you have a grudge? My son died in their hands. Tang Xianhao said, since you are injured, you must be unwilling to accept it. Do you want revenge? I have such a sharp knife here. Don't you want to borrow it? Or are you the kind of martial arts fanatic who must avenge your grudges yourself and never ask others for help? Ha ha ha, you think too much, but the person who hurt me, I really don't know him. It doesn't matter, tell me where he beat you and what he looks like, I can find out. Okay, if someone is willing to help me get revenge, I'll be happy to do so, but Tang Xianhao knew what he meant and asked, what benefit do you want? Zhang Zuan smiled and said, I want money, 20 million in cash. Tang Xianhao said, 5 million, not a penny more. You have fallen into my hands. I'm willing to negotiate with you, because I see that you are a talent and want to make friends with you. If you don't cooperate, I will capture you and torture you and kill you directly if I find out the truth. Do you think anyone will avenge you? Since you can say that, it seems that Mr. Tang really wants to cooperate with me in exchange for money. Now, transfer the money. Okay. Tang Xianhao took out his mobile phone and transferred the money on the spot. You can tell now. Zhang Zuan said, there were 2 people who injured me, a man and a woman. The man is tall and handsome and looks a bit like me when I was young. He seems to be a reincarnation enhanced by martial arts. He is very powerful. At the very least, I should not be his opponent. What about the woman? As for the woman, to be honest, I can't tell what she is wearing. Zhang Zuan frowned and said, because I have seen her several times, but her clothes are completely different every time. She should wear cosmetic contact lenses and a wig. This is what I can see. There may be some other disguises that I can't see. So the face I saw is probably also disguised. She is very young, but it is not ruled out that she is deliberately disguised to be young. After all, she disguised herself too much. There should be no little girl in her 80s or 90s who can have the ability to chase me and kill me, right? So she may be a little older than what I saw. That's it? Tang Xianhao said impatiently, it's meaningless. I met that man in New Giant Noodle House. If you try to retrieve the surveillance footage there, you should be able to see his face. Oh, by the way, his weapon has a red petal, which is very defensive. He also has a large revolver, which is also very powerful. As you rose, Tang Xianheo's pupils suddenly shrank. Zhang Zuan smiled and said, "It seems that you know this man. So, the 5 million you paid is still worth it. So, you were injured by that woman." "No, I was injured by that man." "What?" Even though he knew Lin Bin's identity, Tang Xianheo's face still changed drastically after hearing this. Lin Bin actually knows the heavenly demonic method? Exclamation mark. Tang Xianheo really didn't expect this. So, he didn't have any difficulties at all, but had already cooperated with that demon sect. And Lin Bin is a person in the real world and does not meet the requirements. So, the girl, could it be that she is a high-level person sent by the demon sect? Tang Xianheo asked. "There's no need to tell me about that man. I know more than you do. I want to know more about that girl. Can you provide me with it?" "Of course. I have to be worthy of the money I received. She is very powerful, and her methods are extremely complicated and varied. Judging from her appearance, she must be at least a reincarnation in the extraordinary realm, and she is also a leader in the extraordinary realm. Although she is disguised, her true appearance should be very beautiful. I once found that her skin was very good when I fought her at close range, and she gave people a lively feeling when she spoke." Tang Xianheo silently took note of it in his heart. He thought that if she could disguise herself as a little girl of 11 or 12 years old, her actual age should not be much older. She can be judged to be petite, with a frivolous and lively tone, that is, an extroverted person who is good at speaking, strong, and can also use the heavenly demonic method. No, they all know it. Tang Xianheo's fists in his sleeves were clenched tighter and tighter. Thinking of Lin Bin's sincere words before, he actually felt that he understood it at that time, and even felt that this person was sincere. But now it seems that he has already reached a cooperation with this demon sect. The two sides have been mortal enemies for a long time. What he called letting go was actually just giving the other party time and opportunity to develop and improve itself. If it weren't for this coincidence, maybe when this Abin grows into a behemoth, he won't have a chance to take revenge, even if he wants to. And this girl, she must be the real murderer without a doubt. She must be found. Not only her, but also the secret passage behind her must be opened. HU. In front of a secret realm. The barefoot girl in white, who had just left the secret realm and was being examined by a dedicated medical staff, couldn't help but sneeze twice in a row. Cannon rubbed her nose cutely and complained, "Damn, it must be some bad guy who is talking about me again." Chapter 150, A Big Stick and Sweet Water. After making sure that Zhang Zuan had told him all the information he knew, Tang Xianheo ignored him and had no intention of winning him over. It was just a deal. After the money and goods were paid, it was time to go their separate ways. This person obviously had a lot of troubles. It would not be a good thing to have a hasty and in-depth contact. The Tang family would not provoke a strong enemy for such a useless person. As for using her as bait, now that Lin Bin's identity had been confirmed, it would not be difficult to find the woman by following the clues. After leaving the hospital, they returned to the car. After making sure that no one was eavesdropping, Tang Renji asked, "Master, what should we do next?" "Don't alert the enemy for now. Check all the women who appear around this Abin. They should be between 15 and 18 years old, have the identity of a reincarnation, be outgoing and lively, and have a beautiful appearance. Well, this Zhang Zuan is a veteran. He can chase him to the point where he has no way to go up to the sky or down to the earth. His mind should also be definitely not bad, and you can add that he is deep-minded." Tang Xianheo said in a deep voice. According to the information brought back by Xiaoheo and the information of this Zhang Zuan, this girl should be the real murderer who killed Xiaoli. They tortured Xiaoli to death and obtained his props, and then reached a cooperation with this Abin through his props, and came to the real world through the crack in the secret realm where he returned. She is the real murderer who killed Xiaoli, and I will never let her go. Understood. Tang Renji hesitated and asked, "What about this Abin? Do we need to check his?" "Shut up." Tang Xianheo said coldly, "This is a big taboo. Do you want to cause public outrage in the Tang family by violating this taboo? No, I just think that, even if Abin is not the mastermind, he has already stood on the opposite side of us. If we really want to take revenge, he will inevitably conflict with us in the process of protecting the real murderer. If we don't think of a way to target him in advance, this kid is not easy to deal with. Tang Xianhao sighed and said, behind him stands Raymond. Behind Raymond, we can't afford to offend him. We have a family and roots. It is actually difficult to take action against such a person, because even if we succeed, the revenge afterwards will definitely cause the Tang family to suffer serious consequences. Then are we going to let him go? I think that, if we don't think of a way to deal with him in advance, even if we really want to avenge the young master, he will definitely come out to stop us. A reincarnation at the top of the extraordinary realm, who also holds the young master's double dragon demon shadow sword and the azure rose, is not easy to deal with. Just because we can't deal with him doesn't mean no one can deal with him. Tang Xianhao sneered, he is not my direct enemy. Let's find some obstacles to hold him back, so that he can't interfere with our affairs. Right now, the most important task is to catch that woman first, no matter whether she is dead or alive. Also, the demon sect must be destroyed. Tang Renji whispered, in fact, if we want to destroy the demon sect, we can look for partners who can cooperate with us. I wonder if you, the master, have heard of the apostles? Tang Xianhao frowned and said, the organization that disappeared many years ago. Why do you mention this? I only found out about this by chance. They didn't actually disappear, but because their actions were too inhumane, they were liquidated and moved from the surface to the underground. But if we are facing the murderer who killed young Master Lei, it seems that we don't need to be humane to them. Tang Xianhao fell silent after hearing this. Tang Renji said, there is no conflict between us. Their goal is to obtain S-level items, while our goal is revenge. In fact, if we can give up this secret realm and help the apostles obtain the S-level items of the Tang dynasty, and as a price, they need to help us get rid of someone and give us a lot of benefits, they should agree. When the S-level items appear, we still have the opportunity to cross the river and demolish the bridge and directly take the S-level items for ourselves. Isn't it killing two birds with one stone? After all, it is an organization that is not worthy of being on the stage, and our Tang family is protected by the rules of the reincarnation space. Hearing this, Tang Xianhao was indeed tempted. He waved his hand and said, go investigate the apostles, and all the things arranged before must be carried out simultaneously. Yes. Tang Renji responded respectfully. Also, make an appointment with me to meet with all the elders, and tell them that I have discovered important information about the new secret realm passage. Just to capture a traverser alive, our strength alone is not enough. We need to gather the strength of the entire Tang family. Yes. Tang Renji responded, and immediately got out of the car to do it. Tang Xianhao drove away in a cloud of dust. He felt heavy in his heart. He didn't want to provoke some powerful enemies, but if it involved the death of his son, there was no point in talking. He didn't want to, but he was not afraid. Especially when he got home. Seeing his wife knitting sweaters again. She always did this, knitting one and burning one, saying that she was afraid that the child would be cold under there. But the child died in another world. Because of the many reincarnation spaces, there may be ghosts in this world, but even if the child becomes a ghost, so what? He is no longer a ghost in this world. Tang Xianhao no longer hesitated. At this time, in the huge compartment of H9, the entire huge back row was laid flat. Linbin and a girl in white were sitting opposite each other. The girl was pretty, with a melon seed face that was not much bigger than a palm, pink tender tender, exuding a crystal and healthy breath. Sitting cross-legged at this time, it was still difficult to hide the quiet and demure atmosphere. When she could only keep silent, the demon girl was still very good at fooling people. At this time, between the two of them, there was the evil emperor's relic, which was a little lighter than before. Both of them looked quite relieved. For Linbin, the improvement of his skills was not too obvious. The infusion of essence had a subtle effect on the body. Linbin could clearly feel that he was becoming more and more proficient in daily practice. Obviously, the deeper the skills, the slower the progress, and in the end, it might take several years to make no progress. But he obviously didn't feel that way. Instead, he felt more and more relaxed and made faster and faster progress, as if there was no bottleneck at all. This was obviously the credit of the essence of the evil emperor's relic. In comparison, although one's skills improved faster, the skills directly infused into the body were obviously not as good as the skills from her own practice. That is, she had a long break in between, otherwise, she would probably have the same trouble as Do and Yu. After a long time, as Lin Bin slowly finished his training, Xiangxin opened her eyes, hugged the evil emperor's relic in her arms with heartache, and said angrily, "Why is there so much less true energy in the evil emperor's relic? The evil emperor's relic is mine. When you are here, I can take you to practice. When you are not here, do you still expect me to wait for you?" Lin Bin said, "I can completely infuse the true energy in the evil emperor's relic into the flowers and plants. Especially in my previous experience, there are many enemies in the secret realm. I can inject the true energy into their bodies. They can't bear it, and at most explode and die. I won't lose anything at that time." Xiangxin said angrily, You shoot it to other places, and don't give it to others? What's the use of giving it to you? If you can give me a little reward, I don't mind waiting for you. But you have already joined the plane walking, but what you brought back is some common sense information. I have to doubt your sincerity. Don't forget our previous agreement." Lin Bin reached out and took the evil emperor's relic back from her chest, put it into the capsule. That one sentence made her angry like a balloon. This, I also need some time to gain their trust. Kankan's tone softened a lot. She said vaguely, "I'm sincere to you. Didn't you see that I came to you the first time I came out of the secret realm? But the question is, are you after my person or my true essence? Do you really think I can't tell? I'm not your bootlicker. I won't be soft-hearted just because of your pitiful words." Lin Bin said, "Let's leave it at that for today. We'll continue practicing next time when I'm free." Kankan looked at Lin Bin eagerly as he got up and sat in the main driver's seat. How could she not understand after Lin Bin's fierce beating? The other party had already understood her procrastination. After thinking seriously for a while, she asked, "Okay, what do you want? Let's not talk about the real world first. Didn't you say before that you wanted to go to the Tang Dynasty plane to see your Zhushi? I want you to integrate all the martial arts of your demon sect, including all the martial arts of Sehongjing's He, and bring them to me." "Ah, no. I'm afraid that Zhushi will not agree." "Don't worry, if she dares to disagree, you can say that this is to honor her father, and she will naturally understand." "You are taking advantage of me," One said angrily. "I regard Zhushi as my mother. It's just a joke with her. She shouldn't stop it." "Okay, I agree. Get out of the car. By the way, remember to wipe yourself clean later. The car is a little dirty." "Huh." Scumbag's remarks. One took the paper handed over by Lin Bin angrily, opened the back door of the car, and jumped out directly. Then she went into the milk tea shop next to her. My heart was chilled by that scumbag, so it would be good to drink some white milk tea to warm my body. Lin Bin drove away directly. Selling the blood of the werewolf ancestor and the vampire ancestor allowed Lin Bin to earn 6,000 reincarnation points. Adding his previous savings, he now has 8,000 reincarnation points and 4 B-level merits. It can be called luxurious. And his current martial arts equipment is definitely enough if he is just exploring the martial arts plane. Take-eye boxing and sword are profound and difficult to describe. When they are cultivated to the extreme, they will never be inferior to B-level skills, especially when they are mutually blessed with Chang Shengju. The power is even stronger. The skills of the sword cannon naturally not only make him more innocent, but also know that the sword cannon was previously called the other shore sword technique, which is also an extremely profound sword technique. Lin Bin comprehended it day and night, and integrated it into Chang Shengju. The progress is indeed very rapid. He originally wanted to exchange for the skills, but when he saw Kankan, he suddenly remembered that with Elia, Kankan was not that important. After the information from Elia arrived, he could let her fill in the gaps. As for now, don't let her be idle. It's good for her to be a small porter first. If you can get it for free, why exchange it? Wouldn't it be better to exchange it for some props? Props may not seem to be as good as skills, but at the critical moment, they can save lives. Lin Bin suddenly remembered the black-hearted boss in his previous life. He shouted at him, who had no work to do, not to be idle, to find himself some work, and to go out and pick up the stones on the ground, to avoid hurting the customer's feet. Well, I suddenly understand it a little. Lin Bin drove away. At this time, in the distance, Tang Renji, who didn't dare to look at H9 the whole time, finally raised his head slowly. He asked a bodyguard beside him, "Are you sure it's this car?" The bodyguard replied, "Yes, I personally accompanied my wife before and watched her get on this car. It took a long time for her to get off." "Very good." Tang Renji looked at the photo on his phone. It showed the cute girl, who was as cute as an elf, holding 2 cups of milk tea of different flavors with satisfaction. A cold smile appeared on his face. 3 days later, Lin Bin had already received a call from Elia. It was obvious that Elia was still very concerned about his affairs. "I have informed our leader of your situation. She said that she understood your concerns. Some of the information about the plane walking can be given to you, but correspondingly, you cannot give this information to others." The pleasant voice was quite complacent. When it was not about serious matters, Elia's character was like that of an innocent little girl. After Lin Bin nodded, he realized that Elia couldn't see it, and took the initiative to say, "Don't worry, there is no problem. We are the family. Although I have integrated into this world, my identity is not public after all. If possible, I want to have a home." "Okay, I will send you the information later. By the way, do you have any information about the apostles during this period?" "No, I guess their leader died, and the new leader is stabilizing the situation now. Don't think about it for the time being. Don't worry, if there is something that you don't want to come, I will call you. The apostles are not easy to deal with. You must be careful." Well, I was too anxious. After chatting with Elia for a few words, she hung up the call. Soon, a very small document was sent directly, and this side just hung up. Raymond also called over there. "I have found the information about Tang Yufu you want." Raymond's voice is always so cold and stern, making people feel at ease and at ease. He said, "It is certain that Tang Yufu is also a time traveler." "She is also a time traveler? But why have I never heard of her?" Lin Bin thought to himself, "This is not right. I have read books for 10 years and watched countless movies and animations. How could there be a time traveler whose name I have never heard of? It seems that this must be a type that I have never seen before." Lei Meng said, "Don't you know that it's normal? She is different from normal time travelers. She directly married a reincarnationist and was brought to this world. I don't know what means she used to give up her identity as a reincarnationist and stayed at home to take care of her husband and children. It's just that her husband died in an accident a few years ago, so she naturally became an ordinary person. But in fact, her strength should be able to reach the level of a senior reincarnationist. Do you have a conflict with her? Don't worry, I can still afford to provoke you." "No, Director Lei, I'm not that combative. It's mainly because she is closer to my sister." Lei Meng asked in surprise, "Do you suspect your sister is a time traveler?" "It's unlikely, right?" Lin Bin had no doubts in this regard, but with Lei Meng's words, he suddenly realized he had never suspected Lin Zhu. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.